What is up, guys? Jumping right in, 2-5, no limit hold'em, deep stack cash, Friday night cash game. You got me, Dustin Shacklock, in the booth tonight. Pumped to be here. Thanks for tuning in. This is a 300 min, $1,500 max. We got some big stacks. We got a pretty good looking lineup. Jumping right in here, first hand of the night. Iggy DPO, what's up? Thanks for tuning in. Looks like we might have a momentary delay on the graphics. We might get caught up in the next hand. Anyway, so far in the game. All right, there we go. Button moves. Should be live after this hand. What's up to all my chat regs? You guys jump in, say what's up. Let me know who's watching, what you guys are up to. Thanks as always for spending your Friday night with us. Are you guys still quarantined? Are people still quarantined, not playing poker? What's going on with that?
Well, they definitely weren't.
McPartridge Boy, Nick from Yuma, Andrew Nichols, what's up, guys? All right, here we go. Now we're in the action. Looks like King 9 offsuit, under the gun in the muck. Right where you're supposed to put it. King 10 in the muck. Folds around to Chow on the button. 9-5 suited, puts in a raise. Takes that one down. Chuck getting rid of the ace deuce suited from the big blind. I think I might have seen a flop one time with that hand. I think he says no poker in West Virginia. Man, that's unfortunate. Poker's alive and well in Florida, man. Make the trip. Can't be that far, right? Wow, Liverpool totally quarantined. Man, I'm sorry to hear that. No poker. This hand button's going to be on Rich. Nick C. I don't know Nick C. New player in the game. I know Jerry right there in the gray shirt, black mask. Chow back-to-back raises. Picks up Jack 10 offsuit in the cutoff. Makes it 20 to go.
C9. Yep, 6 and 9. Check, and then bet 25.
All right, Queen 9-5 flop. Chow with the open ender. Looks like Bobby checks. Chow bets the open ender for 25. Gets the quick fold. Chow 2 for 2 so far. Mark says the Vegas plexiglass rooms are disgusting. Yeah, that doesn't sound too fun to me to play with the plexiglass. I heard that it causes like a weird glare. Sometimes it's hard to like see your opponents or get a read on their chip stack, stuff like that. Oh yeah, I heard about Milwaukee. Milwaukee shut down. That's unfortunate.
6 folds, 7 folds. Ace and raise to 25, quarter. 9 folds.
Chuck C bumping it up to 25 from the button. 7-9 offsuit. Making a move on those blinds. Gets a defend from Jerry with the ace-9 off. A 2-9 flop would be disastrous. Chuck flops the best hand, flopping middle pair. Queen 7 tray. Chuck continues. Wow, looks like Jerry's going to peel one time. Tray of diamonds on the turn. A little bit of a scary card. Slows down the action. King of clubs on the river. Jerry's going to have to get after it here. This might work here. Chuck kind of in a weird spot. Yeah, that one's going to work. Looks like Jerry comes out for 80 into about 100. And gets the quick fold from Chuck. Button moves, and we're on to the next hand. Yeah, I was thinking about going to Milwaukee sometime soon, but not now. It's locked down, huh? Guns 333. I'm with you, man. Hopefully this will all be in the past. Casinos on 40 shut down all poker rooms. Oh, man. We're fortunate to live in Florida. You don't say that very often, but fortunate to live in Florida as poker players. Jerry, Jack 9 of spades under the gun. Makes it 20 to go. Chow picking up Jack 10. A little bit better. Jack makes the call for 20. We're going heads up to the flop. So we talked about this a little bit last night. We're not going to see as many like crazy multi-way pots like we did in the 2-2 game last night. The 2-5, they play a little tighter. They don't go as multi-way to the flop. Guns, yeah, that's what they were saying in the YouTube chat. UK on lockdown. Jerry gets Chow to fold the better hand here. C-bet on a pretty strong board. Gets through.
Who's taking the game tomorrow then, Florida?
Button moves, and now Jerry's going to be the big blind. You guys make sure to head over to the website. Check out the tournament calendar. It's up. We got something like 20-something tournaments this month. Plus a big 1,500 at the end of the month. Last month we got almost 300K in the prize pool for that thing. That thing's going to be huge. Tonight, we're giving away 400 every 30 minutes. If you're in the area, you want to play some poker, try to spike a high hand one time. 400 every 30 here at Best Bet Jacksonville. 201 Monument Road. Look us up. All right, going 4 ways to the flop here. Chuck in the lead with 2 9s. Still in the lead on the flop. Got 56% of the equity in the hand. Nick from Yuma in the chat, what's up? Oh, wow, Giovanni Esposito says Delaware has been closed since March. Man, that's unfortunate. I was starting to go a little crazy there in quarantine. I'm glad we were able to get out and go play some poker. Chow takes that one down. Takes it away from Chuck. 10 cent, 20 cent at the Bellagio? What are we talking about? Is this poker? No limit? No way. I call that bluff. 10 cent, 20 cent at the Bellagio? Absolutely not. $10, $20.
Yeah, free drink, coffee, anything, water, soda, anything.
That's right. We get them their first round for free. Try to get them juiced up.
3 shots.
Sometimes the 2-5 players they don't partake in the libations.
8 folds, 9 folds, exactly.
10 cent, 20 cent limit hold'em at the Bellagio. I'd rather pull my own eyes out. All right, we're going 4 ways to the flop. Pocket 4s. Flop bottom set. A little bit of a wet board. Raven in there with a top pair here. 7-8 offsuit. Flops top pair with a gutter. 1-3 is the smallest game. I like 1-3. I think 1-3 is a game. 1-3 with like a 500 max, I think is a great game. The win used to have 1-3 uncapped. That was the nuts. But they put a $500 cap on it. It's still good though. 1-3 with a $500 cap, still super good. I'll play 1-3 for sure. Look at Nick getting after it here with bottom set, leading out for 80. Gets the fold, scoops the pot. Off to the races. Calce Runa says Cherokee has poker running, but it's 5 players max. I think I heard about that. I think Guns told me about that. I was actually in North Carolina about 2 weeks ago, and I decided not to go to Cherokee for the first time. Mac Berg says, I've never played higher than 1-2. That's where the money's at, man. I mean, 1-3 plays like a 1-2 game, just like an inflated 1-2 game. Instead of opening to 10, they open to like 15. But 1-3 is a great game. Andrew Leonard, I'm sorry, I don't know how to say your last name. Andrew in the Facebook chat, we're playing at Best Bet Jacksonville. Northeast Florida. Looks like we're going heads up to this. Oh no, I'm sorry. Chuck bet the pocket queens and took it down. 1-2 at Cherokee is super soft. Yeah, I do remember the past couple times I've played up there. I've booked wins. I think I broke even one time, and then all my other sessions I won up there.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it. No, you can. 25. Yeah, you get that. Okay.
Andrew Nicholas in the YouTube chat. I did see that sign. That was very weird. Verbal is not binding. Chips talk, which is kind of a weird one. If you verbalize 100 and then stick out $10, like the bet's only 10. If you verbalize 100 and see what when your opponent starts reaching for chips, you say, "Oh no, you throw out 10." You know, it doesn't make a lot of sense, but. Earl Claiborne asking if we're going to do the 12 days of Christmas. I don't have the answer to that. I asked a few weeks ago, and I didn't get a definitive answer. But we will get you an update as soon as we can. As soon as I know something, I'll make sure you guys know something. Look at Pete putting in the 3-bet here with 9-10 suited. Chuck flopping bottom set here. Unfortunately, Pete's got a straight bluff. He's going to have to pick up some equity. Picks up a gutter. Picks up a gutter ball to the 8. That might be enough for him to continue here on the turn. Yeah. Fires 150. Chuck trying to figure out how we can get more money in the middle here. Chuck looks like a min click there. Yeah, it makes it 300 to go. Pete snap folds his hand. Chuck picks up a nice little pot here in this 2-5 no limit game. Mac Burke says if the bet is 10 and you throw a 100 chip but you don't say anything, it's going to be a raise to 100. Well, sure. It should be a call, but... Man, it sounds like they have some weird rules there in Cherokee. I haven't been there in a while, but I did hear something about the verbal not binding thing. Maybe it has something to do with the masks. Maybe they won't keep that rule forever. I'm not super sure what they got going on up there. Andrew Nicholas, I never thought about that. Trying to bet pot without being able to say pot. That's kind of weird. All right, heads up to this flop. Nick C flopping top pair. 9-10 suited again against Pete. Pete with a mystery hand here. Pete getting some love in the chat, so let's go Pete. Pete's going to take down this pot. Takes it away from Nick C. Kind of weird there. Nick's top pair turns a flush draw. Decides to get rid of it. Yeah, that's a weird rule, the verbal not being binded. Andrew Nicholas, yeah, the over-under for biggest pot of the night in this game was G-Dice set it at 3,800. I think it's a bad line. I think the under is probably good. Kevin Walls in the Twitch chat had it more like 2,600, which I think is fair. We got close last night. We set the line at 1,100, and we had a one pot definitely got to 1040, 1046, something like that. Yeah, 2,600 I think is a little bit better line. G-Dice shooting for the moon. Chow flopping the open ender here. Queen 10 offsuit. Jack 9-9 flop. Mark Allen, yeah, I thought that was a little weird too. He folded top pair with the flush draw. That was an unorthodox spot to fold. Chow doesn't get there. Nick C gets the check mark. 9s and 4s with an ace. Getting after it here. Bet 60 into 100. Chow's either going to have to fold or find a way to turn this hand into a bluff. Yeah, it's going to be a fold. Nick C picking up 160 in the middle there. Johnny Quattro in the Twitch chat. What's up? Thanks for joining. All right, guys, button moves, and we're on to the next one. Thanks again for hanging out. We got the live stream schedule up for the rest of the month. If there's any games you guys want to jump in, take a look and let us know. We'll make it happen for you. Just shoot us an email. Tell us what game, what date you want to play. and you'll get a response back. If you don't, make sure to check your spam folder. That seems to be an issue lately. Anybody watching in the chat, still waiting on a response? Check your spam folder. Sage told me to tell you guys that. Andrew Nicholas, if you're talking to me, my name is Dustin Shacklock. Last name Shacklock, just like it sounds.
I think if you trade for Sam Darnold.
I had Adonis back here in the booth with me, but we got short on the floor, and he's going to have to go deal this thing now.
Then you put some offensive line around him.
You guys will see him in the box shortly. Swap Kirk out for Donnie here in a few minutes.
But yeah, I can see him being gone after this year.
Yeah, 6 makes it 30 because if Derek Carr didn't perform, then that's it, right?
Well, that's what everybody said, but Carr's performed.
619 Poker, what's up? Thanks for watching, man. Thanks for tuning in.
8 folds, I hit on like his brother. 9 folds. His brother's coming. I hit on him, don't worry. Man, because he tried to get but
I mean, they were
Agent 757, what's up? Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for watching.
up against a bunch of quarterbacks we didn't know.
Chow bumping it up to 30 here. Queen gets called by 3-3. Chuck just flats with the big slick and the cutoff.
I agree, he's definitely undervalued. Check.
I mean, last year, 2 for
Raymond getting a good price after limping the King 10. He's going to come along also 4 ways to the flop. Queen's still in the lead. Jack 6 4 board. Mark Allen, I appreciate that, man. Thanks for the kind words. That's awesome. Thanks for watching. Chow going to take it down. 2 black queens. Good.
Yeah, he had a good game last weekend.
Nobody with a piece of it
28 yards, something like that.
in a 4-way flop. Trey's had to get out of the way. Queen's good. Big slick misses.
Remember last season when he just popped out and was like, oh, my God.
Chuck just deciding to mix in a flat call there with Ace King, and it kind of worked out. If he puts in the 3-bet against Chow, in that spot with 2 queens, they're going to play a big pot. So this game plays a little deeper than the rest of the 2-5 games out in the rest of the room. Like we said, we let them come in for a $1,500 max. I like this game. This game's a lot of fun. I wish I could play in it. Richard Norman says, does Best Bet have shirts and stuff? Yeah, we sure do. We got a bunch of swag back in our cage. Unfortunately, you can't buy it online. You got to buy it in person. Andrew Nicholas, nailed it. Yep. Matt Benjamin says this is a good action game. Just wait, man. These 2-5 games, they start off a little slow, but you get the right lineup, you get a couple people stuck in the game a little bit, lose a buy-in, and then you're going to see some gamble, man. Then you're going to see this thing get off the ground. It's still early. We're about 20 minutes into this thing, so it's still kind of early. Once it gets off the ground, though, we'll see some chips get pushed around. We'll see some big pots. I still think 3,800 is too high. But we'll see. Maybe I'm wrong. Could be wrong. The Burrito Man limping in with Queen 8 suited under the gun. Starts the domino effect, man. I'm sure you guys see this in your local cash games. Like once one guy limps, everybody limps. I like this move out of Chow. I really think he can go bigger, though. He makes it 40 to go. But if he goes way big, like if he makes it 60, it looks like he's trying to steal, and he might get called, or somebody might try to turn their hand into a bluff. But 40 might be the magic number. He gets called in 2 spots with much worse hands. 2 hands that he dominates, so maybe 40 was the sweet spot. Chow's been playing a long time. He knows what he's doing. Flopping the nut flush draw. Bet 70 into about 200. I like this down bet. Keep the range wide. Oh, man. Burrito just caging himself super hard right now. Michael Chopsinski says average buy-in was about 1K. Yeah, that's close. Oh, here we go. Chow is just caging him hard. Burrito in a tough spot. So I was thinking in my head that a club would be a bad river card because it's hard to get value when 4 to a flush come in, but the 5 is also not a great card. Chow could have sized up here a little bit, I think. He's just going to go for 150. Burrito going to do the work for him. He's going to put in the raise. Chow just with the flat call. Flush over flush. Man, Burrito gets the worst of it here. Just in the cage the whole time. Chow baiting him in. Plus 587. 11-22 in that pot. We're going to have to get a 3.5x that much to hit the line. Agent 757 says 2-5 is where the level of skill goes up. Yeah, that's kind of what we were talking about earlier, a little bit last night too. You don't see as many multi-way pots. These guys play a little more close to correct. You still see some mistakes. You still see some guys get out of line. Just not as much as in the 2-2 game. Nick from Yuma says Max Payne. Yeah, absolutely. That was a tough spot. Cooler City, flush over flush. About 12 hands in. All right, we're going 3 ways to this flop. Wow, look at Burrito. Flops the nuts with the stone nut redraw. Open-ended straight flush draw. Gets in there with the 6 tray suited. That's not a great card. That's probably going to kill some of Raymond's action. Raymond just trying to pick it up here. Thinks bad board, dead money. This turn's going to go check, check, and Burrito's going to get a free shot at making that straight flush. Comes out for close to pot, bets 50 into 55. Maybe targeting an ace there, hoping to get a little value from an ace. Ace would be the low end of the straight, the sucker side. Doesn't work. Raymond's got to pitch it. Burrito gets some of it back after getting cooled off flush over flush to Chow next door. Hartman 80, what's up? That was a fun game last night. I had your hat for you, man. I forgot. I have it. I forgot to check with you. I didn't catch you before you left, but I have it. It's in Jesse's office. Alejandro says he felt proud showing the lousy queen eight o'clock. I mean, he had a flush, you know. I don't know if we're supposed to raise that flush there on the river. That's kind of a tough spot on a paired board. When the pre-flop raiser can have all the, the nut clubs in his hand. Cool, man. Yeah, on the 11th, I'll be here. Blair Holgate says, hi from Australia. What's up? Thanks for tuning in, man. Thanks for watching. Bobby picking up ace, ace, under the gun. The best starting hand in No Limit Hold'em. There we go. Makes it 25 to go. Opens to 5x. That's cool. That's cool. JMC Stone jumping in the YouTube chat. What's up, man? Says, hello, fellow D-Gens. Hello to you, sir. Should have known his queen was no good. Queen high flush, yeah. I mean, that's kind of that's a tough spot. I think that's probably supposed to just be a call. Andrew Nicholas says, is the other commentator dealing? Yeah, we had to put Donnie in the booth. We were short on dealers. I'm sorry, in the box. We had to put him in the box. I'm in here by myself. Flying solo. Oh, free roll in the 1K at OP yesterday? Yeah, yeah. I mean, I think you played the game pretty well. You definitely were the table captain the majority of the time. Everyone was just kind of waiting to see what you would do, you know what I mean, before they really played their hands. And so anytime you can take them out of their comfort zone or put them in a lot of spots where they have to play like bluff catcher, I really think you have an edge. It felt like the whole table was just kind of waiting to see what you did. Agent 757, are we hiring commentators? You got to get in line, man. We got a line of guys trying to take my job. They can't do it. Jeff Brown says that's why you fold the queen 8 suited pre. Yeah, it's kind of like we talked about last night. Sometimes these pre-flop mistakes just compound. You know, you limp queen 8, and then a guy raises, and you feel obligated to call, and then you flop a flush draw, and you just kind of get owned in those spots. It all starts pre-flop, man. Hand selection pre. Bobby making the call with the 5-4 offsuit out of the big blind, and we're going 3 ways to the flop. Wow, jack for 2 players. Jerry just a little bit better here with the ace-jack top here. Bobby with the only backdoor spade draw. No, I don't think that could be right. Jeremy, yeah, no problem, man. It was fun to watch. It was cool. Yeah, I think the graphics were on. I don't think he had ace-ace. Obviously, he didn't have ace-ace. Wow, look at Pete. 3 outer on the turn, catching up quick. Wow, suck out city for Pete. That card might be just enough of a scare card, though, to get Jerry out of the pot. Jerry might see one more. He doesn't like to fold. Yeah, Jerry's going to peel this river card one time. There's already 342 in the middle. Now Jerry's going to have to hit his 3-outer to stay in the game. Can't do it. Spades get there, though. This hand might go check-check here on the river. If Jerry had the ace of spades here, he could definitely come out for a bet, but unfortunately he doesn't block any spades. It's going to go check-check. Pete's going to show him that he caught up there on the turn. 3-outed him, and then took him to value town. Got that extra 100 from Jerry. Pete picks up a cool 342. Jeff Brown says, bad decision pre-flop leads to getting stacked. He didn't get stacked, but, you know, he definitely had to pay off. He definitely lost more than he should. The curse of the ace-jack. Yeah, that's a tough beat. Getting 3-outed in that spot. Yeah, catching some heat about those aces. I think, there's no way he had aces there, obviously. Bad decision pre leads to getting stacked. Yeah, that's why we always talk about, you know, hand selection pre-flop. It plays a big part. Chuck putting in a 3-bet here with ace-queen offsuit. Makes it 65 to go. The curse of the ace-jack, yeah. Ace-jack's kind of a tough hand to play. You never really know where you are in the hand. You know, you flop an ace, like especially in like a raised pot, you never know where you are. You flop an ace, you don't know if you're good. You flop a jack, you don't feel like you're good. You know, you really only feel good when you have Broadway or like an open ender. Pretty disconnected board here. Good spot for Chuck to continue. There's 302 in the middle. Looks like 225. Oh, 325. Jerry trying to steal it here on the turn. Looks like he puts in 100. Chuck makes it 325. This pot's getting pretty big pretty quick. 627 in the middle. Jerry's only got 6 outs. Not sure what he's doing there leading that turn. Chuck's going to take this one down. Jerry's chips. Chuck shows him what he doesn't know is actually the best hand. Jerry leads turn. Chuck turns his hand into a bluff. Chuck's bluffing with the best hand. Agent 757, is there a bad beat jackpot? Yeah, man, it's 30K. Our bad beat jackpot is 30,000. Carl Burrow says Jerry bleeding bad. Yeah, he's running out of chips quick, but Jerry can play, man. He can get them back. He just stabbed at that turn, tried to take it down. It just didn't work. Chuck had a soul read. Turned his hand into a bluff. Yeah, bluffing the bluffer with the best hand. Absolutely. Jerry trying to get some of it back. This hand raises ace-8 offsuit under the gun to 20. Gets called in 2 spots. This time, man, Chuck just has his number. Chuck with ace-10 of clubs. This hand going 3 ways to the flop. Chuck flopping the inside straight draw to Broadway. Needs that queen ball one time. Ooh. Chuck improves to a pair here. Michael Chop in the Facebook says, what's the hand-over-hand qualifier for the bad beat? Basically, you have to lose with quad 8s or better. Quad 8s or better has to lose. So if you have quad 9s and you lose to a straight flush, good. If you have quad 7s, you lose to a straight flush, it's a bad beat, but it's not the bad beat jackpot.
Saving the best for last, right?
Harmon, that's cool. Just when you get here, just tell whoever's running the action tracker to let me know. I'll get that for you. David Thompson jumping in from Bangor, Maine. What's up? What's up? What's up? Keep meaning to get up to Maine. I hear it's awesome up there. All right, cool. That sounds good. I'll be here. Nick C. opening up the 8-5 suited from the button. So this is one thing you don't really see a whole lot of in the 2-2 games is them really trying to steal these blinds from the button. You see it a lot in the 2-5 game, which is cool. It's an important part of the game. But you don't see it in 2-2 very much. You see a lot more of it in 2-5. Like if it folds around to the button raises in 2-5. In 2-2, they'll kind of just be like, you guys want to chop? And they'll fold. Or they'll limp, which is even weirder. They'll just limp. Call the $2. Jerry flopping 2 pair here, getting it all in with 184 back. 93% equity in the hand. Mike Chop says, one of my buddies hit a bad beat, losing a hand in Colorado for $9K. You know, about 3 weeks before they changed the bad beat qualifier, it used to be quad 10s or better had to lose, and then they changed it to quad 8s. About 3 weeks before that happened, I dealt quad 8s, losing to quad queens. You have to play both cards, too, also, and these two, they both had a pocket pair. Quad 8s lost to quad queens. It was just a bad beat. It didn't count. It was pretty sick.
Somebody come around that can maybe put that Miami game on one of those 2 TVs.
Yeah, we probably try to do that. He wants the Miami game.
Miami, North Carolina State on one of those.
Yeah, it's right here, but obviously.
Yeah, it's over here, but you can't see it.
Definitely another level of thinking going on. Yeah, for sure. For sure, for sure. Oh, double David Thompson in the chat. Another Thompson here watching from Vancouver.
All right, time's up. Set a second.
Jerry raising it up with Jack 7 offsuit here out of the small blind.
No, that's not it.
35.
No, that's not it.
Jerry keeping his foot on the gas here, picking up a little bit at a time, getting some of it back. Turns Jack 7 into a bluff, takes it down. G-Dice asked if Jerry bought in for the men. No, actually, he had a lot more chips in front of him when we started this thing. He just ran a little bad out the gate. It's all right, though. There's plenty of time in the stream to get it back. Don't count Jerry out, man. He's been around a long time. Look at him picking up big slick suited here on the button, getting after it for 25. Gets through Jack Trey. Oh, Chow's got ace-queen suited just with the flat call. Come on, put in the 3-bet one time. He's supposed to be super wide from the button. Chow might peel here. Oh, Jerry getting trappy, flopping top, and clicking it back. Jerry caging him super hard right now. 52 in the middle. Chow leads out for 20. Jerry snaps. Is that a queen on the river? This might get ugly. Oh, it's a king. How does that go check, check? They're on the river. What is happening? Oh, you know what? Jerry doesn't have ace-king. Looks like he has ace-10 or ace-8 or something. Chow definitely has ace-queen, but I don't think Jerry has ace-king. Wow, I don't know what happened there. Maybe somebody else's card ran across his reader or something. Looks like he didn't have ace-king. Rolling the key said 6-card straight flush versus quads. Oh, wow. Yeah, I'm not sure. Sometimes the cards, like if the dealer's dealing a card and somehow it like runs across your reader, if it's like, say you're in the 2 seat, it happens a lot. Like if you're in the 1 seat and the dealer's pitching to the 2 seat, the card will like run across that reader and it'll read as the 1 seat's second card, if that makes sense.
I'm not doing this anymore. 30 from the 2. Ever since then, here.
Pete raising it to 30 here. Queen 10 offsuit. Jerry's in there with Queen 9. Chuck's going to make the call under the gun. Ace-8 of hearts. Nick C getting a pretty good price here. 25 to pick up 130 in the middle. It's not hard to be good like 15% of the time, right? Whatever that math breaks down to. Ace-10, yeah. It looked like Ace-10 or Ace-8 or something. Ace-Queen was definitely the best hand. They chopped it up. You guys hit those like and subscribe buttons, whatever platform you're following us on. Oh, look at Nick C. Getting 5-1 on the call pre-flop and gets there. Picks up a diamond draw to boot on the turn. Jack 9 offsuit. Man, Pete has 0 chill. If Pete's in the pot, man, he's betting. I don't think I've seen him check yet. This is the first time I've ever seen him play. I don't know anything about Pete. Except that he doesn't like to check. I don't know if Nick's Hollywooding here, if he thinks he might be behind. If he's just going to get it all in. All right, okay. Pete with a little bit better of a flush draw. It's hard to call all the chips with a just a 10-high flush draw, but Nick actually much shorter than I thought. He's only got like 300, 330. Pete bet 225. It's 100 more. There's 900 in the middle. I mean, he's got 10 outs. He's about a 20%, 23% favorite. Yeah, you got to make the call there. Unfortunately, it kind of sucks, but there's 900 in the middle. Oh, and he wins. Gets the check mark. 10-high flush. Good. Oh, gross, 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 gross. That's pot odds there, guys. That's what we talk about on the stream all the time. 130 to win like 900 there. I mean, you can't fold. You just can't. Wow, that was gross. 10-high flush, good. Nick in the lead the whole way. Pete had all of his queens, too. He wasn't just drawing to a flush. He had all of his queens. Still, that's a bad way to lose. Yeah, suck out City. Hawk Goalie says never folding. Yeah, when it's, you know, when you're getting 8-1 or whatever that is, 7.5 to 1. You know, you got to call. You can't fold. That was nasty, yeah, for sure. Michael Antone says his bad bet sizing paid him off. Yeah, he kind of painted himself into a corner and then got lucky. Got saved by the river. 1K and just getting warmed up. Yeah, it's still early, man. We're, what, 23 hands into this thing. All right, heads up to this flop. Pete and Chow. Chow in the lead with ace high. G-Dice sticking to 3,800. Okay, man. Okay. I'm sticking to the under. Pete comes from behind to take the lead with queen jack off suit, spiking a jack right on the turn. All right, button moves. On to the next one. Pete takes that one down, gets a little bit of it starting to kind of head Pete's way. E. McKenzie dropping in the chat says, yo, what's up, man? Yeah, we'll see you guys next Wednesday. I'm pumped. And then next Friday for that big tick 10-25 game. Uncapped 10-25, no limit hold'em. Going to be a monster game. I'm pumped for that one. I'll be back here in the booth calling that one. Agent 757, is there a bad beat jackpot? Yeah, 30K. 30K bad beat, quad 8s or better, gotta lose. You guys are stoked. Cool, man. Me too. Hawk Goalie, 10-25, no limit next Friday. Next Friday night, a week from today. We're playing 10 1/4, no limit hold'em, uncapped. Probably going to see a lot of straddles. Probably going to see some wild stuff. I looked at the lineup. It's going to be a fun game. BO slots, come get some, man, anytime. Best bet Jacksonville. Best bet live, man. Games are always good. Mark Allen says the 9 high flush losing to the 10 high flush. Yeah, that's a that's a tough beat there. A little bit of a scary turn card. Going to slow down the action here. 7s and queens both get there. King queen gets there real hard. 5 of hearts on the river doesn't change much. Nick C going to get the check mark. Probably just going to take this one to showdown if he gets the chance. I thought Bobby was going to blast it. He's not. He's going to click it over. Nick C going to get after it here. I thought he'd probably just take the free check in this spot. Doesn't. Bets 125 into 282. He's got to get some of those chips back from that flush over flush spot a couple hands ago. That's how to do it. 407 in the middle. Nick C trying to get back in the black. He says him and Seti will be here, and if George is in it, game will be basically nosebleed. You know, George is going to put an entire teacher's salary on the table. E. McKenzie, I don't have a answer on that for you, though. I'll find out. I mean, I don't have a problem with it, but we got to run that one by the boss man. So let me find out. I forgot to ask him, to be honest with you. Gary C says nobody at this table is good at poker. I beg to differ. There's a little bit of skill at this table for sure. It's still early, man. Wait till these, like I said, wait till somebody gets stuck a buy-in or two, and then we're gonna see some fireworks. Chuck flopping the flush draw here, 7-5 suited. Flush draw and the gutter ball to the wheel. A 4 gets there too. A 4 hearts is a big card for him. Shots fired. E. McKenzie says, if you don't think they're any good, come get on the table. Wow, big card for Chuck here. Picks up the straight flush draw. Gets the check mark. Got a hammer on the hand. Picking up the straight flush draw and leads right out with it. Trying to target that ace of hearts, I think. Hoping that's what Chow's got in his hand. Hard for Chow to continue here. It feels like everything gets there. All the straights, all the flushes, and a straight flush all come in. He says, put your money where your mouth is. I like it. Shots fired. Going to be a wild game for sure. Yeah, like we said, George is going to put a teacher's salary on the table and gamble with it. He's not afraid to put it in. It's all going to be live. Steve Young says, chat pros are the best in the world. Yeah. Poker too expensive. Yeah, man. Poker's there's a big learning curve in poker. Very expensive learning curve. That's what I tell people when they ask about, just starting out. I say, it's expensive to learn, man. Jerry putting in the straddle here. Picks up a call from Burrito. Nixie gets out of the way. Looks like Pete makes the call with 7-4 offsuit. Jerry with a 7 also. We're going 3 ways. Burrito with a mystery hand. See you, buddy. Talk soon. Yeah, let me know when you guys get into town. We'll grab lunch, do whatever, hang out. And then we'll get you guys back here in the booth. Pete getting the check mark here with a pair of 4s on the turn all day. Burrito in there with the mystery hand. We still don't know what he has. He might have the best hand. Nope. Nope. You guys ever notice that when you can tell by the way a guy looks at his cards whether or not you won the hand or not? I can tell within 0.7 of a second whether or not I won the hand at Showdown. Coach Farley, who I got, Negreanu versus Polk. So I kind of have mixed opinions about it. I think if the whole thing was played in the live arena, I think D-Negs is probably the smart money. But I think Doug is really going to excel in the online arena for sure. And so far, I said that before the thing, and so far my prediction's holding true. Negreanu got him for 92K in the live game. But I think they're playing 2 tables now, right? 2 tables tonight of 200, 400. Hot Goalie says Doug wins online. Yeah, for sure. But it's hard not to bet on Negreanu because he's getting such a good price. I haven't seen the line since the last match, but Doug up $250,000? Stop. No way. Where are you guys watching this at? I thought it was going to be on the Upswing channel, but it's not. Hot Goalie says no shot for D-Negs. I don't know, man. He played I think he got really lucky in a lot of spots in the first match. We talked about it a little bit last night. He ran pretty good against Doug. But the fact that they're playing 25K hands is really the deciding factor, because that's enough time, I think, to find like the true winner. 25K hands is enough to shake out the variance. You know what I mean? Jabber says, are the markets still taking the bets? I'm not sure. I don't really know. I wouldn't even know where to look. SoCal says, is D-Negs allowed to quit? I don't know. Tony Dunst was here the other day, and Tony says that's the real bet. If you can find those odds, the odds on the match not going to completion, he said that's where he'd put his money.
Raised
Pete picking up pocket queens. Puts in the 3-bet here. Looks like he makes it like 125, 120. Yeah, makes it 125 to go with 2 queens. Kevin McCormick in the chat says, what up, Jacksonville? How we doing? Everything's good, man. Happy to be here playing some Friday night 2-5 deep. Bobby making the call with ace-10 offsuit out of position against the 3-better. He's going to need a lot of help here. Wow, ace right in the window. Ace and the king. You get pocket queens. You play them perfect. You 3-bet from the button. You look like a maniac, and 2 overs come. The only 2 overs in the deck. Both come on the flop. Oh, picks up a flush draw, though. Picks up the second nut flush draw. Bobby betting with top pair and a worse flush draw. Ooh, doesn't get there. Ace-10 gets the check mark. Pete in a tough spot here with 2 queens. Ace and a king right on the flop. And then you get a little glimmer of hope on the turn when you pick up the second nut flush draw. It doesn't materialize, and your opponent picks up 500 Pete dollars.
Oh, is that right? Is that right?
C1 on a heater? C1 is not on a heater. C1 got in a bad spot earlier. Flush over flush. Got stung a little bit. Mark Allen says airball the flush draw with queen, queen. Yeah, that's tough. Like I said, get a little glimmer of hope on the turn. Get smoked on the river. Sick game. Sick game. All right, we're going 4 ways to this flop. 9-10 suited. Queen 10 offsuit. I'm sorry, 9-10 offsuit. Queen 10 offsuit. Ace 10 offsuit. Everybody flops a 10. Case 10 on the flop. Chow just leads right out with the worst 10. Jerry gets it all in with the best 10. There you go, Jerry. That's how you start getting some of it back. There's 150 in the middle. Looks like Jerry's going to rip his last 150-ish. 160 maybe? 145 all in. Get it. Royal Flush says spicy. Yeah, 10 for everybody. Wow, Chow makes the call. No sweat. This puts Pete in a weird spot. Pete's going to fold, and they're going to go heads up. Oh, wow. Pete would have gotten there. Gross. That was a queen on the river. Queen of hearts. Yeah, Pete would have got there with the 2 pair. Would have got all the Jerry dollars. See, there you go. Just like that. Jerry's back in the game. 500 big blinds. Easy game. Austin Hunt says, what do you guys think the biggest difference in going from 1-2 to 2-5? I think it's the skill level and the variance, obviously. You're going to run into more skilled players, which is going to make you have some more swings in your game, so you're going to need a bigger roll. Abdul asking if we have a full list for the 1025 on Friday. I'm pretty sure we do. I looked at it a few days ago. I'll double check for you. But the thing about the list, though, man, not everyone always shows up, so sometimes you can still get a seat. 1025, no limit. We got 12 names on the list as of right now. Chow putting in the 3-bet here. Ace King offsuit makes it 125.
No worries. That's what I'm here for.
Royal Flush says the swings. Yeah, that's the hardest part about going from 1-2 to 2-5 for sure. You're going to be up against better players, so you're going to have more variance, you know. Bigger downswings. But on the flip side, your ceiling is going to be way higher. Chow de Lucas says from 2-5 to 5-10, the answer is skill and rake. Sure, that makes sense. Gaynor Hobson in the chat. What's up? Says you love 1025. Me too. That's one of my favorite games to stream. Absolutely. Shane with a good point about 2-5. A lot more 3-bets and a lot less multi-way pots. We kind of talked about that a little bit earlier. You don't see as many pots going like 6-7 ways. If you guys watched last night, a lot of like 6-way pots, 7-way pots. You don't really see that in 2-5. Mark Allen says you can't live on 1-2. It's hard to beat that rate consistently, man. It's hard to, it's hard to fade. It's hard to fade that rake. You got to fade the rake, the dealer tip, and the variance. Got to have a decent roll for 2-5. Yeah, for sure, and that's to be able to take the swings. You know, handle the swings. Kevin McCormick says he didn't think they'd be so civil in the match. Yeah, I mean, they're both, I mean, poker's a sport, you know. They're both athletes. There's definitely a certain level of gamesmanship, you know, despite the pregame smack talk. Kind of reminds me of like a UFC fight, you know. There's a lot of pushing and talking at the weigh-in, and then they get in the ring, and they, they're pretty cordial, and then when it's all over, they're all hugging each other, you know, high-fiving and hugging each other. But that's cool. That's the way it's supposed to be, you know. Poker's supposed to be a gentleman's game. The trash talking, I think, is just to drive the hype, in my opinion. Coach Farley says, I thought they hated each other. So, my opinion, I think Doug hates Daniel, and I think Daniel just doesn't care. Like, I think Daniel's just, like, in it because he's a competitor, and he wants to prove something. But I think Doug is, like, just a blip on the radar for Daniel. You know what I mean? He's got bigger fish to fry. Both keyboard warriors? Yeah, a little bit. I don't know, man. You see that clip of Daniel punching his laptop? Strong right cross, straight to the laptop. Or the iPad, whatever it was. Yeah, I think that Doug, like, genuinely hates Daniel. I don't think that Daniel cares that much. Mark Allen says 5K min for 2-5. I mean, that's only 10 buy-ins, man. That's only 1,000 bigs. I think you need more than that, man, to be honest with you. I would say, like, minimum 7,500, maybe 8K. If you're coming in, if you're buying in for 100 big blinds. If you're buying in for like 60 big blinds, you know, at first, then a 5K roll is probably okay. But if you're coming in for, 100 big blinds, it also depends on what your situation is like. If you have a way to replenish that roll, if you start getting short, if you run bad, if you start getting smacked around by that variance, and you have a job, and you can put some of that money back into your roll, then yeah, 5K. I mean, 5K is still a little light, but if you're trying to play for a living and 5K is your whole 2-5 roll, you're in trouble. Your risk of ruin is exponentially higher in that spot. Johnny Quattro picking up what I'm putting down says one is obsessed and the other one couldn't care. Yeah. That's kind of my opinion too. That's how I feel. Jabberjay with $1 million idea. Fire it up, man. Start it. Matt Benjamin says competitors perhaps, but athletes, I mean, yeah, the mental fortitude that goes into playing poker at the nosebleed stakes, man, it's definitely an athletic feat, for sure. It's all mental, man. It's a mental game. The preparation and, you know, the study and the mental health that you need to be in that spot.
Oh, Philly steak with fries? Yeah. You want ketchup?
Healthy meal.
Short stack taking shots, 5K is okay for a living. 5K is not even close. Yeah, I think, you know, they say if you're playing for a living, you want to have like 50 buy-ins, somewhere in that neighborhood, you know. 50 buy-ins and like 6 months worth of bills set aside for that run bad, that inevitable run bad. Dylan, the comedian, says this isn't deep. Yeah, I mean, we give him the option to come in for 1,500. Hawk Goalie, I'm with you. I'd rather just pay the rake, man, than have the ads shoved in my face. I'm literally just almost like paying to be left alone. Donald Burris says to play for a living is 10K enough to start playing 2-5. I don't think so. That's 20 buy-ins, man. Plus you gotta pay bills and stuff. The problem with playing for a living on a small roll is when you have a losing month or like 2 or 3 losing months back to back to back. Now you still have to pay all your bills. You know. I've been around a long time, man. I know a lot of poker players. It's harder than you think. Andrew Nicholas says, try to play for a living. The problem was having the roll separate from the life roll and the bankroll. Yeah. Exactly. I think if you want to play for a living, I think you need somewhere north of 30 buy-ins. Plus, like we said, have like 6 months worth of bills as a safety valve. I think if you have 30 buy-ins and 6 months worth of bills in the bank, that's probably a good place to start. You're probably still running a high risk of ruin, but you could probably start there. I wouldn't play with less. Royal Flush says Brad Owens did it for 10K and lost it. Yeah, man. I mean, 10K is real shallow, man. You got to be very, very, very good at poker. And not only that, you got to run really good out the gate to get it up to like 25K, you know? Kevin Walls, what's up, man? No, Jerry doubled up. Got lucky. Got it in top versus a couple of other 10s. Got paid. Donald Burris says the house and the land is paid for. Time to retire. That's the way to do it. Die trying. Playing poker for a living is unrealistic for 85% of us. It's a tough game, man. A lot of variance. People don't understand how real the variance is. People don't understand that, like, making $3,000 a month playing poker looks more like having a 10K month and then, you know, having a 4K loser for a month. You know what I mean? Back to back. That's really what making 3K a month at poker looks like. You win 10,000 one month, and the next month you lose 4,000, so you're plus 6. You know, that's 3K for 2 months. That's what they don't tell you on the websites and stuff. Mr. Lone Donor couldn't stop partying with the 5K roll. Yeah, man. Yeah, it's tough. 5K is not enough. Yeah, Mr. Londoner, I agree. Get a decent get a decent job and play poker on the side. Poker's a really great side hustle. It's really hard to make it your main source of income, but it's a great side hustle. Agent 757, I feel like I'm on the end of a knock-knock joke, but hit me with it. How do you play poker for a living? Ooh, Jerry getting it in with King Jack here. Might work. Might get through. Babyface says, make your wife have 2 jobs. That's how you play for a living. Okay.
5 looks like 345 total.
In too deep says more like 95%. 95% play for a living? Yeah. Oh, Nick C. Jerry's got your blocker, man. You're going to have to spike that ace. Jerry's got the blocker to Broadway. Nick C, you got to fold. He's got too much money. He's got too much money, and he's got one of your outs. That's how Jerry's going to do it. Jerry's just going to short stack, play a couple pots, lose a little bit, and then get it all in when he makes a pair. Get back up to 100 big blinds. Dust off a little, get it all in, get back to 100 big blinds. You got to keep that life roll separate. Yeah, that's a big part of it, man. That's kind of what I was saying. Like, I don't even think I would attempt it unless I had 30 buy-ins plus 6 months worth of bills. And I would have to feel like I had like a significant edge, you know? You can't just dive right in. You got to know that you have an edge. Otherwise, it's going to be an expensive learning curve, and you're going to be back to flipping burgers in no time. Back to swinging a hammer. Bob says started playing 1-2 with a 2K bankroll and was very fortunate to never be in the hole. Congratulations, man. A lot of people don't have that same success story. It goes the opposite for a lot of people. Yuma is a Othello champion. Sick. The min wage going up. Yeah, I don't know a whole lot about that. I saw it on the ballot, but I don't really know a whole lot about the details. Joseph says you better have about 25K before thinking about playing. Yeah, I think that's a more realistic number. Some people in the chat were asking about 5K, 10K. If you're going to play for a living, I think 25K is a little more realistic.
Check all around, Joey. What we got? 10.
And, I mean, to be fair, that's probably a lot closer to 30 buy-ins. What's 30 buy-ins at 2.5? 15K plus 10K for a life roll? You know, I think that's a little more kind of along the lines of what we're all saying. But, yeah, I agree. I think if you're going to try to play 2-5, which is really the first – you don't really want to try to play 1-2 or 2-2 for a living just because it's hard to beat the rake. You really can't make a living full-time lower than 2.5. And even at 2.5, you got to put in a lot of hours. That's another thing that people don't understand. Like, poker's not fun anymore when it's a job, and you have to go to work, and you have to put in a lot of hours at the table, and then you have to go home and study. You know, like they say, hard way to make an easy living. I mean, if you're willing to grind smaller stakes, 5K or 10K is enough, but you're going to have to put in so much more volume. You know, you're going to have to put in 60-hour weeks versus, 40-hour weeks. Kevin McCormick, 15K for the bankroll, 15K for the life roll, 30K investment. I don't disagree. I think you could probably slide those numbers a little bit, 20K for the bankroll, 10K for the life roll. I'm pretty fortunate. I don't have kids or anything, so my life roll can be significantly smaller than a lot of people's. Agent 757 say have a stop win strategy and a stop loss strategy. Yeah, I get that. That's a pretty smart idea. I know I struggle with that a little bit. Mr. Goodtime says, how do I get in for the live table? You got to send us an email, man. Check out the website, find a game you want to play, shoot us an email, we'll get you on the list, and then all you got to do is show up. You also have to do hit and runs. I mean, it's a little... I kind of have mixed feelings about players that hit and run. I understand that it's within the parameters of the rules, but I'm big on etiquette at the poker table. Like I said, it's supposed to be a gentleman's game. We've gotten away from that a little bit. I think hit and run is not cool because like the people should have a chance to get their money back, you know. Also, it just sounds scummy. Like hit and run with somebody else's money, it just sounds kind of scummy. I think it's a scummy move. I think there's definitely etiquette in poker. But I understand that it's within the parameters of the rule. Hawk Goalie says, got to give it a few orbits. I agree. Like 2-3 orbits minimum. Rock Y'all says, do not set a win limit. Yeah, like if the game's good and you say like, all right, I'm going to leave when I make $500 and the game's super juicy and your ceiling in that game is like 3 or 4K and you leave, you're literally costing yourself, you know, $2,500, $3,500. That's definitely the flip side of that argument. Louis Argon says, when you play for a living, hit and runs are essential. I mean, you could just fold for an orbit, man. Make it look good, you know. Wesley Walrus, yeah, just fold for 15 minutes. Make it look good. Riley Vick says, I don't know if you can really get mad at somebody for a hit and run because the fish will be back. Yeah, but this guy's talking about doing it as a grinder. Andrew Nicholas with another good point in the chat. You don't want to hit and run. It looks good for the VIPs. They're not going to want to play with you anymore. They're just going to feel like you, you know, like you're just trying to sting them. And I get that you are, but, you know, make it look good, man. Strawman, don't I think most people that do a hit and run realize they're outclassed on a table? So what I think about a lot of people that hit and run, I see it all the time. And what I think a lot of times is people playing with money. So not always, obviously, not always. There's an exception to everything, of course. But a lot of times what I think it is people playing with money that they can't afford to play with. And so they feel like they have to lock that up because, you know, they can't risk losing their initial buy-in because they really shouldn't be playing with it in the first place. Or they only have like 2 or 3 buy-ins or whatever, and they feel like they just like have to lock up this win. But like I said, man, just fold for an orbit. Make it look good. Obviously, that's not the case all the time. Some people are, you know, in the middle of a bad downswing or whatever, and they play for a living, and they feel like, all right, man, I finally had a big winning session. Let me lock up this win real quick. Jimmy Lewis says, I'm not giving good advice. Well, sorry, man. I don't know what to tell you. I'm just talking about how I feel. People asking me questions, man. I'm here for the people. I'm going to tell them how I feel. I've been around poker a long time. I've seen a lot of stuff. Why stay and lose the money back to bad players? It's good for the ecosystem, man. I get like you don't want to lose. Nobody likes to lose, but if you take all their money, then they're never going to come back. Like, so what if you lose to a bad player? He'll come back. He'll put it back into the ecosystem. You'll get it back. You'll get another shot at it. Bob talking about people going south. Yeah, going south is not even an option. Like, that's definitely not even in the question. That's definitely way against the rules.
Check.
Rocky Yaw says, long term, you shouldn't be losing if you're playing. Kevin McCormick says, going south, I don't know that term. Going south is when somebody takes money off the table and puts it in their pocket. It's also called rat holing. So like if, say I win a big pot, I've got 1,100 and 300 of it is in black chips, and I just like sneak off 2 black chips and put them in my pocket, and now all of a sudden my stack is 900 and nobody sees it. That's where you see it like most commonly. Yeah, some places call it rat holing. It's actually, in the industry, we call it going south. Taking chips off your stack, putting them in your pocket, not giving the people the chance to get their money back, and then staying in the game. You know, that's worse than a hit and run, obviously. Bernie, with the best advice of them all, says you shouldn't play if you're afraid to lose. I agree, man, but, you know, not everybody's wired like us, buddy. Don't gamble if you're not winning. Oh, it's recreational for some players. We can't all be winners. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here right now. Rocky all says, what's my opinion on going north? Also, I think it's kind of a scummy move, you know. Big chips I stash. Freddie Deeb got accused of that on high stakes poker? Going south or going north? I never saw that. I don't know anything about it. Royal Flush says a dude did that to him once and got caught. Good, man. Shame on him. Rat holing is super, super scummy stuff. Wow, this board just getting grosser and grosser. Nobody in the field with a heart. Pete going to get after it here with the open-ender. It's going to work. Nobody can look him up. Nice play by Pete. Way to pick up a quick 200 there. I don't know. Going north is the opposite of going south, like sneaking chips onto the table. So, like, say you sit down in the game, it's a 500 max, and you look over and the VIP, you know, has 2,000. So you sneak like a 500 chip on there, so that if you guys get in a big pot and you beat him, he can double you up for more. It's against the rules, but it's also a little unethical. It's not as bad as going south, but it's still, you know, it's against the rules. It's unethical.
Yeah, that's a lot. Especially because we still have a 10 o'clock and a midnight shift. 9's going to make it 30.
Agent 757 says, I asked to go north. I mean, we have a lot of uncapped games here. In an uncapped game, it doesn't matter if you go north. But in a capped game where everyone has – the reason it's kind of a scummy move is because, like, everyone has this parameter that they have to start with X amount of chips. And you're basically, like, kind of saying, like, oh, I'm better than this rule. Like, I don't have to start with the same amount of chips that everyone else did. If you're playing an uncapped game, it doesn't matter. As long as you don't do it in the middle of a hand. If you do it in between hands, who cares if you top off or add on or whatever. But in a capped game where everyone has to start with the same max, it's got to be fair for everyone. It's got to be objective. Can't be afraid to lose. Pete, while he was betting into a 4-heart board with nothing, he was open-ended, man. He only had 4 outs, though, because 2 of those hearts would have just been a big old chop. Seabrand Walthius says, what do I think is the most important piece of theory to learn? Learn the math, man. Whenever you can't find a reason to make a play in a game, you can always default to the math. Or if you're up against an unknown player, you can always default to the math. The math is proven, you know, it's never going to be wrong. That's kind of my strategy. Whenever I'm up against somebody and I don't know what to do in a spot or I don't know anything about the player, I don't have a read, I just default to the math. Jake Heff says, I'm new to blackjack. How do you get a full house? It's tough. Tough to get a full house in blackjack. McPartridge Boy says, if people have more than the max buy-in, why doesn't the dealer stop them? So that's a pretty good question. A lot of times they try to sneak the money on. You know, it's not like a blatant thing. If the dealer sees it, then obviously they stop them and they enforce the rule. But the dealer's got to watch 9 people at the table, or in this case, 8 players. But the dealer's got a lot going on. If they, like, a lot of times it happens with big chips. Like they sneak on a purple chip, which is a $500 chip, or they sneak on 2 or 3 black chips. When I was a dealer, when I first pushed into the box, I would try to take like a mental inventory of all of the big chips on the table. I would just glance around and be like, all right, there's 2 pumpkins and 4 purples on the table. And then if something happened later on in the game and I was like, All of a sudden there's 5 purples on. Now I know there's a problem. Now I know something's wrong. But the dealers can't see everything, man, and not every dealer is a rock star. You know, there's some weak dealers in the field. Yeah, and it's your obligation as a player too to bring it up. If you see something fishy at the table, it's your obligation as a player to say like, "Hey, man, this guy just." I know nobody likes to be a rat, but like you kind of pull the floor guy off to the side and say like, "Look, man, I just saw this guy add on a 1K chip or whatever." Yeah, like I said, when I was a dealer, I would just try to take a mental inventory of all the black chips. And then if I saw like an odd number, something like that, you know, in my brain I would say, all right, whatever. And then if something didn't add up later on, or if like I pushed somebody a pod and then all of a sudden they didn't have any big chips and now they have big chips and I know I didn't push them any, like something's up. More money on the table to win, sure. I mean, that's... Like we said, if you're in an uncapped game and you do it in between hands, it doesn't matter. But when everyone has to be held to the same standards and they all have to start with the same amount, that's where the issue is. Pete is sick. Yeah, Pete doesn't mess around. I've never seen Pete play before. He doesn't. This is the first time I've watched him play, and he gets after it. Trav G in the Twitch chat. What's up? Mike Cass, what's my thoughts on quick bets? Do I think it's generally a bluff or same with quick checks, like they are super strong? I think it's player dependent, man. I think you got to watch your player for a while before those two tells can be accurate. I don't think they can be just put into like a blanket statement. Rocky says quick is marginal. Yeah, like a draw. Usually, because they already know, like, a quick check, I guess you can make an argument for that. Like, a quick check is usually kind of like a marginal drawing type hand because they've already made up their mind, like, oh, I need a spade. And if it's not a spade, they just kind of snap check out of instinct. In weaker type rec players, anyway. The problem with, like making a do or die move on a tell is that, like, some players can do reverse tells, man. I see it all the time. I put you on tilt. Poker says, why best bet makes dealers carry tray from table to table? It actually speeds up the game. That way they can get their own fills. They can get their own chips when they're on break. They still have to do it in-game occasionally. But if you've ever been to a game where they haven't impressed well in the table, for me it's mind-numbingly miserable when the dealer like does all the transactions out of the well, has to call for like 3 fills every down. It's just, it speeds up. You get so many more hands out when the dealers carry their own tray and they can fill them up themselves in the back when they're on break or in between tables or something like that. Nothing is more miserable than like playing in a game with an impressed well and the dealer has to do 4 fills in a 30-minute down. Trad G says, what's up? Appreciate the streams. Yeah, man, thanks for hanging out with us. GT Jack in the chat. What's up, man? What's up? What's up? See you for the 1500. Hawk Goalie says that makes a ton of sense. Yeah, it speeds up the game, man. It speeds up the game a lot. It's a little more of a West Coast thing. You see it on the West Coast. They carry their own trays. Most of the poker rooms on the East Coast have impressed wells, and it, you know, it's me being picky because I work in the industry and I know that it can be better, but it's mind-numbing to me when I'm in the box. Mark Allen says you're going to notice all those fishy high chips showing up to a 1-2 game. Yeah, that's true. Quick bet, top pair normally? Like I said, man, it's really player specific. Rob Lloyd says, do U.S. dealers keep their own tips or are they shared? For the most part, they keep them. I don't know of any room where their cash table tips are shared. Rocky Yaw says, never seen them carry trays. Yeah, most of the East Coast rooms that I've been in, they have impressed wells. But I'm telling you, man, it speeds the game up. You probably get an extra 4 hands of down, 5 hands of down. Kevin McCormick says a 10-minute break while the dealer counts out $5K and $1 to $5 chips. It's annoying. Yeah, absolutely. It's like that in Tampa, man. They have like, I don't know, they probably have 1,500 in their well, and they do all the buy-ins in the game. You know, you get your first buy-in at the cage, and they do the rest of them in the well. And so, like, you know, the dealer might do 4 or 5 buy-ins and down. He's got to get a fill like 2 or 3 times. It's a nightmare. So we carry our own trays, and we have chip runners, so that mitigates all of that, you know. The dealers don't have to do the buy-ins, you know, unless they have to, and they don't have to call for fills as often. Sometimes they do because they'll deal 5 tables in a row, and they just run out of chips, but it's not as often. William Langle says, Best Bet Jacks, the live streams are awesome. Thanks for tuning in, man. Thanks for watching. We like doing them. We're here for the people. Now that I said that, when you guys go play in a room with an impress well, you're going to be like, God, this is miserable. Why don't you guys carry your own trays? You won't be able to unsee it now. Agent 757 says, if I bring 10K to the facility and ask to put it in the books, would that help me get a spot on the live stream? You could get a spot on the live stream, man. You don't have to bring 10K, but if you want to wire money, yeah, we have a wire system for sure. You can wire money, and then we could put you on a stream. You know what I mean? You just got to get on the list just like anyone else, but you could definitely wire money. Trav G says, likes the continuation by Chuck on that board texture. Yeah, I did too. I know I was talking, but I was watching the hand. Chuck's solid, man. Chuck puts in a lot of volume. Rocky All says this game looks pretty soft. Our 2-5 games are good, man. Tragedy says, I hate when the dealer has to have a whole combo with the guy bringing the chips. Yeah, for sure. That's a professionalism thing, though. Justin White says, is there a long wait list for this game? No, there's not really. We got through most of the list when we fired the game. So, I mean, if somebody got on the list now, they'd probably be 2nd or 3rd up for the game, something like that. Soft game, good advertisement. Yeah, man, this is promo for the room. This is how all of our games play. They don't, like, dumb it down. We don't, like, hand-pick the lineup, you know. These are just regs that wanted to play on the live stream. Coach Farley says, Talking Stick is the best room in Arizona. That one's on my list. I've been meaning to get there. Heard the games are good. Rocky also says, what do I think about PLO? Just started grinding daily. Most people are pretty clueless. I think there's a lot more really, really, really bad PLO players than there are really, really, really bad Hold'em players. Honestly, like, you get a Hold'em player, even not your worst, but, like, even a bad Hold'em player is still kind of good. Like, you'll see bad Hold'em players do things that they didn't do 3 or 4 years ago, like checking their whole range to a pre-flop raiser. You know what I mean? Like, a guy that has no idea how to play the game is checking his whole range to out of position. You know what I mean? They weren't doing that. They would, like, 4 or 5 years ago, they just go like, I has pair, and they just donk bet. Now they check their whole range, and they check call, and, you know, they put you in trickier spots. But, like, PLO, there's some, like, 1999 Hold'em player bad types out there. They just don't have a clue. They, like, get it in there with bottom pair and a 7 high flush draw. But that being said, it's not for me. It's too swingy. Royal Flush says, what's the cash out limit before they ask for ID at the cage? I'm not sure, man. They change it all the time. Will Lango says, are we still running the $60 no-limit hold'em tournaments on Wednesdays? You know what? I have the thing in front of me right now. Let me pull it up. I don't think we're running the 60s on Wednesdays, but we're running the one. Oh, we are. Yeah. Every Wednesday at noon, the $60 no-limit hold'em tournament. And then on Fridays and Saturdays, we're doing the 160 no-limit tournament. And those have been awesome lately. They've been getting like $14K in the prize pool. Coach Farley says PLO has the worst swings. Yeah, I can't handle the swings, man. It's a variance nightmare. Also, I think it's really hard to play PLO with 100 big blinds. And I don't play it live. Most of the live PLO games are uncapped, but when I play online, most of them are 100 big blind buy-ins, and I really think you need more than 100 big blinds to play the game. Justin White says, when does the 160 start tomorrow? No, it's on Sunday. The 160 is Sunday and Friday at noon. Fridays and Sundays at noon. Mike Cass says, PLO is a game of the nuts. Really awesome. Yeah. I mean, it's fun. I get it. I understand why people like it. I went through a phase where I played a lot of PLO. And then I made up my mind it just wasn't for me. But it's something I might dive back into in the future. I think it's really going to be a progressive game. No Limit Hold'em gets harder every day. It's kind of like we were just talking about. Even your bad No Limit players are have even like a baseline understanding of position where 5 years ago they were just clueless. Shane says PLO doesn't begin until the turn. Yeah, I've heard that. It's a pretty applicable thing. People always say flop the nuts, improve on the turn, drawing dead on the river. PLO. Justin White, there is no tourney tomorrow on Saturday. The tournaments are Fridays, Wednesdays, and Sundays. I love 5-card PLO high. That game should just be called, like, Show Me the Nuts. Like, how does anyone ever not have a nutted hand in 5-card PLO high? Look at Raymond turning his hand into a bluff here. Makes it 275 with ace high. Bobby in the middle with pocket eights. Got to let it go. Putting Jerry to the test. 9-10 offsuit here. GT Jack talking about this. Oh, yeah, we do have a $300 satellite at noon tomorrow. That's going to get you into the Fall Frenzy, too. $1,500. 1 in 5 is going to get into the $1,500 Fall Frenzy. I forgot about the Saddies. $300 satellite tomorrow at noon. Yep. Four-card high-low. Sure, I like playing split pot games. I think I probably I like playing PLO 8 better than PLO.
Maybe you call so I can make my 2 pairs on the dealer.
Jerry is a monster with 2 cards in front of him. Jerry having a swingy game. Up to 500, down to 150. Up to 500, down to 200. Up to 500, down to 150. Yeah, Raymond been pretty snug so far this game. Just reaches deep in the toolbox. Turns ace queen into a bluff there. Carl on YouTube says pineapple and crazy pineapple. You know, people say that all the time, and pineapple and crazy pineapple actually kind of a nightmare to play live. Nobody ever knows what they're doing. Like the action, nobody ever knows where the action is. There's a whole extra round of discarding. Nobody's ever paying attention. It's a brutally slow game for the most part, in my experience. I'm sure there's probably some rooms where they play it all the time and it runs like a well-oiled machine. But anytime, I've played it several times in several different places, and it was always a nightmare. Royal Flush says, how many seats for tomorrow's Saturday? So they're not guaranteed. It's going to be 1 in 5. So.
Damn, I said this guy is bad.
Carl says, when it runs good, it's great. I could see that. You know, I understand. I get how it's a fun game. It's just the mechanics of it. They just tilt me. The logistics tilt me a little bit. Coach Farley says Omaha high-low is pretty fun. Yeah. High-low's pretty fun. PLO 8, where it's at. Oh, now we're talking about Dramaha. Yeah, there's a lot of variations of that too. You can get weird. Get weird with Dramaha. Jerry picking up ace, deuce in the small blind. Pete with the straddle here. Makes it 10 to go. Gets called. Raymond's in there with the queen 4 suited out of the big blind. Bobby in there with the queen 8. Pete looking down at 7-5 of hearts. Oh, we got to wait on Nick C. Nick C looks like he raises, right? Makes it 35. Yep. Nick C raising to 35 with some mystery cards. Got 900 in front of him. Whoa. Jerry ripping it here with ace, deuce, offsuit. I don't know what Nick has, but this might work. He might get this one through. Ed Birch says never played pineapple, makes him the fish. I promise it's not as fun as it sounds. I think it's more of a fun game in theory than in actuality. Trav G with a good point. I don't know what Nick has though. Like Nick, I don't know what hand. He's got a calling hand. Apparently, he's going to call that all in from Jerry. I imagine he's probably got ace deuce offsuit beat. Watch him roll over ace tray offsuit. Dominated. Oh, Jerry got that nut flush draw. Nope, not going to get there. Jerry left with ace high. Looks like Nick C rolled over ace queen or ace king.
Yeah, I missed, but I missed.
He's got an ace with a face. That's going to be good enough. Jerry out there with ace deuce offsuit, hung out to dry. 711 in the middle. Half of it's Nick C's, but he's going to pick it up. He's going to pick up some dead money too from those limps. Pete called the 35, so there's probably an extra $50, $60 in dead money out there. Oh, Raymond called the straddle. So, yeah, I like this play from Nick. There's a lot of dead money out there. Nice play. Drive G says, I don't like the sizing at all. Yeah, the pre-flop sizing was a little small in a straddle pot when you already have 2 callers and you got to get through the guy on the button. You need to be making it like 60 there, I think, if you're just trying to pick up the dead money. Ace deuce offsuit all in. Jerry trying to make a squeeze there. Trying to rep, I guess trying to rep a limp re-raise type hand. Nick C picking up king jack offsuit in the hijack, just coming in for the 5 in this spot. Trav G says Jerry ripped that one out of frustration. GT Jack, I think it's pretty short, man. I'm going to go take a look here in the middle. I don't have access to it back in the booth, but I'll take a look for you in a second. I got to go out there in a minute anyway. Alex in the YouTube chat, what's up? UK still on lockdown. Jerry catching some heat in the chat for that shove. I don't think Jerry shoved because he thought that was a good hand. I think he was just trying to make a move. I think he... I don't think he wants to get called in that spot. He's just trying to make it look like a, you know, players do that kind of stuff with aces and kings. Jerry does it with ace deuce. He was just trying to get everyone to fold and pick up the dead money. Now he's in a hole. Yeah, right. Trav G, my name's Dustin Shacklock. I'm your best bet live commentator for tonight. Floor guy here at Best Bet, multimedia guy, Handle the week guy, radio show guy, live stream guy, do it all guy. Andrew Nicholas, go take a break. I deserve some food. I deserve some beer, man. Working hard for till beer 30. Back in lockdown from Thursday. Okay, all right. GT Jack, you gonna come play? You gonna come jump in this thing, man? You watched it for an hour and said, I got to get in this game. I'll tell you what, guys, the room is busy. If you guys are around looking for something to do on a Friday night, there's a lot of loose money out there right now. When I pulled in the parking lot today, I was like, wow, what is happening? Parking lot is full. Carl asked what my favorite beer is. I'm a Budweiser guy, man, honestly. I like craft beer too, but Budweiser consistency, you know what I mean? I like to know what I'm getting myself into. Craft beer is tricky, man. Craft beer will sneak up on you. You have like 3 craft beers and be time traveling. Good old Budweiser, you always know what you're going to get, you know? Bishnu says, what's the buy-in for this game? 300 to 1,500. We're playing 2-5 no limit. Ooh, bourbon guy. Yeah. I'm a bourbon guy too. 25 minutes away. Let's go. Come get some. Let me go take a look at that list for you right now. Guys, I'll be right back. I'm going to go check on this for Jack real quick.
Players to the ribbon. Check 8. Check 2. $370. Call from the 8. Hold in the 2.
It's bear.
The straight and the flush. Yeah, I didn't really want the diamonds.
Right now you take the straight.
Right, I wanted a deuce of clubs is what I wanted.
All right, I'm back. GT Jack, I got good news, buddy. You're first up for this thing. There was no names on the list. We filled up the table. No names on the list. You're first up. Also, the room is busy, guys. I just took a look. A lot of tables. We don't close till Monday morning. Loose action all weekend long. Best bet, 201 Monument Road, Jacksonville, Florida. Come get in the game. Jerry is tilted, just giving it away. Yeah, Jerry's spazzing out a little bit.
Gotta have that big high card in there in the mix.
Like we said, guys, if you want to come jump in this game, there's going to be one name on the list. He's on the way. So you could literally be first up. Chuck in there with the 5-6 offsuit, flopping bottom pair. Chow still in the lead with 2 8s. Probably doesn't quite feel like it, though. Carl, good luck in your tournament. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for tuning in for a little bit. Trav G says, hopefully Jerry's still in the game when you get there. He's trying to light it on fire, man. You better hurry. Mark Allen asks if we're closing Monday. Well, we're 24 hours on the weekend. We close Monday morning at 4 a.m., and then we're going to open back up at 10. Those are our normal business hours. Friday, Saturday night, we're 24 hours. Monday through Thursday, we're 10 a.m. to 4 a.m. So effectively, we're open till late Sunday night, Monday morning, whatever. Jerry in there with a 53% VPIP. I just took a look at it. We'll take a look at some stats after this hand. I'll drop them down for you guys. Jerry's an action player, man. He likes to see flops. Yeah, Pete's been playing a lot of hands too, but Pete's been running a little bit better than Jerry, for sure. Vishnu, are you asking like if you can come to the room and put your name on any list that you want, including this one. So if you're in the area or you're thinking about coming up, you can come and put your name on the list for any game that we have spread in the room, including the live stream game. Sinistar in the chat. I didn't realize that was you. What's up? Thanks for tuning in. Look at the ace of clubs getting there. Pretty sick run out for Bobby here. Gets a check mark, bets 50. Chuck looking him up there. Bobby's going to pick up a nice little pot there. All right, real quick. Cumulative winnings so far in the cash game. Chuck up 1,600. Steamrolling this thing. Jerry stuck not as much as I would have thought. Jerry stuck 871. Quick look at the VPIP numbers. Nobody's surprised to see Jerry at the top of that list. Still a little bit of a small sample size. We're only 55 hands in. I would have thought that Bobby would have had a lower VPIP than Burrito, but those two guys are flip-flop. Like we said, still a little bit of a small sample size. I think probably 100 hands is a fair number to gauge like VPIP and PFR. Trav G said the guy on yesterday's stream had 76% VPIP. Yeah, I talked to that guy. He said that he went to the other room and he won like 1,000 in table games or something. So he was free rolling. So he just decided he wanted to play like a maniac because he thought it was fun. I said, I get it, man. Yeah. That's the way to do it. Agent, does Best Bet do call ahead seating? For no limit, we do call ahead for 5-10 and above, and for pot limit Omaha, it's 5-5 and above. Anything lower than 5-10 no limit, we don't do call-ins. McPartridge Boy said, shouldn't VPIP be roughly 28%? It kind of depends on your play style. You know, you definitely want to keep it sub 30%, and I would say probably like sub 25%, honestly. Brian Luke says, can you explain VPIP? So VPIP stands for voluntarily put in pot. And it basically means every time you put money in the pot when you're not in the blind. So, like, anytime you call a raise, anytime you raise, anytime you limp. It's basically a metric for seeing for gauging, like, how many hands a player plays.
Call 6. Fold 7.
You gotta be that enthusiastic.
Voluntarily put in pot. So how often you could limp. It doesn't break it down into like limps and raises and stuff like that, but it's just a broad, zoomed out metric for how many times you put money into the pot on purpose.
Well, the price just went up.
Talk Some Noise says, how often do you stream? Anywhere from 2 to 3 times a week. This week's been a triple header. So we streamed Wednesday, Thursday, and tonight.
Ooh, all in.
Not always on Thursdays, but always Wednesday, Friday.
I don't know.
Agent 757, that's a good point that I forgot to mention. VPIP is a pre-flop metric.
He can actually read.
Look at Pete trying to make a move here with the ace-5 suited. Chuck waking up with 2 red jacks and Jerry in the middle just trying to dust it off. Makes it all in, 350, king-9 offsuit. He says, screw it, I'm all in. I can make a straight. What are you doing, Chuck? Don't do it. You got the best hand. Oh, man, Chuck folds the best hand. Pete kind of putting himself in the same spot he got into with Nick earlier, where he it's only like 100 more for him to call to see all 5 cards. That's what you got to realize when you call an all-in preflop. You get to see all 5 cards. Ooh. King-9 in the lead. Oh, ace right on the river. Man, Jerry was about to get the double up. Gross, 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 gross. Trav G says, I sound like an online grinder. I was a full tilt guy back in the day, for sure. Don't get it twisted. I've been around a long time. He did. He folded jack. Well, I think he folded jack-jack to Pete. More so than folding it to Jerry. Only because Pete's so deep. Like, Pete has like another 1,500 or something like that behind. Yeah, pain. Pain. Ace on the river. Gross. Mr. Goodtime says, is there a requirement to get in the live table, and is there rebuy? No. The answer to both of those questions, there's no requirement to get in the stream. You just got to email us in advance and get on the list in advance. And then as far as rebuys, yeah, absolutely. It plays just like a normal cash game. You go broke, you could top off, you get, felted, put a new stack in play, whatever you want. Shane says 54% VPIP, not recommended. I mean, there's some players that can make that kind of that laggy style work for them. Just see a lot of flops and then get out of the way. It's a pretty high variance strategy, but some players can do it. 54, 55% VPIP is pretty high. Ace, deuce, king, 9, all in. Yeah, man, Jerry getting crushed. Jerry not running too good. 60 hands into our no limit stream. Absolute had the 7 deuce game. I don't remember that. Chow waking up with aces. Picks up 2 callers. Yeah, limping aces. We are seeing some weird stuff today, guys. Jack of spades on the turn. Chow blocks the top end of the straight. That's going to give Nick C an open ender. But he's really only got he's only got 2 aces. Oh wow, gets there. Gross. Man, what a weird hand. What a gross run out. PZA 36, first time viewer, more poker insight than live at the bike. Thanks, man. Thanks for watching. Hit the subscribe button, the like button, the follow button. Get notifications when we go live. What does Chow do here, man? Chow, you make the hand, you limp aces, you make a set on the river. It's the worst run out, and you got a guy leading into you. Make the crying fold. Yeah, it's the right play. That's gross. Yeah, limping, you kind of cage yourself in that spot. Ugh.
Yeah, I love it.
That was a gross one.
You put the pumpkin on top of it, or
Hawk Goalie says, is this 2-2? I don't know what happened. This went from like a pretty snug, close to the cusp stream to it's wide open all of a sudden. I told you guys, let some people get stuck, you know. Have to get in the weekend wallet a couple times for some reloads, and you'll start seeing some wonky stuff. Whenever we fire up the stream, like everybody always plays like really good, like their friends are watching and stuff, and then like they lose a little money, they get sucked out, they get coolered, and then like the gloves are off. They don't care. Andrew Nicholas with a valid point. There are bad players at all levels and good players at all levels. You're right, man. Trav G says, very solid fold. I mean, you have to, man, when the one-liner gets there. The guy's just calling you the whole, like cold calling the whole way. Agent 757, yeah, Chow limped the aces pre-flop. Started trying to build a pot and then just wound up in a bad spot on the river. The four-liner, the queen came out. Lazaro says, how long does the stream run? We're going to run for a couple more hours. We'll run as long as we have some viewers, as long as the game's good. We'll keep it going. Look at Bobby flopping the bottom set here. Kind of a wide open board. Not a lot of draws. Pretty insignificant turn card. Clubs do come in on the turn, but who cares? Bottom set is basically the nuts, this hand. Wow, Chow way behind, drawing to 5% with 2 jacks. Got him. Bobby gets it in. 380 in the middle. Time for the double up. He might have just a little too much to get called here. G-Dice says, what's the biggest pot so far? Not that much, honestly. Probably like 1,500, 1,200. There was a big one between Nick C and Pete earlier, but I think it was only like maybe 1,400. What is Nick C doing? Oh, he's got queen 4. He doesn't have, maybe king 4. He definitely had a face card with his 4. He might have had 2 pair. Maybe he had 4 tray. I'm not sure. Agent 757, can you put any name down on the table? Yeah, I mean, as long as it's not outrageous or something dumb, you know what I mean? Got him. Shane Sinna says 2-2 players never lay down a set with a 4-card straight on the board. You're right. You're right. That's where all the value comes from.
It'll be a real interesting tournament this year, I'll tell you what.
G-Dice, yeah, I think we're definitely nowhere near the line, for sure. The line of 3,800. Got a long way to go. That's going to have to be like a 3-way all-in where everyone's super deep. Trav G says, so disguised. Yeah, that's the thing about hands like trays, deuces. Once you get there, man, nobody ever sees them coming. You just smooth call, trap, trap, trap. Spring the trap. Get all the money. Mike Cass says it's a good shove because he got paid. Someone put him on a flush draw. Yeah, that's a good point. He can have a lot of flush draws in his range. Kevin Wall says 2,200 was a little closer. Yeah, I like the 2,600 line myself. Jerry back from the ATM. Jerry back in the game. Chuck C picking up ace-king offsuit under the gun. Comes in for a 6x open. Bobby calls right behind him under the gun +1 with ace-9 offsuit. This is where you make all your money in No Limit. Not on this flop, obviously, but we're being results oriented. But still, like, you just have this guy dominated. He just calls you pre-flop with ace-9 offsuit in a bad position. Wow, what a run out. Nobody with a heart. Chow getting the check mark. Queen Jack offsuit, going to be good. This one, wow, Bobby going to get after it with one pair. Bobby bets in position, takes it down. There you go. That's how you do it. Jerry trying to get that double up, get back in the game. Jerry definitely stuck about 1,200 in the game so far. Chuck's still up the most, up about the same amount, up about 14 and some change. Jerry likes to play, man. He likes to see flops. Let that man live. Insurance guy says, "Who's the lady laughing her head off?" I don't know, some player out in the rain, out in the room. Cindy SS says, "What city is this in?" We're in Jacksonville, Florida. Open ender on the flop for Pete. 5, 6, 7, 8. Rainbow. Bobby got to ditch that ace-king. Ace-king running very bad tonight. Bink, there it is. Check mark right on the turn. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Straight for Pete. That's the way to do it. Start building a pot. Build a pot, make a hand, right? Pete gets the check mark here. I don't know if he bet the 100. Yeah, he bet 100 into 85. Okay, Pete. Takes an over bet line with the nuts. Got it. Jeff Wilson says Jerry's last 2 rebuys were for 1K. Giving it away. Mark says that laugh is going to haunt my nightmares. Talk some noise says haven't been there since 2017. Poker's good in Florida, man. I say it all the time. It's the most consistently good games in Jacksonville. There's a lot of good games down south in Tampa and, you know, Hollywood and stuff, but they're not as consistent. When they're good, they're really good. But you don't have the consistency that we have here. Trav G says, overbet on that board, question mark. Yeah, I was kind of thinking the same thing. You want to keep all your players in that spot. Bobby picking up kings here, puts in the 3-bet to 75. Nick C makes the call with 2 10s. Let's take a flop. Heads up. Queen, 6, deuce. Bobby takes the check line. Ooh, he's going to regret doing that. Wow, what just happened? 3-bet pre-flop, check all 3 streets. That ace on the turn killed the action. Oh, makes a set on the river. Then he checks to get trappy, I guess. And Nick immediately snap checks behind. What just happened? Trav G says, I'm in Tampa and these games look spicy. Come on, man. It's only a couple hours.
15 to go. 1 folds. The watch out on the 3 seconds. Watch out, some bluffs. 4 folds, 6 folds, 7 folds. Guess I make it 30, 9 folds. 1 folds, 2 folds. Call in 3 players. Check 1, check 3. Got a 45 with 1. Check 3. 85. Thank you. Stop to do. 4 folds, 6 calls, 7 folds. 8 calls. I don't know, anything.
Something like
9
that.
calls.
One of the,
Yeah,
they did one of,
one of those things. 1 folds. 2 calls. Check 3. 5 players.
mine's the 2 red in tip tool.
He's gonna bet 15. 6.
Alright, why? Why am I doing this?
Following again? Why not? Why not?
Why not?
Following?
Oh, what the hell?
Five players. Check 2. Check 3. Check 6. Bet at 40. Seat 8. Check 2, check 3, check 8. Not so easy. I was gonna make it 60 to go. Calling 2, hold 3. We got a 79. With that. Guess that's one out here.
I had a piece of stuff.
Thank you. Alright, looks like we got a bunch of travels on.
What was your kicker with your 10?
Jack.
At
I guess we
10.
got a
Screwed all the way around.
Time to go.
You know I should have folded when you called.
3 calls. 4 folds. 6 folds. 7 folds. 8 folds. $10. 9 calls. 1 folds.
This guy likes
Option.
to just commit larceny.
Let's raise it up, guys. 85 total. Calling 3, 85. All above.
All right, guys, I'm back in the booth. Sorry I had to handle some business, but I'm back. Like we said, I'm a little short today. We had to put Donnie in the booth. Short on dealers. Stuck Donnie in the booth, but now I'm back. Let's get back to it. Jerry flopping top 2 here. There we go. Easy game. Trying to get some of it back. Got a guy betting into you with pocket 8s. Run good. What'd I miss? Is my under 3,800 still good? All right, Jerry trying to get some of it back, trying to get unstuck. I don't know about you guys, but I play better when I'm stuck.
She says it goes too fast. Where she has to
Or maybe I just play more hands. Maybe I just gamble more.
see somebody get the pot.
But if I'm stuck, look out.
For somebody who just doesn't really.
Oh, yeah, I got it.
She sees the graphic. She's trying to look.
Oh, you're acting for now. That's good.
If I'm stuck, I'm either going to get stuck a million or I'm going to get all the chips.
Cross lowercase.
G-Dice says, for the moment. Yeah, we still got a little bit of stream left. You got a shot, man.
Gotta make it 25.
That bet is live. That bet is live.
2 calls. 3 calls.
Illville MX says, poker room hours. Monday through Thursday, we're open 10 a.m. to 4 a.m. Friday, Saturday, we're 24 hours.
Not looser.
Go to your home ball says D-Negs will be stuck a million soon. I think the side money is $1.5 million, right? Isn't that the side bet? 1.5? Something like that? Did I mess that up? Kings and trays for Nick C. Kings and trays with an ace, 172 in the middle. Let's make it 115, he says. Pete with the mystery hand.
300.
Gary C says he won't have money for his monthly roid dosing after the match. If you're talking about, you can't be talking about Daniel, right? You think that guy's on steroids? Nick from Yuma, I'm pretty sure they have like $1.5 million on the side. I'm not positive, but I think so. Double O Secret Agent, the YouTube chat. What's up? Thanks for tuning in. You tuned in just in time for a weird one. Nick leading out with what I thought was the best hand. And getting raised on the turn by Pete with the mystery cards. Pete just playing it cool. Nick lays it down. Hard to find trays in Pete's range, but he sold it to him. He made him believe, made him fold. Michael Villarreal says, shout out to Nick from Yuma. Nick from Yuma in the other chat, but I got you. I'll facilitate the shout out. Double O Secret Agent, where are you playing at? Big Partridge Boy has a good point. Says D-Negs is rich because the games were weaker in the past. Well, I mean, yes and no. Like, he's also you don't get $40 million in tournament winnings from beating the games in the 90s. You know what I mean? Like, he's still relevant. He's got receipts. But yeah, I do think a lot of his role came from games, you know. I think he got to high stakes, but he's been relevant in the high stakes community the whole time, you know. There's definitely an argument for his skill level. Look, I still think Daniel's the man. Even if he loses this thing, I think he's the man. He's just like, in a very specialized environment that's not his forte, and I think he could have negotiated a way better deal. Partridge Boy says he was losing at mid-stakes online. Yeah, he's a live pro, man. Kevin Wall says receipts. That's right, man. He's got them. He's got them. Coach Farley saying D-Neg is a live player. Yeah, I mean, that's that's his forte. If you guys ever watched any of his old stuff, man, he just like soul reads people and calls out their hands. Plus, he won a WPT event like back, you know, when everything was like a 10K, a 15K buy-in. You know, he piled one of those for a couple million. Receipts and nice hair plugs. Look, we're not going to get in the hair plugs. I think that's a weird one. I think it looks weird too. Yeah, a lot of those old guys like from his era came up playing mixed games, you know. No Limit was kind of like the red-headed stepchild in the poker community. They all played mixed games coming up. Coach Farley says played solely limit poker and stud mixed games. Yeah, that sounds about right. McPartridge Boy says, thought mixed games were a new thing. You can't be serious. Mixed games are like the No Limit Hold'em is like the it's not like quite a toddler. It's like the middle-aged kid of the poker you know, the poker family, the middle-aged variant. Games like Stud and Omaha 8, like they've been playing those games for 100 years. Nick C flopping this open-ender here, 3, 4, 5, 6, queen on the turn. Bobby gets there. Picks up 74% of the equity, 77 in the middle here. He's out of position, though, against two players. Is he going to get after it here? Is he going to flip it into check call mode? Looks like he's going to flip it into check call mode. Nick C leads out with the open-ender, gets called in 2 spots. Ends up with just a pair. Queen Jack offsuit, good. Gets the check mark. Burrito getting after it on the river there. Takes that one down. Andrew Nicholas talking about the Beau Rivage. Do they have poker yet? They just I think they just opened back up, right? Can anybody confirm? Do they have poker at the Beau Rivage? Secret agent saying the IP. Fun fact, I used to work at the IP a long time ago. They got it at the Beau and the IP. Poker's back. Okay, all right. 6-handed with plexiglass. Carl Joe 1 says, I'm a little out of it, but where can I watch D-Neg's Heads Up? I'm not sure. I've been trying. Everyone keeps saying YouTube, but I can't find it either. I looked on PokerGo and YouTube, but maybe I'm just an idiot. Andrew Nicholas says, what was the lady's name at the IP? I'm not sure. I'm not sure who you're referencing. I worked there in 2003. Doug Polk's channel is the answer in the YouTube chat. Oh, yeah, I see it. Yeah. It's on Doug Polk's channel. Dot Squad says, what state is this? This is Jacksonville, Florida, man. Both Chow and Bobby flopping top pair here. Chow with a little bit better kicker. Gets his last 110 in the middle. This pot got big pretty quick. There's almost 400 in the middle. Gives Bobby a good price with his top pair. Pete with a pair and a gutter ball. Getting almost 5-1. Gets out of the way. King 10 going to be good. Ricky Silver in the chat. What's up? Thanks for tuning in. Andrew Nicholas didn't go till 2006, just after Katrina. Yeah, that's when I left. That's when I left the coast. I didn't know if the IP ever had good games. I always just kind of assumed it was all the people that dealt at the Beau Rivage probably played at the IP, and those were like the only games. I thought everyone played at the Beau. V says, do we think Doug tanked the other day to give Daniel a false sense of security? No, I think he's too competitive for that. I think Daniel just like ran a little above EV, to be honest with you. And I also think that Daniel's still a little bit of a dog, but he's not as big of a dog in the live arena. You know what I mean? But also, the caveat to that is they only play 200 hands. They're going to play 25,000 hands. It's not even 1% of the hands they play live. You know what I mean? It's such a small, insignificant point to say that Daniel was ahead. Like, yeah, he was ahead monetarily, but they didn't even play 1% of the hands. In the grand scheme of, like, poker variance, that's nothing. Again, like I said earlier, I think Doug's going to excel massively in the online arena, and I think that's pretty obvious. I think Daniel could have negotiated a way better deal in that spot. Yeah, Shane, he will get crushed online two-tabling, definitely. Matty J says both rooms got good games. Okay, I need to get back down there. I haven't been down there in about a year. A little longer, I guess about a year and a half. Daniel had a short little run good. Yeah, he did. I mean, Doug's got the skill edge. Doug's going to come out on top, especially when they play the thing out in the online arena. That's how it's going to shake out. Coach Farley says run good will play a factor. If you're referring to variance, I think 25,000 hands is enough to mitigate the variance for the most part. It's enough to, you can never completely eliminate variance from the equation, but it's definitely enough, to where that argument doesn't hold a lot of value. If they're playing like 5,000 hands, maybe even 10,000 hands, you might be able to say like, oh yeah, he just ran good, but that part of the negotiation, I agree with. 25,000 hands is enough to mitigate the variance. Daniel Lee says, I want to like Polk, but I just can't. I mean, he's a clickbait artist, He's in it for the clicks. I do like the fact that he calls people out on their stunts. You know what I mean? People trying to get away with things in the poker community, and Doug Polk kind of says like, "Hey, what are you doing? Like, you're an idiot." But again, how much of that is just clickbait? Kevin McCormick says no reads online, no polite chat, just math, GTO, and strategy. I mean, there's timing tells. There's still timing tells online, and there's also bet sizing tells, but that's really about it. I don't know if you've ever played a lot online, but like timing tells are a real thing online. Polk does keep it real. I give him that. Andrew Nicholas says, will Daniel make some adjustments? Yeah, I'm sure he will.
Action's gonna start on Jerry.
I think they should have. I think Daniel should have negotiated for more of the match to be played live. Honestly, like if you're going up against a heads-up specialist who like cut his teeth playing online, and you're like a live guy and you're a dog, like you should have negotiated for more live action. Like if you already know that you're a dog, like at least bring him into your world, you know? Try to level the playing field a little bit. Coach Farley, yeah, I forgot about hand histories. That's a good point. Bet sizing, timing tells, and hand histories. That's about all you have to go on online. But timing tells are a real thing. It's kind of like we were talking about earlier, like a quick call versus a quick check. You know, that kind of thing. You see a lot of that online. Whereas, like, if somebody has a value hand or a bluff, they're more likely to kind of take a little bit of time and think about how to construct the bet. Whereas if they just have like a draw, they're just going to like snap check when they don't get there. That's not 100% accurate. That's just an example. Bob, yeah, you've got a really good point. Live, it would take a long time to play that many hands. Yeah, that's a good point. They played for, what, like 4 or 5 hours the other night, and they played 200 hands. So, yeah, that's a really good point. It would take forever to play 25,000 hands live. I would venture to say that most people don't play 25,000 hands in 3 years. Live. Everybody got a little piece of this board. Top pair for Raymond. Pair and a gutter for Chuck. Nick C. Trying to draw to the 8 high straight and turns the flush draw. Jerry in there with a pair and an open ender. Oh, Jerry's got a straight. Jerry's got 64% of the equity. That 3 is good. He had a pair and an open ender on the flop. Got there on the turn. Nick C's a lot more live than he thinks. You see right there at the top, he's got 13 outs. All of his 7s are good. All the 3s are good, and all the hearts. Coach Farley says you could get close and limit. I mean, I still think it would take an eternity. Agent 757 says it takes like 10 or 11 hours to see 1,000 hands. Are you talking about live? You got to be talking about online, right? I mean, online it's like something like 100 hands an hour, so that makes more sense. Live to see 1,000 hands probably takes closer to like 30 hours, right?
Last time you did this shit, you know what happened.
Oh, yeah.
Last time you actually did this. When he said it again, for some reason I thought there was somebody straddling the button.
Kevin McCormick says D-Neg should have negotiated a better situation. Yeah, I mean, for sure. He should have negotiated at least 5K in live hands, maybe a little more, I think. It should have been 50-50, right? If one guy's a live guy and one guy's an online guy, cool. Chop it up. Chop it down the middle. Like, you can't give the guy 200 live hands and, like, he's the huge dog. It's almost like
Players.
even if Doug Polk wins, it's kind of like a setup. You know what I mean? Like you can't give the live guy, put the live guy in the online environment. Daniel's just in it because he's like, yeah, I like a challenge. Let's go. Like you've been running your mouth. Like let's see what's up. But when it comes down to brass tacks. 5K live would take 2 months. Yeah, it would take a long time. Heads up, it could be done for, well, yeah, that's true. Heads up does move a lot faster than full ring or even 6 max. I forgot to take that into consideration, especially when we're talking about heads up online. Like they could just like blast through hands. Heads up online playing 2 tables, they could just blast through hands. Look at this hand. Nut flush draw versus second nut flush draw. Toss a spicy diamond out there one time. Nope, not going to get there. Ace-Jack's going to get the check mark. Burrito's got a little bit of showdown value. He could take a check here. Chuck's going to have to bluff, though. Yeah, there you go, Chuck. You're going to have to put some chips out there. There's already 500 in the middle. 225. Probably just enough to make Burrito fold. Burrito's only got 230. A 5 of diamonds? Yeah, that would have been a juicy card.
I couldn't get him. You're good. I missed everything. Straight in.
Coach Farley, you can't call with ace-jack on this board. Yeah, it would be for all of his chips. Plus you got Jerry behind. Jerry makes the call, though. 8s and trays with an ace. Digs deep. Picks one off of Chuck. Polk would just say it would take too long and decline.
Who's the other guy that didn't like it? They're working together in unison.
All right, guys, for those of you just joining us, we're playing 2-5, no limit hold'em, deep stack cash on a 15-minute delay out of Best Bet Jacksonville. Been pretty fun just hanging out with you guys in the chat. That's what I like doing. You guys keep it entertaining. Bobby just limping 2 10s under the gun. We've seen a lot of this lately. We were talking about these limp under the gun with these monsters last night, and I didn't really expect to see a lot of that tonight, but we have. We keep seeing it. We keep seeing these limps with these monster hands. Just limp call, 2 10s under the gun, and go 5 ways. Like it sounds like a recipe for a bad beat. G-Dice says with 3 players with short stacks, the only way we see 3K is 3-way all in. Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. 10's still in the lead here. Bobby should have gotten after it with a bet there. If they have a jack, they have a jack, you know? Secret Agent said should have made it 20-25 pre. Wow, Pete just blasting it here with 7-8 offsuit. Picks up the open ender, but Bobby's got all the blockers. Pete just going to take a free card, try to spike a 5 one time. Oh, gross. Gets there. That's 300 into 450. Oh, man, Bobby getting out calling chips. This hand got out of control quick. Ooh, snaps it in there. 7-8 suited. You blocked the 10s for the straight. Give him a jack high straight one time. Bink one of those last 2 10s for a full house. Man, Pete just taking Bobby to Value Town, owning him. Illville MX, my name's Dustin. Thanks, man. Thanks for the kind words. I appreciate it. Thanks for watching. Runner, runner. Ouch, yeah. Barrel with nothing. Pick up an open ender on the turn. Get there on the river and just take him to Value Town. Wow, 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 wow. Dustin. Justin, but with a D instead of a J. Andrew says, raise the damn hands or else you get owned. Yeah, I mean, you know, you come out swinging under the gun with 2-10s, he's probably never in that hand with 7-8 suited. And, you know, even if you just pick up the $7, it's better than losing 400. Tough, man, tough. Limp pocket 10s. Go a million ways to the flop. Make the right call on the flop and the turn. Get punished on the river. Sick. Sick, sick game. Thanks, guys. I appreciate it in the chat. You know, I'm here for the people. You guys are the ones that make it fun. I'm just a poker nerd that got lucky, got to sit in the booth. But any one of you guys could do my job. It's not that hard. I got lucky. Right time, right place. The limp was the biggest mistake in the hand. Yeah, I think so too. I think if he raises 10s under the gun there, 7-8 suited probably goes away. Like, or it's not even suited. 7-8 offsuit. Run Bad Poker said Adonis is in the box. You know what? Adonis was supposed to be in here with me tonight, but we were short a dealer, and he had to go home and get his dealing shirt. He read his schedule wrong, and he had to go home and get his dealing shirt and hurry back and jump in the box. But he's a good sport, team player. No sweat, doesn't complain. Said, let's get it. McPartridge Boy says, come from a chess background, no idea what a nerd is. I mean, I used to play chess too back in the day. I was never very good. I played a lot of backgammon coming up. I still play backgammon. That's my game. Backgammon challenge issued. Whoever wants to take me up on it, I'll play anytime. Kevin Wall says, Donnie likes to deal. He does, man. He loves it. He can't get enough of it. He's like me. He just can't get enough poker. Runbat says, I'll play. Let's get it. I'll play anytime, man. I'm serious. Andrew Nicholas says, never played backgammon. It's a lot like poker, man. It's a game of skill with an element of chance. You know, there's dice. You make your moves based on your dice moves. So it's a skill game with an element of chance. It's all about doing the best with whatever, you know, the dice kind of gives you, kind of like in poker. You kind of have to make the best decisions based on imperfect information. Okay.
I think you had a better kicker there, buddy. Maybe you got a 5-6, 8-6, 6 there. Almost called you, but.
Bob says, do I play chess? Poorly now. I was a lot better when I was younger. But now I still play. I just play poorly. Runbat, are you asking me if I have a backgammon set? I got like 2 or 3 of them.
I was thinking about 5-6.
Oh, Kevin McCormick, Risk. I forgot about Risk. Risk is the game. Yeah. That's definitely a strategy game. That's a fun one, too. You get to conquer the world. What's more fun than that? Oh, look at Donnie flipping a card. What are you doing? Yeah, Risk is the game for sure. Runbat, I got a board, man. I got a nice one. Whenever you want, I'll play. Dustin S at bestbetjacks.com. Email me. We'll set it up. I'll play whenever. D for real says, have I ever played Stratago? I feel like I remember it from when I was a kid, but I can't. I'm drawing a blank on it now. So I guess the short answer is no. Mike Vick says, y'all ever play Monopoly for real money? Yeah, we used to play Monopoly with poker chips. You'd be surprised at how fast it speeds up the game. Next time you play Monopoly, play with poker chips. You can get like 4 games in a night. McPartridge Boy says, only learning poker because I can't make money from chess. I think chess is fascinating, man. I'm just not very good at it. Backgammon stream next week. I like it. Let's get it. I'm gonna talk to Jesse tomorrow. Hey man, can I stream? Can me and Run Bad stream a backgammon game? Can we use your equipment? Let's get it.
You would have called it? You would have called? Okay, Chad. I'm going to sit down with you.
NBA Greatest says, what's the best way to make money playing poker? Volume, man. Volume, volume, volume. That's the best way to make money. There's no shortcut.
Oh, double shot line after the hand. Okay.
We're just going to extend it all night.
2 p.m. Eastern. Backgammon. Backgammon stream live from Best Bet.
If you're a Raider fan, I know you're looking forward to going out to Vegas when they
Kevin McCormick says, played a lot of Stratago? I don't remember. I don't know how to say it. Stratago, I guess.
One in LA and Vegas, man, they're so beautiful. It's unbelievable.
I'm telling you, play Monopoly with poker chips. You'd be surprised at how much it speeds up the game. That's the Monopoly life hack. I learned that one from Sage.
I don't see how they could have spent that much on it.
It's unbelievable.
Just California.
GTO and volume. I don't know if GTO is really the right answer in the live environment.
Fantastic. And, yeah, I can't wait. I'm a Falcons fan. I definitely want to go out there and Atlanta.
Yeah, that's a great.
But yeah, definitely volume. Volume. There's no hack. There's no shortcut. You just got to put in the volume, man. Put in the reps. It's like working out.
Be even better if they're actually decent. Go out there.
Stratigo. Okay. Poker Nemo says, Othello. Yeah, I remember that game.
Like if the Falcons play, I want to go to the game out there. You know, Eagles fans.
Right. Yeah.
Me and my roommates, we used to play Risk every Christmas. Every Christmas Day, we would have like this big game of Risk, and we'd call it Riskmas. We waited for it every year. It was a lot of fun.
I mean, it's every bit of 10,000. Actually, sometimes more.
Or
Because the stadium.
the Cowboys always have so many people that want to go to that stadium against them. LA.
Stratigo. Got it. Stratego. Right? Okay, there we go. Yeah, I do remember that game, actually. Now that I'm saying it correctly, I remember it.
Yeah, they played the toughest schedule in the league so far this year, and now they have the third easiest for the second half.
Yeah, Othello with the black and white chips, like the like Pebble type deals. Yeah.
Pretty good. We still have not.
I don't remember how to play it, but I remember the game.
For one game yet. Everybody's offensive line has always been out.
I mean, NFL's such a meat grinder. I mean, it's just who can stay healthy is a big
Jeff Bro says, who's my favorite poker player? When I was coming up, it was Gus Hansen. Gus Hansen was my dude. Lately, I've been really into these Solve for Why guys. I like watching them play. I think they're really onto something. I like Berkey and Christian Soto. I like what they're doing, for sure. I mean, those guys are just crushing everything from small stakes to mid stakes to nosebleeds to tournaments. I like everything they do. Sam Childress said Gus Hansen started out as a backgammon guy. I know, that's probably part of the reason I got into I got into backgammon before I got into poker, but yeah, there was definitely a correlation there.
Yeah.
Berkey and those guys are nice guys. Yeah, Jesse knows them. They used to play at the Wynn when Jesse was there. I mean, they still do play at the Wynn, but in the like 2007, 2008 kind of heyday of poker before the market crash, they were the high stakes regs at the Wynn. Jesse knows all those guys, along with like Alec Torelli and people like that.
I gave that 40 away pre-flop.
Bob says I liked Ivy. Yeah, Ivy's a legend, man. At one time he was the best player in the world. Wow, Queen 5 gets there, gets the check mark, all the hearts. Man, Jerry can't make a hand. Burrito ready to get it in. Yeah, get short stack. Your decisions get easier. You just get it in. Axis and Allies. Yeah, I think I've played that game before. Hansen always keeps his cool, definitely controlled. Yeah, for sure. I was a big StarCraft guy. I came up on StarCraft in the early 2000s. That was my game. StarCraft and backgammon were kind of my games when I was a teenager, and then I kind of started gravitating more towards poker in my early 20s, I would say. Backgammon is 5,000. Yeah, it's the oldest game in the world. Nick, I don't know what that is. Jay, I never got into MTG. I know a lot of guys that made the transition from poker. Some of my really, really good friends that are in poker came from the Magic background, and they tell me like all these crazy, crazy similarities between the two. But I never got into it myself. But just talking to those guys, I see the similarities. I see why it's such an easy transition for those guys. Shane Sinnott says Elke was a big StarCraft player. Yeah. He was a crusher. That was back around the same time when I was playing. 2002, 2003. G-Dice says played poker and chess in college. Kevin McCormick says backgammon is older than chess. I'm like 90% sure that backgammon is the oldest game that's still like relevant. Tactical Management says Raymond is the best player at the table. He's been just quietly picking his spots. We've seen him put in some big bluffs here. He's definitely using his image to his advantage. Runbat says backgammon is the second oldest game. Is there like a dominoes game or something like that that's really old? Checkers? Okay. All right. Ooh, King for Pete. This is where kind of having Pete's image really pays off. Every once in a while, these guys are going to have it. Pete makes it 70 in the straddle. Jerry makes the call with ace tray suited.
He said one more time. One more chance.
167 in the middle, heads up to the flop. Wow, ace right in the window. Jerry going to get some of it back this hand. 167. Looks like Pete clicks the two kings over to Jerry. Ace on the flop every time. Derek for real says, is there any skill involved in backgammon? Yeah, there's a ton of skill involved. It's a lot like poker, man. Wow, Jerry's hand just improves to the nut flush draw. Yeah, backgammon's a lot like poker. Like we said earlier, it's a skill game with an element of chance. So like in poker, you never know what the next card's going to be. You just have to make the best decision based on this random card. In backgammon, you never know, what the next roll of the dice is going to be. So you have to put yourself in the good positions and take advantage of whatever you can. So yeah, there's a lot of skill and a small element of chance. Jerry going for thin value here. Looks like 175. No, 200. Leads out for 200 into 550. Giving Pete an excellent price. It's going to work. Pete's got to call 200 to win 750. Can't find the fold with the two kings. Jerry's going to get some of it back. There you go. Andrew Nicholas says Sinnott is the oldest game at Gibson, but it seems to be about as old as backgammon. Yeah. Bob says backgammon is mostly luck. No, man, I disagree. There's a ton of strategy and skill that goes into backgammon.
I knew you were going to get me on the river.
I knew I was confident.
Sam Childress says the oldest game is kill the dinosaur. I think it's like don't be killed by that. Escape the dinosaur.
Hey, if I'd have been in there, you'd hit the river, okay?
This seems highly irregular that Jack.
Jerry gets a little bit of it back, trying to get unstuck. We'll take a look at the numbers after this. This is the 84th hand of our 2-5 no limit hold'em deep stack cash game. Run bad, yeah, for sure. Send me an email. We'll set something up, man. I'm always down to play. Not a lot of people play anymore, so I've met like one guy in poker that plays, and him and I like have been talking about going to get a beer and playing some backgammon for like 2 months. It just hasn't materialized. But I'm down, man. I love to play. I got a really nice set. 6-4 offsuit, flops it out the gate for Bobby, 88% of the equity. Bob says if you don't roll well, it doesn't matter in backgammon. Yeah, but I mean, the same could be said for poker. If you don't, you know, if card distribution isn't in your favor or you're on, you know, the wrong end of expected value for that session, then yeah, you're going to lose money. But it doesn't mean that it's not a skill game. Like I said, it's about putting yourself in positive positions to make the right moves, you know?
How much did I bet the flop?
Oh, no, it's going to be good.
So like in poker, kind of like how you can count outs and you say like, oh man, I have an open ender, I have 8 outs. In backgammon, you count the rolls of the dice kind of the same way. So you say like, there's X amount of ways to make a 3. There's only, you know, there's only a handful of ways to make a 4 in backgammon, right? There's only a handful of ways to make a 5. You can roll double 5s, you can roll a 4 and a 1, or you can roll, you know, a 3 and a 2. Run bad poker. I'll give it to you right now. It's Dustin S at bestbetjacks.com. Dustin S at bestbetjacks. Shacklock. SHACKLOCK. Dustin Shacklock. Just like it sounds. Oldest game, pin the tail on the T-Rex. Ooh. Oldest gamble, maybe. Ray Keenan dropping by the Facebook chat. What's up, man? Thanks for tuning in. Glad to have you back. Said your dad loved poker so much. Learned it early. Used you to hustle people. Met the legend when you were 10. That's a pretty sick story. Five ways to this flop. Chow in the lead with middle pair here. 9-7 offsuit. Oh! Trips up. Gets there on the river. Yeah, let's get it. I'll play backgammon. Whatever stakes you want, man, we'll play. Or we can just play for fun. I don't care. The strategy in backgammon, like, drastically is differently when you're using the doubling cube and when you're not. G-Dice with a pretty good point. You can't fold and wait for a better hand. You have to take your next roll.
Summer in Tampa is a rough situation.
You can offer a double
if it's your turn.
He's talking about how cold it is up here. I'm like, I don't know how these.
All right, lock it up. The Kevin dropping by the YouTube chat says, hey guys, what's up, man? Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for hanging out with us. Yeah, Burrito got one through. Let's talk about that terrible fold. Yeah, that was a kind of an unorthodox way for Burrito Man to win. We've seen some wild stuff in this game tonight. I really thought it was going to play like a little more sound, but the last like hour or so, it's just been playing like a bigger 2-2 game. I didn't expect that. but I'm down. I like it. It keeps it entertaining. Look at Chuck C just flopping the full house here. Bobby getting caged with the case 10. Oh, Chuck comes out for 35. Make it $1 million there. Bet pot one time. That's like the perfect spot to put in a huge bet. Everything gets there. All the hearts, all the straights. Double Max Payne. GT Jack says, let me in. See if you can buy a seat, man. You could probably buy one of these guys' seats.
All right, Jerry's sitting out this one.
Payne incoming. Yeah, yeah.
John is loud.
Bobby getting caged in that spot for sure.
I'm going to give mine 2 minutes.
That's about to go.
Andrew Nicholas says when he played live, he was reminded of how bad live players can be.
Raise it 20.
Yeah, man, that's why playing live is so much more profitable than online. I mean, you see less hands, but I think, like, the ceiling is a little bit higher.
Just ignore him, Nancy. It's okay.
We all do.
Also, like, it's never going to change. It's always going to be like that.
I can get 2 more double ups, I'll be able to play.
Run Bad Poker, copy that. I'm going to check it right now.
I suggest this guy's down there. You can push it all in when I got the nuts.
Saul, yeah, I got you, man. I got your email. Cool, I got your phone number. Awesome, man. Yeah, I'm down. We'll make it happen. We'll make a backgammon plan. I'm pumped. I haven't played in a long time. I told you there's like one guy that plays in the room that always says he wants to play, and we can never make it work. GT Jack, come buy one of these seats, man. You think Jerry's going to sell his seat for $2K? I bet Jerry would sell his seat for $200. I don't know. He's heating up a little bit. He might want to stay. Run bad, I'm down. Super down. G-Dice says that should have been at least a pot-sized bet out of Chuck C. Yeah, man, when everything gets there and you, like, when you can just get so much value in that spot, like, Bobby would have called just about any amount in that spot, I think.
Start looking up.
She's gonna have nightmares. Nothing is scarier than
Damn, I'd have got
the
that.
creepy clown.
Greg K says these guys are opening way too many hands and flatting too much. I think it's because some of them are stuck, man. They want to gamble, you know. They've opened the game up a little bit. I told you guys they always start out kind of snug, and then we get a little momentum, put a couple buy-ins on the table, start seeing some big pots. The gamble gets real. It's a pretty fun lineup, though. You know, like I looked at the lineup and I knew we were going to have some action. I knew we were going to see some big pots. GT Jack says, I'm watching. I want to play with him, not buy his seat. Buy Raymond's seat. He hasn't played very many hands. I don't think he's running too good.
Do like a creepy laugh at people faster. She just stares at them.
She's gonna put the whole town on tilt.
D for real says, what are my thoughts on sites like Bovada and ACR? I'm really conflicted with online stuff right now as far as like all the RTAs. It doesn't matter for people like you and me because we're not playing nosebleeds. You know what I mean? Like, I don't trust some weird offshore a site enough to ever play for more than a couple $100 to ever have more than a couple $100 in my account. So with that being the case, this RTA argument type stuff doesn't really affect me. But I just don't trust the offshore stuff. If they brought it back and like legalized it like Full Tilt was back in the day, sure, we might be having a different conversation. But as far as like ACR and Bovada, any place where you got to get a check from Canada to go cash, you know, I used to play on ACR a lot, and they would send me checks, and they would just take like 6 weeks to get the check, and then it would take weeks to cash. Then my bank would have to like clear it. It was a nightmare.
Spent some time with Sheriff's Office St. John's and retired from Secret Service.
Oh, you're retired. You're too young to retire.
76.
I do think it's a good way to free roll
I'm still
crypto,
working, just not
though.
too
You can run up a stack and just cash out in crypto, have it deposited into your wallet. That's what I was doing a lot during quarantine.
long. I was down there for 2 years.
But unregulated offshore online site, not for me, man. I'm never gonna play. I'm never gonna keep more than $300 in my account, which is gonna, limit me on what stakes I can play.
A lot of money forfeited.
There's a lot of interest in
Bitcoin, yeah, Bitcoin.
one of the main veins of Florida. That's 75.
It is. It comes up.
D40 says, play on Bovada now, strictly Bitcoin, but I'm sketched about it in general. Yeah, man, I'm not into those sites, man, to be honest with you.
20 or 60.
I have an ACR account. I think I have like $300 in there.
When he goes
But
from Florence all the way to Atlanta.
Right. And then
anytime I just run it up, I'd run it up I'd keep like 200-300 in there. I'd hit like 500. I'd just like cash out 200-300 in crypto.
I've been down to St. Augustine once. It seemed like
It's unfortunate that we don't have like a better option, and it's such like a lucrative thing
soon the Christmas lights will be lighting them up.
yeah,
Beautiful.
from a tax standpoint.
A nice cool evening. Walk down there.
yeah, no doubt.
A lot of fun.
Daughter loves it when you do like
Cashew says you can get ACR Bitcoin almost instant. Yeah, exactly, and that benefits them.
Family town.
You know what I mean? Like it's smart it's good business on their part. I actually got a refund from ACR when all that bot stuff happened. They sent me a refund and they said like, yo, you've played in these games where these guys, these X accounts have been flagged. I was playing like 10 cent, 25 cent, and they're like, like these X accounts have been flagged and you lost this much money to these bots or whatever, and they refunded my account, sent me a long email about it.
I found a pay lot that I used right behind Harry's the last time I was down there.
Did that happen to anyone else? Am I the only one that happened to? GT Jack, I'll get you some stats, my man.
Not a whole lot of defense.
We'll drop those stats right now. Wins and losses so far after 92 hands. Chuck C, his stack took a little hit. He was at 16 last time we looked.
Give me that bet.
Burrito, look at Jerry getting unstuck, down 168. He was down 1,200 last time we looked. VPIP percentages so far after 92 hands. Jerry's still in the lead, 53%. This time we're a little closer to 100 hands, so we've got a little more accurate sample size there.
Central Florida.
100 hands is probably kind of where you want to be, where you want to start to get an accurate depiction for VPIP and PFR type stuff.
Yeah.
I don't think I've seen a team play that fast.
Shane said, I got a refund for several MTTs.
That's
One game against Tulsa was a rainy, messy game, and it slowed us down. We just couldn't do nothing in the second half.
C2 has a stack of black. Yeah, that's Pete, man. He's been running it up.
So I still think we're a better team. Our defense is
that
just sucking
game.
it up.
The Central Florida is probably the worst defense they've had in the last 4 or 5 years.
Yep.
Raymond is running like crap, only down $100. Yeah. Yeah.
They got a lot of young defensive backs.
He just shut it down, though. He can't play any hands. He's been pretty card dead. But that's part of it. I've been there.
Yeah, I mean, he's a great quarterback.
Yep. If we wouldn't have lost,
Crazy Big Itch says, got a lot of buddies being reimbursed from people playing with RTAs. I don't know anything about being reimbursed from RTAs, but I think this was like a year ago. I got it from
they barely beat us
playing
by
with bots. I used to play a lot on ACR.
we would have beat them handily.
I can't believe he didn't.
My poker tracker has like a couple 100,000 hands from
He
ACR.
didn't get a concussion.
Yeah, snapped it.
250,000 hands, maybe?
And I saw it coming, and I just said, slide, and I just knew it was happening. You see
Yeah.
how fast that guy was coming in?
Yeah, he got it in the worst way with that nerve damage. He's lucky he still got a leg.
He's been okay. He's been cleared to play, but he ain't dressed out yet.
There's a running back at Georgia, Robert Edwards, that did that same type of injury. That he was his first year in the NFL, where he had that nerve damage. And
Ron Bat says Jerry with 2 6s. That's basically aces.
quarterback ain't got to be as fast.
Child's going to make him pay for those 6s, though. Betting 55.
He's very skilled, knows how to run that offense very well.
Yeah, he's great.
Jerry pretty much only beating a bluff.
He's better as a run part.
He could have some bluffs, though,
Probably a little bit better passer, but consistent.
especially when he checks back that turn.
Once I get the defense
Jerry
in
might be
there,
good here. No, he's got some kind of queen, I think. Queen Jack, maybe?
They're pretty good against the SEC though right now. I mean,
Shane says RTAs are a thing, unfortunately. Yeah, it is pretty unfortunate. But I guess when they start running solvers, you know, like when solvers first came out, it would take like a whole day to process, you know, a couple of hands, and now they're like. So once like they open Pandora's box like that, you know, like the way technology moves, it's only gonna be a matter of time before they can operate in real time. And apparently we're there. Apparently it happens. Sam Childress says how not to play sixes. Sixes are a tough hand to play, man. Those small pocket pairs. Kind of either hit a set or you don't. Talked about it last night. You set mine, you try to hit a set, and if you don't, you just sometimes you gotta dig deep and find the hero call.
Oh, Georgia, yeah, what am I thinking? Yeah, okay. What the hell am I thinking? Duh.
5 ways to the flop. Nobody with an 8. Wow, full house on the board.
Board? Board?
They tell me what.
Give him a card back.
I know, right?
I gotta put you guys play these ugly cards.
They don't know what they're doing down here. They don't know what they're
No,
doing.
hey, look at me, man. I had the button. I had an excuse. No, you definitely had no excuse playing the button with that shit. You had to raise me.
Forceful of ochos on the board. Everyone chops it up.
People how not to do it. You know, sometimes you need
The button
somebody
moves.
to tell you how to do it.
On to the next one.
This is instructed to see how not to do it.
That's funny.
Brian said Nick had a huge mountain. Now it's gone. Yeah, he took a little bit of run bad. Took a couple of beats, gave some back. But the game's not over, man. We're still playing.
3 folds, 4 folds, 6 folds, 7 folds. Please don't raise it. 35.
John Harris stopping by the Facebook chat. Hello, hello, what's up? Look at Chuck picking up 2 red queens here, making it 35 over the limpers. This pot's going to go 1,000 ways to the flop. Pocket trays, never folding. 9-8 suited, never folding. Jack-10 suited, never folding. Ace-5 offsuit, probably the only hand that should have folded, but he's on the button. Gets position on the field. Wow, Chuck just flopping top set out the gate. A little bit of a connected board, 2 clubs and a couple of straight draws. There's the King-10 draw, you know, the King-10's the open-ender, 9-10's the open-ender. Wow, Burrito getting some value from the short stack here. Burrito's going to pick up a couple of outs here. Can make a 9 now for the queen high straight. Burrito's got 186, and Chuck leads for 150. I like this bet out of Chuck. You want to put your opponents in a spot where they feel like their whole stack is at risk, and that's how you do it.
Yeah, I didn't like the club in the term. I was like, well, we don't have that much. It ain't going to hurt that bad. I'm going to ship it now. Live with it.
Ma'am, can I get another cap?
Burrito getting short here. He's only got
I do like the.
less than 40 bigs.
Do those girls wear Christian bras, or are they just naturally like that?
But that can happen pretty quick in this game. Just get it in one time. Get the double up. You're back in the game. You got 80 bigs.
You didn't even notice, did you? You just so focused on the cards and
Wasn't going to be that easy. No, I mean, what? I wanted to check.
Spicy flop one
As
time.
soon as I check the flop, that turn hits, and I'm going to be pissed off at myself.
I get distracted.
I was still pissed off at the club, but at least I did.
Yes, sir. 2 folds, 3 folds,
Had a couple guys out. They're stacked on the other side.
Ray finally getting a playable hand, picking up pocket 7s under the gun. Chow picking up ace-king. Wow. Raymond open-ended here with 2 7s.
Got about 50 to go.
He's going to need one of the 3 remaining 10s. Pete blocking some of those straight draws here.
What's up, guys?
I would have thrown 5 out of them. I would have hit them. Yeah. I would have outs now.
Jerry with a flush draw and a gutter ball. Still 35% on the turn. He's got a ton of outs. You guys see it up there on top of the screen. 16 outs. Cannot get there. Too many outs syndrome. Jerry's going to have to lead, otherwise this one's going to go check, check. Timing tell. Wow, got one through. I told you guys, Jerry has the bluff, or this one's going to go check, check for sure. Jerry not afraid to bluff, though. Gets after it. Sam Childers says, nice bet by Jerry. Yeah, got that one through. Took that one down. Royal Flush says, make him do a bomb pot. Be like 25% of Burrito's stack. 30% of his stack. Runbad says, the key to playing Jerry is jam, pre-flop, and pray. Jerry's a wild man. He's been around a long time. He's been playing here for a while. Pete takes that one down with 9-4 offsuit when nobody else looks like they want it. Picks it up. All right, we got a few hands left for you guys. We got a while left in this stream. 2-5, no limit hold'em Friday night cash game. Wrapping up our triple header here at Best Bet Live. We had 2-2, no limit hold'em last night, 2-2 deep on Wednesday. Next week, we're going to hit you guys with another triple header. It's going to be 2-2 on Wednesday, 2-5 on Thursday, 10-25 on Friday. Don't miss out. That's going to be an action week. Really looking forward to that 10-25 game. It's been a while since we had a big hold'em game on the stream. We've had a couple big PLO games, but it's been a while, 2 or 3 months since we've had a big hold'em game. Wow, look at Pete. Goes from worst to first here. This dude is on fire. Goes from worst to first and checks it. I think he was hoping for a little bit better of a turn card that might catch somebody up. The deuce not really going to change anything. Raymond makes the call, though, with ace deuce suited for 75. Wow, this one might get Raymond in a little bit of trouble. Raymond pays it off. Makes aces and sixes with a queen on the river. Might have figured that they were chopping. Pete might have been trying to blast him off of a chop. Instead, Pete's just taking him to Value Town. Chris Reed jumping in the chat. What's up? 2-5, no limit. G-Dice says, I'll wait and see the lineup before I set the line next time. Yeah. That's probably a smart move. Otherwise, you're just gifting me, gifting me these bets. Kevo says, do you think we do some live streams on Saturdays? I don't know, man. I don't know why the schedule is the way it is. The big guys make those decisions, They just tell me when to show up. But I'll run it up the flagpole. I know you and I talked about that a while back. I think it seems like kind of fair to mix it up between like Friday and Saturday. You know, not everyone can play on a Friday. Flip flop them every once in a while or something like that. Raymond here with the mystery hand, but from what we can see, it looks like Pete's ace-10 in the lead. Alex Seeley says, are there any tips for knowing how to sniff out villains, sets, or trips? I think part of that is just going to be, you know, like hand histories would probably be my best advice in that spot. Like, one thing I've been trying to work on lately is, like, getting better about saying, like, okay, this guy did this with trips, and then I like, kind of catalog that in my brain. And so then when there's another scenario, a lot of players, especially at low stakes, play like the same category of hands the same way. Like open-enders, they play them kind of one way, and, you know, flopping sets, they like play it kind of like they always check raise, stuff like this. So like you can like kind of be right at a pretty high frequency if you see somebody do something and you catalog it in your head, and you kind of go back to it when you're in a spot against that person. You know, that would probably be my best advice. Like, watch how they play hands. When you see this guy like check raise when he flopped a set, and then he check raises you, you know, 30 hands later, you're like, oh man, last time he did this, he had it. You know. But like it really took me a long time to really train my brain to be able to do that. I used to like really struggle and just kind of go, oh, what did he do last time? What happened? GT Jack tried to buy a seat, no luck. Yeah, no problem. I'm sure there's Nick from Yuma says use your reading abilities. That one's kind of tough, though. That one's, you know, like we had this conversation on the radio show not too long ago. Like a lot of players, we got a big one going here. This isn't going to quite be the 3,800 mark, I don't think, but this is a big pot. Hold on, timeout. We'll revisit this conversation. G-Dice might beat me in my bet here. There's 17 in the middle so far. Got to catch the graphics up. Ace, king, king, jack suited. I'm pretty sure we just saw all three of them get it all in. King, jack called question mark? Yeah, kind of my thought too. Oh, he's short. If his stack's right, it says he's only got like 300. 400, 470. Oh yeah, he's not that short. Got almost 100 big blinds. 1867. That doesn't sound right. I guess it's right. I saw the action tracker updating the stacks. I thought these guys were deeper, but they're not. King Jack suited is fishing. Looks like Ace King is going to chop up the King Jack money, right? Chow and Pete. Pete can't miss, man. Even when he doesn't get there, he gets there. They're going to chop up Raymond's last little bit. Chop up Raymond's 470. Wow, that was a strange one. Flatted 70 and then called off the extra 370. Yeah, that makes sense. Raymond just said, I'm done with that buy-in. I want a new one. I'm done with that buy-in. Chris Reed, do we know if we have any series in December yet? I don't know. That schedule's not out yet, and I haven't heard. Jesse or Sage haven't told me anything. So I don't know. Matty J says, we talk about practice. Yeah, you got to put in your reps, man. Put in your reps at the table. 00 Secret Agent says, between paying attention, tendencies, and reading abilities, you can sniff them out. I mean, you're never going to be able to always sniff them out, but you can be right at a pretty high frequency, you know. I think bet sizing, like I said before, man, players tend to play categories of hands the same way. You know, it's like a static bet based on a category of hands.
So you watching on it?
What up?
Kevin Wall says, hope you do the 12 days of Christmas. Me too, man. That's such a moneymaker for everybody. The players, the room, the dealers, the cocktail waitresses. Like, that's just a moneymaker all around.
What's up? Oh, yeah, I enjoyed it a lot. Yeah, I enjoyed it a lot.
Double O Robot, great stream. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. We worked really hard on this thing. It hasn't always been great. It took a lot of hard work to get here. I'm glad you enjoy it. G-Dice needed one of the Ace Kings to have a little more than 1K. Yeah, they were both pretty short. They had 1K combined.
Yeah, you probably jack high. I know that.
Nick from Yuma says, use that Earnin app. I don't know what that is. What's that? I don't know what that is. OGB Wayne says King Jack is one of the worst, best hands in Hold'em. If you hit what beats you, I think it's a trash hand. Honestly, I think it's. They call Queen Ace Queen the parking lot hand, but I think it's hands like King Jack. You know, one of those spots you in a raised pot, you hit a king, you don't know if you're good. You hit a jack, you don't know if you're good. You're just like always. You got to flop Broadway or make a flush. Ace Jack's kind of the same way. Ace Jack is a little more profitable than King Jack, but King Jack's just a tough hand. I've basically taken King Jack out of most of my ranges, to be honest with you. I hardly play it anymore. It's just a trouble hand. It's hard to play. Alex says Ace Jack is only good if you hit the jack. I mean, everything's situational, but yeah, you feel pretty good with top, you know. Robot says this game is softer than 5 cent, 10 cent on Poker Stars. Yeah, man, those guys are in the streets, man. They're multi-tabling, they're grinding. They got the HUDs up. They're only playing 100 big blind stacks. Yeah, that game probably is tougher, man. Poker Nemo, Elise was here earlier. I saw her dealing out in the rest of the room. I don't know why she's not over here. King Jack only if 3 or 4 blind raise anymore and it's fold. Yeah, it's just a tough hand to play. Go to your home ball. If it folds to me in middle position with King Jack off, do I fold pre? Probably. It kind of depends on who's in the blinds and the button. If there's a VIP and the blinds are the button, then we might come in for a raise with it. But for the most part, if I'm first sitting down in the game, I'm playing against all unknowns, and that's one of my first hands, and I have 200 big blinds or 100 big blinds or whatever, I'm probably just folding King Jack offsuit. That might be like a little nitty. Middle position might be like right around the spot where I think it could be playable. But
Queen.
What's kicker?
Jack.
Me too.
Nori says, who do I think is the best player on the table currently? I don't know anything about some of these guys, so it's hard to say. Like, it's really hard to say from a one stream sample size. I think Pete's game is really, really solid. I've known Chuck for years. Chuck is a really solid player. I think Chow is an excellent tournament player. Chow's got some big tournament wins. But as far as like Raymond and Nick C, and I mean, I know Burrito's around a lot, but I don't know too much about his game. I don't think he normally plays 2-5. Chow's actually a tournament crusher. Like I said, I don't know anything about Pete, but his game's pretty solid, and he has all the chips.
I thought you meant you're going back to Wackos with a vengeance.
Yeah, go play 2-4 Wacko. Who wants to go on it? Hold 3, fold 4, hold 6.
Hey, the Augusta
Play King Jack off, you screw yourself in the end. Yeah. Okay, that's good.
15 from the 9.
Sam Childress said got his whole free roll the whole Florida trip playing King Jack on the live stream table. I mean, yeah, that's the only time you feel good about it is when you flop Broadway. But how often is that going to happen? But I'm glad to hear that. That's awesome. What a come up. Free roll a whole trip. I love trips like that.
Tonight, we'll see tonight.
Gary C says if you're open folding King Jack offsuit from middle position in most 2-5 games, you're getting dusted. Yeah, maybe. Like I said, it kind of depends on who's in the who's behind me left to act. Middle position is kind of a tough one. Like that's where I think it just starts to probably be playable, and even in that spot, it might just be break even. It might just be a spot where you play to keep your frequencies up.
Cocktails.
Alex says ace 10 is another problem hand.
She's supposed to be coming. I ordered a wine like about 10 minutes ago. I can't be winning pots if my wine's not on the regular. I got to be lubricated at a steady rate.
What we hear about lubrication? What am I missing in this conversation?
I was like, wait, did I catch that?
Talking about wackos in the chat. Friday night at wackos, man.
Of all people that should know what not to say, y'all are crowd is an eternal.
For those of you guys that don't know, Wackos is the strip club here in Jacksonville. I guess that's what they're referencing. Making a late night, Friday night stop at Wackos.
Hey, this is a PG stream now. Y'all got to get it together.
Secret Agent says I have a semi-tight range and try to stick to it.
Full four.
Y'all be nice.
Call 6 months on it. Killing me, Smalls. Killing me, Smalls.
Shane says Queen 10 is the best hand in Hold'em. I think it's Jack 10 suited. I think Jack 10 suited is way more profitable than Queen 10.
35.
I don't think it's the best hand in Hold'em, but as far as like playability and profitability, I think it's Jack 10 suited. GT Jack says is Wackos open? Yeah, I think they're wearing face masks. Kidding? Okay, all right. I thought you were serious. Kevin Kendrick with a good point says take everything you know about 2-5 and throw it out the window when you play 2-5 at best bet. We see some wild stuff. Yeah, for sure.
I got a little OCD.
King Jack and 9-10 are the worst. I don't know about 9-10, man. I'll play 9-10. I don't play 9-10 off.
Hey, these are all even swaps. You remember that SNL skit where they used to do back with
Unless, like, it folds to me in the cutoff or the button. You know, I might open it then.
Where it was a bank.
Kevin Wall says, lately I've been in love with King Queen. Yeah, King Queen suited is in my 4-bet range, for sure. Sometimes, in the right scenario.
Commercial, like, well, how do you make money? You see, like, volume.
5-6 suited is where it's at.
Change. That's all we do.
Yeah, I mean, there's some merit to hands like that. They're easy to play, you know. You either flop huge or you just fold. Get out of the way.
I just realized 17.
Strawman says he likes playing jacks more than kings or aces. No way. I'll take aces all day. I'll give you jacks and I'll take aces all day. Shane says 8-9 is much less likely to be dominated and it's almost always live. That's the kind of hand you want to play multi-way. You know, it's not going to play super well post-flop heads up. Also, you got to be getting the right implied odds to play hands like that.
That's it. Do that right.
One, raise 20 from the juice.
Suited ace-ace. Tricky, tricky. Jacks is the hardest pair to play. Yeah, I mean, it's tough. It's the fourth best. The problem with jacks is, like, you're usually coming in for a raise and playing a big pot, you know.
Yeah, there ain't been much defense. It's been a good game to watch.
Sometimes playing, like, a 3- and 4-bet pot. You're just always playing someone that's at the top of their range in those spots. That's why it feels like that. OGB Wayne says implied odds, situational. Yeah, that's the trick to playing those suited connectors, those suited gappers, you know, two gappers, stuff like that. You got to be getting the right implied odds. Obviously, you want to be in position.
Don't hurt me hard now.
Gary C says don't 4-bet King Queen suited in most 2-5 games. It's a losing play, probably long term. Play hands against weak players with a capped 3-bet range. Sure, that's a good point. You know, a lot of the times in these smaller stake games when they 3-bet, it's aces or kings exclusively. Nori asking me if I enjoy playing online poker. I do. I like playing live better, but I do enjoy online. Nick from Yuma says, what's to enjoy? Well, you don't have to wear pants, for one. You can do it from your house, too. You know, you can see a lot more hands. And I think playing online, like, really cuts you into, like, a chiseler. Like, it makes you just so much better because you see so many more hands. You learn so much more faster. That's kind of like that old argument of, like, guys like Doyle Brunson, these online guys coming up, playing 1 million hands before they're 21, while people like Doyle and Mike Sexton's played 1 million hands lifetime. Damian Withers, thanks for watching, man.
You on the pot. Don't be lying on top of it. That ain't appropriate.
I'm a poker player. I have to lie, buddy.
He said he wanted to go all in with that 6. I know I ain't going to believe that.
Yeah, I think online's pretty fun, honestly. I think it's cool. You can play from your house. You can put in a ton of volume in a short amount of time. Putting in volume is really like what makes you better at poker, I think. Volume and studying. It just kind of prepares you for the online arena. I think putting in a lot of volume online is one of the fastest ways to get good because you're going to be put in so many situations so many times. You're going to have to figure out how to get out of these tricky spots successfully. It just makes you really good a lot faster. GT Jack says, if we are giving advice, always bet the nuts on the river when you're last to act. I think that's fair. That is good advice. Trav G, we're on the same page. Online improves your game a lot faster. One Lone Fool, I don't really think there is a good online site, man, to be honest with you. We were talking about it. If you just join us, we were talking about ACR and Bovada and stuff like that a little earlier. Not the best. Literally just like the least, like they're an option. You can't even really give them like a good or they're just an option. They're the least worst. McPartridge Boy says, bought the upswing course, studied the basics real hard. Yeah, man, you got to have strong fundamentals. That's everything builds off of that. Ron Weisberg says 571K in 2 years online. Yeah, man, you put in that volume. That's huge. Angry Mojo says, what's wrong with Ignition? I mean, I haven't played on there in years. But a long time ago when I was getting checks out of there, they were just like a nightmare to cash. I don't trust. I had a lot of money in my account during Black Friday that I never got back, and I don't trust it anymore. But I like multi-tabling. You know, that's like that's the fun part about online. You can play 4 or 5 tables, 6 tables. I kind of max out at 5 tables. I can't play more than like 5. I also like the exposure to tournaments. Like it's really hard to be able to put in that much volume in a tournament. Like kind of the same thing we said earlier is like you get a lot better because you can put in so much volume, and you can do the same thing with tournaments. It's hard. It's really hard to put in that much tournament volume like you can put in online. And for the price, you know, like you could play $3 tournaments all day and not break the bank. And a $3 tournament is going to play a lot different than a $3 cash game. You know what I mean? Alex says PokerStars is limited to 4 cash tables at a time now. I wonder why. It seems like they would want that rake, right? Trap G says everything's BTC now. Yeah, that's what I was doing during quarantine. Just running it up crypto, cashing out crypto. Used to get those Canada checks. Yeah, the bank would look at you like you were crazy. Like, what is this? My bank would take them, but they like had to send them off to get approved. So like my bank would, I would wait like 6 weeks for the check. I'd get it, I'd take it to the bank. The bank would have to send it off to like get reviewed or something for like another 2 or 3 weeks. It'd take me like 3 months to get my money.
So we're just gonna leave the book. Yeah. So we were supposed to move.
GT Jack says more rake is better. G-Dice with a good point. Yeah, online tourneys are a lot faster too. Yeah, that's a good point. You can play an online tourney in 3 hours, whereas in real life it takes 3 days. 3 hours is kind of a stretch. You could play an online tournament in 5 hours, 6 hours.
Drop to 10? Yeah, they ship a sushi bar down.
Or if you're me, just bust in level 1, man. Don't even waste. You still have the rest of your day. Bigger guarantees for smaller buy-ins. Another benefit for online. You know, like you could play like a $5, $1,500 guarantee. You know what I mean? You could play 20 of them in a day and only be stuck $100. You know what I mean? Alex says, has anyone ever busted out of a tournament on the first hand? I'm sure I have online. I don't think I've ever done it live, but I'm sure I have online. There's a big discussion about a guy busting the main event with aces on the first hand like 2 years ago. $50,000 chips. The blinds are 5,100 or 2,550, whatever they are. Bust with aces on the first hand. Yeah, I'm sure I've done it online. I just I can't think of a time when I did it live. GT Jack puts in a lot of tourney volume. GT Jack, you ever bust one live on the first hand? You're not supposed to go broke on the first hand. They always say you can't win the thing in the first level, but you can lose it. Kevin Walls, I've done it in the college tournament at Best Bet with ace-ace. That's always the story. Nick from Yuma says Sammy Farha, ace-10 versus Deeb, ace-ace. Ace-10, 10 flop? Nori says, how badly has COVID affected live poker games in casinos around your area? So we're pretty fortunate here in Best Bet Jacksonville. 9-6 makes a straight here, gets the check mark for Jerry. Jerry getting it back. That might put him back in the black. Anyway, Nori, we're fortunate here in Jacksonville. We don't have any casinos in the area. So when we came back pretty strong. When we got out of quarantine, we came back pretty strong, and we've been fortunate so far. But I know in a lot of other markets, poker rooms are really taking a beating. A lot of places are closing. A couple of famous poker rooms in Las Vegas closing down. That's going to do it. Jerry's going to take a big one off Nick C. That's going to do it for Nick C. GT Jack, you might be up.
That 6-9 beat.
Jordan in the chat says I busted the last tournament I played with ace-ace first hand. Ouch. What's worse, I busted on the bubble with ace-ace. That's worse. I'd rather just bust the first hand. It's like it didn't even happen. You just go rebuy. I busted. Busting on the bubble with ace-ace is way worse. Biloxi is real bad affected. Well, yeah, they can't get a break from the hurricanes either, man. California's taking a beating. Yeah, I heard that. Gary C. Biloxi is all old people. Yeah, and I think a lot of their business year-round is tourism. You know, so the whole tourism industry is getting crushed. So that's really going to have a negative impact on rooms like that are very, very tourist you know, tourism is where they get their money. Nick, thanks, buddy. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for watching. I dealt a ace-ace 10 hand like that one time. I thought I dealt the bad beat. Michael Villarreal says, where's the other chat room? We're live on all the platforms, man. We're live on YouTube. We're live on Twitch. We got chat regs all over the place, man. Live on Facebook. I got 3 chat windows open on my monitor right now so I can keep up with it. I still can't keep up. I got 3 chat windows and the game on my monitor. Trying to keep up. Illville MX, thanks, man. I appreciate that. Pete Betts with the best hand. Take note. I mean, he has been pretty value heavy, but, like, it's working. You know what I mean? Like, if it's not broke, don't fix it. Look at his stack. He's got, I don't know, 3,500? John Guari says, I live 3 blocks away from Disneyland, and it's a ghost town. Actually, so we got some of these dealers from California. They said they couldn't make any money. Literally moved across the country to come work here because, like, we're one of the most live poker rooms. They said in California they were, like, playing 3-handed. No games. Can't make any money. Moved literally across the country. Nori, thank you. I appreciate it. Thanks for hanging out with me. Thanks for keeping me entertained. G-Dice on 2 platforms as well. Pete is on a heater. That's right. Look at that stack. Yeah, when I lost aces on the bubble, it was a multi-day tournament, too. I think it was like day 3 or something. I came back for maybe like day 3. Busted with aces on the bubble. It's an ace-10 offsuit. Get it all in pre. Aces versus ace-10. Flop comes 8-9 jack. 7 on the turn. He's got me covered. Bobby picking up pocket 8s here in the cutoff. Folds around. Pete picking up pocket 6s. Oh, this is a straddle pot. Pete put out the button straddle. Trying to juice it up a little bit. We're going heads up to the flop. Pocket 8s versus pocket 6s. 8s in the lead. Ace, king, 10. Bobby got to keep it alive. Bobby's supposed to bet there. You have range advantage. Yeah, Bobby, you got to put the C-bet out there one time, man. That's a beautiful flop for your hand. You have an uncapped range. G-Dice says the bike is playing in the parking lot. Yeah, I saw that too, using porta potties for restrooms, man. Hawk Goalie says, what do we allow straddle-wise? So out in the rest of the room, out in the cash games, it's under the gun only. We let them straddle on the button here in the live stream game. And any time rate game, we let them straddle from any position. So the time rate game, they can straddle anywhere. The live stream game, they can straddle the button or under the gun. Out in the rest of the room, under the gun only. Unless they're playing time rate. Jordan Kuh says ace-10 offsuit, all-in pre on the bubble is a super punt. Yeah, he shoved into me. I raised, got called in one spot. He jammed it into me. Yeah, he just ripped it. I think I had like 11 or 12 bigs, and he had like 18. I opened to like 2.5. Somebody calls in between. He rips like 18. I just call it off, and the person in between folds. Yeah, Jerry's getting it back. He's got a pumpkin in front of him. Chow trying to bink this flush draw one time, calling 75 on the turn. Can't get there. Jerry's going to be good here with a pair of sixes. 8-6 offsuit. Gets the check mark. Gold.
Oh, pair.
You got a pair?
Yeah.
One pair good, Jerry. One pair good.
We got a better pair.
Jerry's going to scoop it. Take it down. Sam Childers says 4-1 odds justified on Polk. I think it's a good price for Daniel, to be honest with you. I would take Daniel at that price.
I was like, all right.
Mark says Chow could have bet that at any point. Yeah, he had a flush draw on 2 overs. It was a pretty strong hand. Who's out of position, though? Jordan says, shouldn't open for 2.5 off 11 blinds on the bubble. Sure, that's a good point. But exactly what I wanted to happen happened. Just being results oriented.
I had him. Didn't show him.
Kings wants the low spot.
Just got unlucky in that spot. Ran a little below EV.
It's a beautiful hand to look down at when you see those two things staring back.
I think that's how it went. I might not even have the action correct, but I'm pretty sure that's how it went. Flush right on the turn. Bobby binks it.
30 blinds and everybody
All the spades.
put that 3 bet on with the aces.
You can bet 5 and I'll fold. And then some moron calls you with pocket 3s and plus
I remember that tournament because we came back and we were like 4 out of the money or something like that. 5 out of maybe like 8 out of the money or something. And I drove there and I spent like longer driving there than I spent in the tournament. I was out in like, I don't know, 25 minutes. 45 minutes, something like that. G-Dice says Jerry rebought about 3 times. Yeah, but last time we looked, he was on the come up. He was only stuck like, I don't know, $150 or something. And now it looks like he's back in the black, right? He's got to be.
No.
Even if he's in the game for like 2,500, he's got to be like pretty close, right? He's got a pumpkin and a whole, like, at least 40 green chips. Crazy Jerry. He's got to be in the black for sure. It's probably close, but He's got to be in the positive.
Yeah, it was on the turn. Was that there? Who asked you? Who was on? No, you said you asked me if I had a queen. I thought I asked you if you had ace. Maybe I didn't. I just wanted to make sure it was queen, 10, 5.
Curtis James says, good game tonight. Yeah, man, it's been pretty fun, actually. I thought it was going to be a little bit snug, like a little tight, but I was wrong. We got a good lineup. Time to put the straddle in. I like it. Trav G says, the game rewards bad play. Not in the long run, man. Not in the long run. Only in the short term. But that's okay, because Jerry's going to be in here tomorrow night, you know what I mean, with whatever he wins today. You guys are watching him play. He's trying to give it away. He just can't get any help. Jerry's tough, man. Jerry's one of those players that, like, if he gets on a heater, like, he plays so many hands, and he plays pretty aggressive. If he gets on a heater, he can just really, like, mess your day up, for sure.
Yes, you're good. Sure. I will double check when I get over there, but I think you're good. What was good, right?
Illville, yeah, we were talking about that earlier. Just him punching that thing. I think it was like his iPad or something, just punching it like a psycho. Ricky says, not necessarily bad play, just crazy gambling. Yeah, that's his move, man. That's his style. Get all the chips or go home broke.
That last glass of wine.
Yeah, you can take a transfer on the other table, but then other players will come in. You don't play with someone there. I don't know. They got 2-5 with it.
Alex, I was kind of thinking the same thing. Like Alex says, it seems like D-Negs is a totally different person online, or is he like a totally different person in real life? Like, is his TV personality just an act? It kind of seems like the way he is when he like freaks out online, like that might kind of actually be how he is. And then he's just kind of like a different person when the cameras are on.
Wow, what a big play.
Kevin Wall's like a psycho. Yeah, man, did you see that video? Watch that video where he melts down. He got banned from Twitch. Trying to stream the WSOP and got banned from Twitch. How do you get banned from Twitch? Illville says he can read people. That's his talent for sure. Some of the sickest poker videos of all time are, you know. I was watching him play on Poker Go like 2 days ago, and he called somebody's hand. He just said, "Oh man, I know exactly what you have," and he folded correctly. He was right.
That's embarrassing. Give us a new player in C3. This guy's too much of a nit. He's too much of a nit.
All right, so bad. Just for that, I'm going to go order my own. I want to go order my own.
Moose Duty. I see what you did there. Pretty good. I mean, it doesn't really matter. You know, at the end of the day, he's still been a great ambassador for the game. He gets people to play the game, and that, you know, that trickles down. All of that money ends up in the ecosystem. It keeps the game alive. You can't take that away from him. He's a great player. But what he's done for the game is pretty impressive, regardless of, like, his personality faults or whatever. What he's done for the game is huge. I'm not making excuses or saying it's right or anything like that. I'm just saying, like, let's give credit where credit's due. He's probably helped to grow the game to a level it would never be at.
Not cool, Raymond.
Thank you for letting
Not cool.
Thank you for letting me win, Warren.
Not cool.
Brian Luke says, where's the guy to fill that seat? I think he's on the way. He told me he was here in the building. He should be in there momentarily. GT Jack, Twitch Reg, he was watching the game at home and said, I'm going to come jump in this thing.
Who's on the list, guys?
Nori says, will there be any 5-10 games live streamed in the future? There's going to be a 5-10-25 game next Friday night, 1 week from today. Same place, same channel. Hit the like and subscribe button so you get a notification. We're playing 5-10-25. No cap. Next Friday, it's going to be a monster. Yeah, Raymond with a nice 3-bet there, taking down the pot. Ooh, Burrito with the seat change. I don't know if you want that that bad juju in that seat, man. You should have stayed where you're at.
I didn't call it. It's my fault.
It is.
It's indeed always.
That's okay,
Always,
dude.
always. It's fine. It's fine. Check.
Maybe trying to get position on Chuck. It's kind of tough because you're giving up position to the guy with that can literally like flip for your whole stack and not even sweat it. That's not really a spot you want to be in. I don't think. Maybe there's something I'm not understanding. Runbat says, say hello to George. Yeah, I said it earlier. George is going to put a teacher's salary on the table. Runbat, yeah, I agree. That's why I thought it was kind of a weird move. Like, you trying to get position on Chuck? Giving up position to the guy with all the chips, playing a lot of hands. And then Jerry right behind him. Kind of a weird seat change. But whatever, maybe he just likes the one seat. ACR, do I do all the commentary? I don't. I do some of it, though. I'm here usually 1 or 2 of the streams a week. I'm also a floor person here at the card room, so sometimes I have to go work on the floor. But thanks. I appreciate it. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for listening.
I had to do sports. I got shot in heart girl. 2-4 heart. A pretty good hand. And if you ain't got a king, I can scare you off.
That time D-Neg said pre-flop, know what, I think he has 2 aces. Yeah, I've seen that clip. He's a sicko. ACR, does Higgy still work there? Yeah, he does. I think he's back to dealing. I'm not sure. He kind of had some medical stuff, and he had to take some time off. And I saw him back, kind of doing some some side work here at the room. But he might be back to dealing. He usually leaves before I get here. He's a daytime guy. Nori says, hope I'm in the commentary for the 5-10 game. Yeah, I'll be here for sure. I'm already scheduled for that. Got a couple buddies of mine coming in from Texas, trying to play some deep stack poker. Their games play really deep out there, so they're prepared for no max deep stack cash. Runbat said Higgy is dealing. Cool. Glad to hear it. Yeah, I'm glad.
How's everybody doing? Chop, chop. Yeah.
Alex, I'm not sure. He says, how come some of you guys in the chat might have an answer for this? I don't know because I'm here in real time, but he says, how come some live streams you can look back to an earlier point, but on others you can't, or vice versa? Like, kind of like when you're watching a YouTube video and you go back a minute or 2 or whatever. Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe some of these guys that spend a little more time on YouTube or Twitch might have an answer.
Illegal information.
Everything.
Data mining.
I know you like to play Queen 3 suited flush on the turn. There you go.
He's like, that's so hungry.
I already told these people I was on this stream to show folks at home how not to do
G-Dice says a lot of match to stack here in Texas. Yeah, I got some buddies coming in. They play 5-5, and they play huge, man. They buy in for like 8K at 5-5, like 6K, 5K at 5-5, 1,000 big blinds.
That's how you drop
2,000 big blinds deep, and they get it in. That's the sick part. They don't just play; they just get it in. Yeah, I'm not sure what's up with the graphics here, guys. I don't know where our cards are at. We hopefully we get this sorted out pretty soon. We'll see if we can get an update for you here shortly. Yeah, match the stack game. They play these huge 5-5 games, and they get all the chips in the middle.
Oh, well, now you got out your life.
I got seat 3 and seat 6.
1,500 big blind pots multiple times a night. Sick. They're ready. They're well equipped to play deep stack cash here. Best bet. Jay Cheeseball says the Twitch player you can't go back live, but on YouTube you can. Okay. Hopefully that helps.
You got a first and goal. Okay.
Oh yeah, that would have been a bad beat if they'd have scored here, and that would have been a push for NC State. I mean that.
Yeah. They got the ball back. Now, first and goal.
OGB Wayne, thanks man. Thanks for watching. See you on Friday for that 5-10-25 game. Gary C says the fans won. Nancy? I can't do anything about that, man. That's a different department.
Great game to watch.
Exciting game. Back and forth.
Raise 30.
Rock Roll says Pittsburgh in the house. What's up? Thanks for tuning in, man. Rivers Poker Room is opening Wednesday. My boy works there. Give a shout out to Matt Slogan when you're there. Big, tall guy that talks a lot. Dylan Burcham in the Facebook chat. How long is the delay? We're on a 15-minute delay. So I'm watching the delay with you guys in real time. G-Dice says 2-5 last night on TCH, had multiple 4 and 5K pots. Money just grows on trees in Texas, man. It's crazy. I was talking to my buddies that play out there, and they're just like, yeah, man, these guys, they just have so much money, and nobody knows where it comes from. It just, the games play so big. When he first moved out there, he was playing like 1-2 or 1-3, whatever it is, and he sent me a picture. There was like multiple like 4K stacks in this like 1-2 or 1-3 game. It was so sick. Jordan says, what's TCH? That's another stream that's not as good as this one. Bobby flopping 3 queens out the gate. Queen, queen 5 board. Queen 9 in the hole.
I can't remember if I play or not.
Texas is its own economy. Yeah, I guess. Oil money? Sure, that makes sense. Rock and roll, I just scanned back over to the YouTube chat. Are you talking about Slogan? Oh, yeah, you know Matt Slogan. How can you miss him? He's big, tall, goofy, and he talks too much.
Second time 90.
Tell him I said what's up. That's my buddy.
Undergrad in 84.
No, I wasn't ready for college.
Shout out to Matt Slogan and everyone else in Pittsburgh.
I started at Georgia Tech in 85. I took my little, I lived out there. I was an undecided engineering major, and I lived out there with
Wesley Walrus says it sucks for people who actually want to play 1-2. Yeah, these guys just want to gamble with their monster stacks. I get it. Chips are always at risk.
Back in the day, that first year, I remember we took.
Secret Agent, yeah, the games play big in Biloxi, too. That's right. People come into that 1-3 game with like 2,000. I played in that game quite a bit, actually.
Yeah.
I like that game. We like the bow. We stay at the bow a lot.
And in third quarter is calculus and physics.
Yeah.
And
Nick from Yuma says I should reach out to Rampage. So the problem with some of these guys is like they package themselves as a deal. It's like, yo, we'll come play in your room, but we also want to do a meetup game, and like you pay us and whatever. But there's not a lot of value in that kind of stuff right now because like meetup games are just not a good idea, you know? It's kind of a weird time. You don't want to have like a ton of people in like one small area for a meetup game type deal. Like our room is like really spread out. Our tables are staggered. Some of those guys aren't even doing their meetup games. But yeah, I agree. Trying to get more stuff like that happening on the stream. I talked to Brad Owen a couple times over the past few weeks. Try to get him here at some point. Rock roll. My name's Dustin. Just tell him Dustin from Best Bet. The live stream guy says what's up. He'll know.
My first time there, I was young. First time away from your parents. And
drinking all that beer.
fraternities and parties.
Oh my God, yeah.
Kevin Walls, did you watch that clip? What a psycho. What? Is that who he is in real life? Throws a strong right cross right into the iPad.
I mean, when you're 18 years old,
Invitations are.
Yeah, that's a real thing.
G-Dice, yeah, I heard about the one in Dallas. I think I saw a vlog or something from there, maybe. Yeah, we talked to Brad. Super nice guy, super down to earth. He's exactly how you think he would be. Just a real nice guy, down to earth, just loves poker. But we had a couple conversations. We'll try to work something out for 2021, hopefully. Rampage would be another good one. I like his vlog. I think he does a good job.
I live in Cloudman dorm.
Get him to come play on the live stream table. We had Bart Hansen come play on the table about a year ago. Bart Hansen was here, played in the live stream game, maybe a little longer, and he just ran way below EV and got steamrolled in a 10-25 game.
Unfortunately, though, when you commit to do that, you got to stay for the whole game, which I was extra right.
Illville, where can we get updates on things like that? Follow us on social media, man. That's probably the fastest way. You know, look us up on Facebook, follow our Instagram. Our marketing team is pretty good about that kind of stuff. Instagram's a good place, also Facebook. You know, if we work out a deal with Brad, like he'll promo it on all of his stuff too, so we'll know plenty of time in advance. Brad was fun to watch at TCH. Card dead, but won a lot. That was a huge game. Yeah.
9 calls. 4 calls, 2 calls.
Second one.
Second one, yeah.
I never even heard of him. Maybe
Get Brad Booth in for a camping/poker stream.
$6.
Well, look at this, deuces versus deuces. You don't see this very often. This was a hand we were talking about last night where guy folds kings pre-flop, trying to figure out what hands the other guy could have, and it's possible he could have the other 2 kings. You don't see it very much, but it happens. All heart board. Looks like 10 of hearts in the lead with 95% of the equity. Wow. Pocket 10s from Bobby gets the check mark, misses the flush, still good on the river. Jerry going to get after it here with pocket deuces. This is what we were talking about. If Jerry runs up a stack, gets on a little bit of a heater, smells any weakness, he's going to make your life pretty miserable. That's why I was surprised that Burrito wanted to move and give up position to him. Rock and roll, you watched that stream, Bart ran like about as bad as you could run. He got stacked against George's 7-deuce. That was a tough one. Ace-king versus 7-deuce, ace-7-7 flop. Get Luke Schwartz at best bet. I wonder what that guy's up to.
I couldn't find him in the back, but 3 calls, 4 calls, 6 calls, 7 calls, 8 calls.
PGZ, come on, man. Come get on this list. We're open till Monday morning. 24 hours on the weekend. Juicy cash game action.
What's up?
Mike Mizrahi, he actually plays here, I wouldn't say regularly, but probably like once a year when we have our big WPT 5K event, our big bounty scramble. I don't think he played last year, but he usually plays the 5Ks. He's a Florida guy, you know. He's from South Florida. It's only like a 5-hour drive to Miami, 5.5, something like that.
Them queens are good.
So I got a raise to 100, 2 called.
I don't know about the other ones, though. The other Mizrahi brothers, I don't think they've played here.
Delete that off the screen. You don't need to see all that. They don't need to see that hand.
The grinder.
6.
He plays in our 5Ks. Michael says he used to deal. I don't know anything about that.
1000%.
All right, if you guys are just joining us, we're playing 2-5 no limit. Deep stack cash, $1,500 max. It's been a pretty fun stream so far. Rock says, why haven't we seen any 5, 10, 25 streams in a while? We haven't done one in a while, to be honest. I was talking about that earlier. I'm pretty excited for next week. We haven't done a 10-25 Hold'em stream probably in 2 months. I don't think we had one scheduled at all last month. I mean, I know we didn't. Payday said, I fell asleep. Who's up? Definitely Pete in the 2-seat, man. Crushing. But Jerry taking a run at it. Jerry probably got close to 3K in front of him. Chuck got a big stack. Chuck got 2,800-ish. Yeah, 24. Okay. Yeah, Jerry came back. Jerry made a Jerry got on a little bit of a heater. Started putting his opponents in some weird spots. Sherry Plaskota, what's up? Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for hanging out.
A small pair of 9s.
I think I'm liking Clemson -5.5 at Notre Dame, even with the freshman quarterback.
Hey, well, is the quarterback, is he playing? No.
No, the freshman is, but the guy's 6'5", 240. He's got all the
big,
tools.
but I tell you what, they had a hell of a time with BC.
He got no experience.
All right, we're going to take a look at the stats so far. 127 hands in. 2-5 no limit. Chuck, about where he was last time. Raymond got cooled off earlier in the stream. GT Jack, I don't think that's right because I think I think those are Burrito's stats, actually. I don't think we updated them when Burrito changed seats. But Jerry now up almost 1,000. What a come up. Went from stuck 1,200 to plus 900. That's a real come up right there.
Fired up. I know you're gonna tap it. Don't even think about doing something crazy.
Yeah, Jerry back in the action after being stuck 1,200 early on in the stream. Now plus 1,000. That's the way to do it. Bob says he was stuck a lot more than that. Maybe he started getting it back like before we checked the stats. Rock and roll. Any word about big tourneys? Yeah, we got a 1,500 next month. Later this month. Our fall frenzy event. We ran it in October. Got 300K in the prize pool. We're gonna do it again this month. That's gonna be November 21st. $1,500 Fall Frenzy 2 event. Like I said, the first one got almost 300K in the prize pool. 69,000 for first. That's really the only big tournament we have, but we're also gonna have like some events surrounding that. Like there's a 240 no limit the day before. There's a 360 monster stack the day after.
Can't reason with a drunk either, can you?
You absolutely can't.
Jiggy says, when's the next Omaha 8 or better stream? We have one this month. I think it's next maybe 2 weeks. The 18th or something maybe? No, it's not the 18th. The 19th. 15:30 Omaha 8 or better on the 19th. 2 weeks. Mike Villarreal with a good question. Where were you guys for the Tony stream? That stream was a lot of fun. Tony Dunst in the booth. Great guy. Real down to earth. Easy to talk to. A legend in the game.
Check start. Uh-oh.
Bill Wallace, hello from Nashville. Went to Tunica last week, and the poker is slow. They are 5-handed. Got to get to Florida, man. Chuck bets 75 into GT Jack's Jack 8 suited. GT Jack puts in the raise and picks up the open ender. We might see some chips get pushed around here. GT Jack makes it 270. Makes it 300 to go. Chuck with top pair, top kicker here in a 3-bet pot. 827 in the middle this hand. This one might end up being a sick cooler. Alex says, is that a different fidget spinner? Yeah, are these things making a comeback? What is happening? PGZ, just a poker room here in Jacksonville, Florida. Don't do it, Chuck. Don't do it. Oh, no, 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 no. Damn, GT Jack got him. Repping a hand like tens, I guess. Ace 10, maybe. Oh. Don't do it, Chuck. And then he did it. Oops. Sherry says, poker tents in the winter in Washington. Ouch. No thanks. No thanks. Amont in the Twitch chat says that should be a jam. He's too deep, man. Chuck's way too deep. Why did he fold? I don't know. That's tough spot. Jason Emerson with a good point. Like, Chuck is really deep. GT Jack, not that deep. He knows he's going to have to call the rest on the river. Pretty good point. 75% of the chat on the way to best bet. Come on. We got a big room, man. We got 70 cash tables. Pete picking up pocket aces on the button. Chuck might be tilting off a little bit here. Calls a 3-bet with queen jack suited. Flops middle pair. Gonna need a lot of help. Only a 20% favorite. Makes the call. 3 of diamonds. No help. 500 in the middle. Chuck doesn't. Problem with Chuck's hand here is, one, he's out of position, and 2, he doesn't block anything. Like, only pocket queens is the only value hand that he blocks. Rock and roll with a good point. He probably folded because there was a dry board, no draws, and this guy's just barreling into you. I mean, yeah, I kind of see that. I get it.
Kyle's doing it all today.
I don't know. I don't think he showed it. I think he just put it in the muck.
Over here.
Gary McNeely, I feel like we had this conversation last night. You asked me if you were on the game, and I said, yeah. You're 7th on the 27th. GT Jack from the chat to the felt. That's the way to do it, man. He was watching the game at home. He said, this game's too good. I got to go make some money. It's Friday night. What am I doing in the chat? I should be live in-game right now. Look at Chuck just flopping the stones here. Leading out with it. Oh, no, I'm sorry. He's got the top pair in the open-ender. Got some Jerry dollars in the middle also. I thought he flopped it for a second. Kevo, that's Kyle. New guy, Kyle. Nighttime guy, man. You don't see those people. You don't come in at night. Wow, Jerry gets there on the river. Chuck's going to click it over to him. What do you guys think about a blocker bet here? It feels kind of nitty to just check fold in this spot. Yeah, I mean, obviously Jerry's going to bet, but also, like, Jerry's going to bet this river 100% of the time with his full range. You know, so that's why I kind of like a block bet, because, like, it's going to work sometimes because he's not going to have a jack. And when he does have just the jack like this, he might just call and you save some money.
He did not like clowns.
Oh, that's funny. I didn't think about that.
She would not watch it.
I think I like a block bet from Chuck there of like 100 because like if you check it over to Jerry, he's going to bet 100% of the time, whether he has it or not. But if you lead out with a block bet of like 120, 125 or something like that, he's going to fold some of the time. You're just going to pick up the pot. And when he has just a jack, he's going to call. You're going to save some money there. And when he has the stones, like king jack, he's going to re-raise you. And you could just fold. Trav G with a good point. Jerry's image getting him paid. If he had king jack gets paid there. Jason Emerson says betting is totally correct. Yeah, I mean, bet like quarter pot there. He's going to fold anytime he doesn't have a jack. Jerry's also so wide on the button, like he's going to have a ton of other hands, but that don't have a jack that he has to fold. King jack beat ace jack that hand. Yeah, you're right. 7-8 straight. Gets a check mark for Bobby. 222 in the middle.
Got all of it.
Suspicion confirmed.
Check call is not good against Jerry. I don't think Chuck.
Wait, let me check for a full house.
It's tough to say. It kind of looked like Chuck was going to check fold, but against Jerry, you have to check call. But when you put the ball in his court and you let him, you let him dictate the price, I think that's where the mistake is. When you can block bet and put a lot of pressure on the rest of his range.
I'm surprised to hear that they still have the Orange Park room open.
Just my opinion. I don't know what you guys think. I like a block bet in that spot.
Close the dogs down.
But I remember, didn't they used to back in the day?
I don't know if it's a winning play or if it's a break-even play. He's going to fold a lot of the time.
Yeah, they had the old spot off racetrack.
Yeah, that was, I guess I kind of assumed once they made this place better, that why was the need to even have the...
Right. They're building another one now down in St. John's on off of 207, south end of the county.
Sam Childress, thanks, buddy. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for hanging out. I know it's getting late on a Friday night, but who cares? We're 24 hours. We're going to keep it going for a little bit longer. You guys have been awesome. I'm having fun. Hopefully you guys are having fun. For those of you guys that are still locked down and can't play live poker, hopefully this fills some of the void. I know it's not quite the same, but hopefully it helps.
Yeah, until next month, then they're going to get rid of because of the state voted dogs out, which is fucking stupid. People that did it.
SSB says a nice block bet lets him safely fold to a raise. Yeah, absolutely, but he can only raise exactly king jack. I mean, it's Jerry. He might raise all of his jacks, but he's going to have a lot of like two-pair hands and other, stuff like that. One-pair hands. He's going to have a lot of missed draws.
That's the media at their best when they're giving all this false bullshit stuff out there about
Jerry might raise with all of his jacks, but I think like with just a naked jack there, I think he has to just flat the block bet. I think he can only raise king jack.
No, they don't. They treat him pretty damn well. I've known a few dog owners over there.
Nick Coven, really enjoyed my time on the table. Looking forward to the next time. That's awesome, man. Feel free to shoot us an email anytime you want to get in the game, man. Take a look at the list. Let us know when you want to play. You can email myself, Dustin S. at Best Bet Jacks, or you can email Sage.
We're not even going to let you.
Brian Luke, what time is the stream till? We're going to run it until, I don't know, man, until I get tired of running it, really, or we don't have any viewers. Or until the game gets bad.
One of my friends in Augusta, they got a son that's on the Central Florida.
Yeah, Nick C., we enjoyed it, man. You ran into a couple of tough spots, but sometimes it'd be like that.
Yeah, we were talking about that tech game, and I was telling him that how impressed I was with Central Florida. I mean, they just play at warp speed on offense. A lot of people.
You know what a lot of teams do to slow them down now? Fake injuries.
They are fucking. I mean, they are fast.
Typically for streaming longer. Yeah, I'm in, man. I don't have anywhere to be.
Just sitting there talking like, did you see that tournament?
Got 2 hours till last call, you know what I'm saying?
It's amazing how quickly they snap the ball.
But a lot of teams, what they're doing now to slow it down, get them out of rhythm.
PGZ 5 a.m. here in Ireland. I'm enjoying the stream, your commentary, and Jerry running good. Too much to go to sleep. That's huge, man. Thank you very much. Happy to have you. Thanks for being a part of the stream. Thanks for being a part of the chat. That's where it's at, chat regs.
Faking an injury to slow down the action. Y'all give me a tough bet.
John Moore says, watching from the south of England. You guys are on lockdown trying to get your fix, man. I get it.
Call timeout.
Not impossible, just a task.
That's how I was during quarantine, man. Just trying to digest as much poker content as I could.
Cramp up for sure. They ain't used to that heat down there.
Who they playing? Oh, yeah.
OGB Wayne says, last call is 11 p.m.
Next week they play
Got to get
Temple.
started early.
The week after that they play Cincinnati at home, and I'm looking forward to going to that game.
Those will be two pretty good games.
Yep. We just hadn't lost to Memphis or Tulsa, which Tulsa's a tough team. People don't realize how
Yeah,
tough they are.
Memphis game. I watched a good bit of that. It was a good game.
Tulsa's tougher than people think. That Memphis game was a damn shootout. You throw for 600 yards and you lose a game is beyond me.
That's crazy.
5 touchdowns, 600 yards is less than me. So I'm missing a field goal in the end.
Damian Winter said, enjoying the poker and the rain here in NorCal. You guys need it for sure. Oh, Secret Agent, need to post a link to the Hampton on your site. Yeah, that's a good idea, actually.
We're going to let you get it 5 times out of 5. They deserve to be.
Sherry Grace, thank you very much. Thanks for tuning in.
I don't miss them. Four guys are off the team on the 4 starters on defense.
Nick Stevens says, never a bet. You get called and you lose. Yeah, I mean, I get it, but sometimes losing less is winning. You know what I mean?
Those are the only two charges?
So, like, he lost 250 in that pot, but he could block bet for 125. You know what I mean? Literally lose 50% less. And he's going to win sometimes. So, like, when you look at it from a zoomed-out, long-term EV perspective, like, he's going to win the hand sometimes when he leads out. Jerry's not always going to have exactly a jack.
Thank you. They give me a heart attack.
It's 450, right?
Jason says, losing less is what makes average players good. Yeah, absolutely, man.
First bluff and the last one.
You lying. You bluffed earlier.
No, he knows.
Ricky, be back Monday. Come on.
Pair on the flop, and then Diamond's got there with 2 over.
G-Dice going to get it in on Sunday. I like it. Going to the new TCH. Trav said, giving away the game to the Rex. I'm here for the people, man. I'm here for you guys.
What's that chip in? I didn't know that was mine.
But don't block bet me. You know what I'm saying? Check it to me so I can go max value.
Raise 25 from 3. How much? 25? Fold 4, fold 6, call 7, fold 8, fold 9.
OGB Wayne says the Windsor in Ontario does not serve beer. What?
On this live stream is a lot more work.
What?
Play-by-play.
Ooh, I don't know about play-by-play.
Nick Stevens says that's why you never bet check is good and let a bluff bet. Yeah, but like you don't want to just like spend your whole time in bluff catcher mode. You know what I mean? People make a lot of mistakes in bluff catcher mode. That's a tough. It's definitely a tough spot to play out of position.
I miss all. Yeah, that's good. I miss all this shit.
I had a couple of my buddies playing the PLO stream last week.
Damian Winters, yeah, I'm glad that worked out for you.
Damn things in come apart.
Adam's RFID cards, they get magnetic.
I had a friend playing the PLO stream last week. They were having a tough time reading the cards.
Jason Emerson, yeah, good point. When people see that you will check call the river, they will exploit it like crazy. Yeah, I mean, like this time it was 250. Next time it might be 325. You know, he gets that extra 75.
Hey, you got an extra black one there. I would have said the same thing earlier when you asked me about one black, but it's okay.
I don't mind the extra black.
Raise 20. Okay, my
Kevo Wall says, I need a Bud and a Jameson. Oh, don't worry, buddy. We got time. We got time.
He's trying to understand my OCD. Sometimes that extra chip really annoys me.
Going to Oklahoma Choctaw. Okay, G-Dice. TCH with a 50K. That's cool. That's cool.
You can make a 7-card straight with that. 7-card straight flush.
You know, honestly, I'm so rusty at tournament play. I think at live tournament play, I think that anything above like a 350 or like a $400 buy-in, I'm probably dead money. I might even be dead money in those events. But like if I try to play something like a 1K, I'm drawing dead. I need to get on the like a life heater to cash.
Yeah, you're 10 full of sevens.
I haven't played a live tournament in probably a year, maybe longer.
Jerry, it's on you.
Oh, sorry. Don't be sorry. You do that.
Call the one. Full six.
I know, I didn't know.
Nick Stevens says you just fold the one pair on the straight run out. Sure, if you always fold though, you're going to lose like 100% of the time, and that's why I'm kind of a bigger fan of betting in that spot because you're going to win sometimes, and winning sometimes is better than losing all the time. I mean, I'm not like I'm not saying anybody's right or wrong in this spot. I'm just down to have the discussion. So I promise I'm not just like trying to bash you. I just think I think winning, like I said, I think winning some of the time is better than losing all of the time. Because if you put pressure on him, Jerry's going to have to fold some of the time.
Put 50 out there. Ain't nobody gonna turn you in.
G-Dice says, played one Tuesday and TCH finished 22 of 66. Yeah, that's not going to be high enough for the money, buddy. You got to get in that. You got to get to that final table. Went card dead for about an hour in the middle. The middle is like one of the most crucial parts of the tournament. Like everything else kind of plays itself. Once the blinds start getting up there, you just end up, you know, with 15, you know, sub 20 big blinds. Pretty standard, you know what I mean? But the middle of the tournament is really like I think the most important part because that's when you got to get all the chips. You know, you got to make a run at the final table. Jason Emerson, interesting question. Suppose you have a tell or two about a bad player who gives a ton of action. Would you ever help a friend who also plays against said player or always keep it a secret? I don't know. Can you buy any of this guy's action? I'd be like, listen, I'm going to give you the cheat code, but you have to sell me some action. Right? I'm going to give you the cheat code, but I get 10%.
Hot with 75. 3 spot and 4 spot are not impressed.
Wow, how many king 10s are in this deck? King 10, king 10, king queen, jack 10. And then Bobby in there with the random ace 5. G-Dice, I get it, man. That happens to me pretty often. Go card dead right in the middle of the tournament. It feels really tough. But once you get in that like sub 15 big blind territory, you know, the hands kind of play themselves, and you just have to be okay with the variance. Jason was actually given this advice. What was the advice? Take some of the action? Chat royalty. I like it, Nick Yuma.
Can't talk about it.
Can't think about it.
Yeah.
Cooler situation coming. Yeah, queen on the turn.
3 1/4.
Yes, sir.
Queen on the turn. Ultimate cooler. All the stacks go in.
Hot ball.
Probably not. It's going to put the one-liner to Broadway.
I mean, yeah, because I know you want to. I know you were looking at it. You were eyeing it.
Ace on the turn would be a spicy one, right?
There's nothing wrong with that here.
Strawman, am I going to be at OP this weekend? No, I think I might go. I don't know. I might go Tuesday. I think I'm going to definitely go Tuesday. I don't know if I'm going to get there before then. Ooh, I called it. Ace on the turn. Wow. Raymond goes from worst to first. Can these 2-pair hands fold? Ooh, Chuck with the snap fold. Jason, are you saying you had to tell? Or I don't think I understand the situation. I understand the question, but I don't think I understand the situation in question.
I didn't lose a lot of money saying that.
Nice, man.
I called 75 at 2 pairs. I said nothing wrong.
Yeah, Raymond from worst to first takes down a big one, 900 in the middle there.
I don't know what the river was.
Under 3,800, still way live. Nick from Yuma gets my vote for sure. I wrote it in on the ballot. I wrote Nick from Yuma. Nick Steven, you're right. If you check fold, you lose 100% of the time, but you will lose more by betting because you will 0% of the time get called by worse. Yeah, but like I said, he's gonna have some folds. Like you're right. You're never gonna get called by worse, but you can push some hands out of the pot. Maybe even some hands as strong as 2-pair. Probably not from Jerry. Like Jerry might look you up with a hand like 2-pair in that spot, but you can push out some really strong hands. Jason, we had a really fun conversation in our radio show about Mike Caro's Book of Tells, if it's still relevant or not. I just read it again a couple weeks ago.
I got 2 big bets. One of them is a kid who ain't hit the ball straight all year, Ricky Fowler. We got him at 41 to 1.
Jason Emerson, that's a good point. This sums it up pretty well. It says they will always bet into you with a worse hand on the river, but they won't always call, and that's why you block that. Yeah, that makes sense.
I got $1,000 on the Shambo.
Tim Gray says one of the King 10s folds.
That's a good one.
Of course, you can't win if the line moves that much.
G-Dice King on the turn would have been a $3,800 pot. You're probably right.
Sell that bet.
Yeah, that goes good. You say you got him at 20 to 1?
20 to 1 for a dime, yeah.
If you check, they won't fold. Yeah, but if you check, they're going to bet. That's exactly what happened.
Fowler for 500 to 41 to 1.
I really think they got one hour.
I don't know if block betting is 100% the correct strategy right there. It really, I'm sure there's probably a math equation that you could run and probably get close to some accuracy, but I don't know. To me, it makes sense. A lot of times in poker, two things you can do two totally different things, and they can be really close to correct with a difference of a few dollars of EV, Jiggy Brad got a signed copy of Caro's Book of Tells. You know what? You can have mine too. You can have 2. I found it to be incredibly dated. There were a couple juicy nuggets of information in there, but for the most part, I was like, this is almost unreadable. A lot of it has to do with draw and stud poker. That's why it's so dated. There's a couple of nuggets in the hold'em section, but even then, he's referring to limit hold'em.
Hole 7. Wait, let's think around. He's going to crash into the wall eventually.
Like the end of Saturday Night Live when the skits get less.
Nick from Yuma says we're putting in that overtime. That's right. I'm charging them the max today. You guys got to pay me.
We're heads up. That sound of a plane going in the ground.
I think I bought it on Amazon for $15, and I was like, if I can win 4 big blinds at 2.5, it was a plus EV move, and I think I can. Gumball says, what time the stream ends? Probably a little bit, man. Probably I don't know. We'll see how it goes. We'll reevaluate at 12:30. It's all about the right decision at the right time. The right thing doesn't mean a whole lot in the short term, right? Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. I think you can make 2 totally different decisions, and when you zoom out and you crunch all the numbers, they're probably within a few dollars of EV either way. The Mathematics of Poker by Bill Chen. I'm going to look that one up. I think some of the math is kind of where I struggle the most in poker. And I think I consider myself to be pretty decent at math in general, but I definitely struggle with poker math just because it's never been explained to me very well. But yeah, I'll look into that one.
30 from the 6. No, he ain't running the place.
Kevin Wallace says, what's a really good book that's up to date? A lot of the stuff has moved into into online, man. Not a lot of people put stuff in paper anymore. I like Ed Miller's stuff. The course is really good. The one, what's the other one? The 1%, 1%er or something like that. Those two are probably the closest thing to something that you would like that's still relevant, and they're kind of short. Any kind of hard like paperback or paper book on poker math is going to be good because that's never going to change. The math is the math. OGB Wayne says, where is Johnny? Johnny's on a sabbatical.
They try to be diplomatic. That would scare off the suckers.
Oh, Johnny Chan. Oh, I don't know. I don't know what Johnny Chan's been doing.
Erratic.
That was pretty good. I know they like that. I can just see him in the chat. Oh my God, 4-3. Yes, he did.
Possibly high.
Position. Exactly.
Possibly don't know. Possibly thinks
Michael Ace Avito, Modern Poker Theory. Okay, I'll look it up. I feel like I've heard that one before. I'm into that kind of stuff, though.
not realizing it's still about 20 hands in.
Apparently it was.
Thinking it was
Last hour.
high.
Jesus, they taking all the nuts away from him.
Jake Smith, is the game still going? Yeah, man, we live. We're on a 15-minute delay, but the game's still going. No seat, though. Solid game.
All right, good call. That's a good call.
Sherry Grace, thanks for the recommendation. I feel like I've heard of that book before. I'll revisit that. Raymond picking up Jack here. One overcard in the four-way flop. GT Jack got his cards just outside the reader. They got to come back like 3 inches. Poker Strategy with Ed Miller. I never read that one. I read The Course and like Poker's 1% or something like that. And I thought they were both pretty good. I think he's like way wide on some of his ranges, but I think he's still like pretty in touch with mid and low stakes poker. Plus he kind of harps on this exploitative strategy, you know, versus GTO type stuff, and I think that's where the money's at in low stakes. Rock roll. Michael A works with John Little, probably where you heard it from. Yeah, that makes sense.
Usually can't hear the table talk too well on the stream. I've never watched it.
Dylan Burcham, has the bad beat ever been won on the live stream? It hasn't, man. It hasn't. That's Best Bet Live 2021 goals. Hit the bad beat on the live stream. It's hard to hit a bad beat, man. We have a full room full of poker tables, and it gets hit like once every 4 months, you know. We're open 18 hours a day, 24 hours on the weekend. Always got no fewer than 5 games going, and sometimes anywhere between 5 and 30 games, and the bad beat only gets hit once a month. No, I mean, not even once a month, once every couple months.
You said how many? 700? 600? Yeah, they like to take.
Secret Agent, what qualifies for the bad beat? Quad 8s or better have to lose. GT Jack putting him to the test.
It's like a movie.
Bobby going to make the reluctant call, it seems like, with the second nut flush. GT Jack mystery cards. He might have it. I don't think I saw anyone pitch the ace of diamonds. Might still be live. Payday says Michael Avacito's book is a hard read. GT Jack just muck his hand? I don't think Bobby turned his hand over. GT Jack just knows he's no good, just barrels it right in the muck.
Yeah, go ahead, Jerry. Eat your food.
Jake Smith, how long is the wait list for this game? I'm not sure. I think it's pretty short.
Well, I don't know about the rubbing.
A little while ago, it was just a GT Jack. And now he's in the game, so there might be no one.
Yeah, he is. He loves it.
If he had some Zach sauce with that, it would just make it all.
What's the easiest bad beat qualifier you've ever seen at a casino? Yeah, aces full of kings. Best bet when we were a long time ago, the bad beat was aces full of kings or better. Sherry Grace, come on. Come get in the stream. The games are good. We got a big room, A lot of games going. We probably have 25, 30 games going right now. All different stakes. 2-2 no limit, 2-5 no limit. I think I heard him call a 10-25 PLO game. We got a bunch of 5-5 PLO games. We got some split pot games going in the back of the room. Dylan, have I seen Daniel and Phil's masterclass? I have not. I've heard mixed things about them, though. I've heard they're, like, incredibly basic. You know, it's kind of like a lot of stuff that's kind of like, well, duh, you know? Blow any 5-10 games? Not no limit. They're either playing 5-10 PLO or 5-10 25 PLO. There's a big PLO game going, but no 5-10 no limit games going. I don't think. I'll double check for you, though. Hardest one I've ever seen is quads over quads. Ours is, I mean, essentially quads over quads. Like, quads have to lose, you know? They can lose to a straight flush or a royal. Dylan says Phil's was kind of pointless. Thanks. I really thought about buying it. Honestly, I wanted to watch it. Phil Ivey's, you know, he's one of my favorites. But I read a lot of reviews, and they all seem to be, like, really mixed. And the ones that left really good reviews didn't seem like people that were, like, had, like, a super high poker acumen, you know? So I didn't buy it.
A little pot sweetener.
I see that.
Oh, Jason's saying the royals and the straight flushes don't qualify. It's only quads over quads. Oh, wow. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. Alec Torelli and Charlie Carroll are my favorite teachers. Yeah, I like Alec Torelli's stuff. I get his newsletter and stuff. I've never bought any of his products. I don't know anything about Charlie Carroll. Alex says, I went all in with an ace-high flush, and the dude rivered a straight flush with one card in his hand. Look, if that hasn't happened to you, you haven't put in enough volume.
Oh, yeah, you're buying it, correct?
Raymond, you know, attorney in Valdosta named Jason Smith.
Bob, copy that. I'm going to look at Twitch right now.
He's in my class at Georgia Law School.
So he uses his first one so good, I was thinking he's a good guy.
Guns, I just saw your message. Cool, man. I'll take a look at that for sure. That's a good deal. I'll take a look at that. Thanks for the heads up. I appreciate that.
Bringing the fidget spinner back. Got the soul patch.
Payday says Jonathan Little's cash game masterclass is boss. Yeah, I think I have that somewhere. I think I got maybe like halfway through it. I don't think I finished it. It was big. It was a lot of content. I remember that.
Oh, that's already 85. And I folded it on.
Jason, thanks for tuning in, man. Thanks for watching. Copy that, Bob. I'm gonna put that on my Amazon right now.
Where's Full House, Bob? Ooh, the rise from the ashes for sure. The rise from the ashes. The phoenix rises.
Not the storyline.
The redemption story.
Damn shame when you gotta protect your full house with that.
Jason says nobody seems to be getting out of line here. Yeah, Jerry got unstuck. Started playing close to the cusp. Oh, he's walking. That's why. Looks like he's got two pumpkins in front of him, though. G-Dice says next week is Tuesday is backgammon, Wednesday 2-2. Yeah, Tuesday backgammon stream.
My dad used to coach at Reebok.
We'd get 3 viewers, maybe. Michael, how long are the streams? I don't know. It depends on the game, man. Really, we kind of like to be open-ended with it. I would hate to have, like, my worst fear is, like, having a hard cutoff time and, like, the game be super good or something, like, really fun happening. You know what I mean? So we just kind of go with the flow. I don't know if it's good or bad, but it's been working for us so far. So we can monitor the viewers and monitor the game. We're entertaining, yeah, for sure.
Check 7.
Nick Stevens said, how did this guy flat the second nut on a backdoor non-paired board? Yeah, I saw that. That was kind of a weird play.
Senior in high school.
Kevin says Raymond is up over 2K. Nah, he's probably... Oh, yeah. Got the full house here. But he also got buried for that first buy-in. So I'm looking at it right now. He's stuck about 100. Andrew Johnson said Doyle died from COVID. No way. That would have been like all over every medium.
I was representing the hand you had.
Yeah.
I'm in the blind. You're not supposed to have that hand.
Yeah, it almost got through.
What part of that flop did you not like? I loved it.
Rockroll says the open-ended stream format is the best. Yeah, I think so too. Like I said, we're not.
You know, we're not playing some sort of
All of the guys that work on the poker stream, we're not production guys. Like, we're not video guys. We don't know anything about computers. We just we're poker people, and we saw this opportunity. We built this really great set, and we've literally just been winging it. Nobody taught us how to do this stuff. We paid like some outsiders to come in and show us how to set everything up. But other than that, man, we've just 100% been winging it and growing it organically. And it's been awesome, and it's been such a cool learning experience. But, yeah, I don't know the rules. I don't know what you're supposed to do. We're just poker guys winging this stream thing.
I got a long day of drinking at the Gator Bowl tomorrow, so I'm gonna shut it down.
You can just stay your ass up then. That's all I got to say.
I got to man up.
Jason Emerson, good point. I second that for sure.
10 or 15 years ago.
Another guy that had the zoomed out vision. Poker wouldn't be where it is today without people like that. There's a lot of old stories about him putting out super systems and like all the flack he caught for it, but you know, it was good because he's getting people into the game. You know, the game grew exponentially because of that book.
There goes the neighborhood. 2,000 pounds.
Cheeky Brack, what's my opinion on showing cards? I really like the funny card game. Oh wow, look at Pete. Can't miss. The funny card game I like a lot. That's where you show one card. The winner shows one card, and it's either a funny card or a value card. After you win or bluff. I don't normally show my cards. I don't know. I'm really indifferent about it, to be honest with you. I don't. Every once in a while, in a big spot, I'll do like let the guy pick one. You know, that's almost like a needle type tactic type deal. I don't really have an opinion about it. Honestly, I'm really indifferent. I typically don't do it. If somebody asked me, I don't know if I would do it. It really just depends on the game. If it's good for the game, I'll do whatever's good for the game for the most part. I'm really not like a hard like stickler for a lot of stuff in the game. I'll do whatever the fun player wants to do. I'll do whatever the table's doing. But me personally, like just in a vacuum, I typically don't show my cards.
At 9-7, Jack.
Nice Sam.
Yeah, got a little lucky.
I had a useless ace king.
Got a little lucky. I wish you had.
Jason says advertising is good if opponents don't know you. Yeah, I agree with that.
You just had to go down with the ship.
No, not running well.
Jiggy Brack says likes to show the winners so that you can bluff later. Yeah, there's a lot of merit to that for sure. Bob says you got to pay to see them.
I really
Hey,
thought-
who's counting?
I
Who's
was
really
just full of
counting?
crap against him. I had a strategic play against
Yeah, like I said, I just do whatever's
whatever's
whatever's fun in the game. Whatever keeps the game live, whatever keeps the fun player happy, I'm down.
You just
in
found
the blind from the spot. You should have something like that,
You
right?
just found that
Exactly.
half% of his
Just
range.
happened to be the crazy.
Damien says 99% no show. Rock and roll, thanks, man. Thanks for watching. I'm glad you like it. We put a lot of work into this thing. Took a long time to come to fruition, and it's still not without its hiccups. But it's fun. We like doing it. Here for the people. Nick Steven, I wish I was closer to Florida. Seems like a great place to play poker. Man, I've said it before. Like, we have the best games, small and mid-stakes games, consistently. They're always good. There's people that move here from all over the country to, like, just play these games.
Turn up a notch. Get turned.
One of my friends who, like, will remain nameless, but most of you chat guys know him, like, he's a bona fide crusher. And when you ask him, like, hey, man, why don't you go anywhere? Why don't you travel and play? He's like, I never leave Jacksonville. People are like, why don't you travel and play, man? Play some of these other games. He's like, why? Like, the games are so good here. We're like, why? Why should I? Rock and roll, do I deal too? I used to. I dealt for a long time. Now I'm a floor manager, so I am allowed to play at Orange Park. I used to deal. I dealt for about 4 years. Yeah, the sushi bar is the nuts. Kevin Kendrick says the No Limit Hold'em is the best I have ever seen at Best Bet. Man, go play some PLO one day. The PLO games are ridiculous. Nick, does Best Bet have a hotel? We don't. We have kind of like a partnership deal with some of the local hotels. There's a Hampton Inn, like not even a half mile away, and they give a discount on rooms for Best Bet players.
Yeah, I know.
Below 1103, we're in northeast Florida. We're in Jacksonville, so we're like right where Florida and Georgia meet, except all the way on the coast, on the Atlantic. Payday says show the nuts early, so later some of your bluffs might get a second thought. Kevin says PLO is better in Houston. Yeah, I could see that. Matt King, what's the rake at Best Bet? 5 max at 40. It's on a sliding scale. 2 at 10, 3 at 20, 4 at 30, 5 at 40 max. Nick from Yuma, shout out to Skyrim and Fott. It's pretty good. His EV has to be less than his AV there, running like the sun and getting better.
Justin's like, well, looks pretty busy, right?
7 behind.
The 2-5 is fantastic at Best Bet. Yeah, especially on the weekends, man. We'll have like, I didn't realize when I started traveling and playing poker, I didn't realize how spoiled I was from being around Best Bet so much. Like we have 7 2-5 games on a Friday night, you know, anywhere from 5 to 7 2-5 games. And you go to like a lot of other poker rooms in the country and they have like 3, like maybe 2, and one's a must move, you know what I mean? Even places like Vegas, like, you know.
Alright, it's time to go. Your first upgrade.
Poker 52, the Hampton Inn discount verbal or like a validation call or ticket. So if you have a player's card, you can just tell them if you're coming in town to play in Best Bet, I'm pretty sure they'll just give you the rate. I'm not 100% positive. You would have to call and ask them. And then if it's a player's card thing and you don't have one, you could just call. They could probably make you one over the phone and give you your number to give to Hampton Inn. I'm assuming. I'm not 100% positive how it works.
Spicy.
Very spicy.
A little spicy.
Nashville hot chicken.
Madeem Hell says that rake is lower than most places I've played outside Norway. Yeah, I think it's pretty feasible. You know, it's not the best, obviously, but we got to make money too. Like we got to keep the lights on. We got to pay these dealers to facilitate, you know, the game.
Yep, I got you. Yep.
Michael Villarreal says, I think 2-5 should be the new 1-3. I don't know, man. 1-3 is a great game.
3 calls, 4 folds, 6 and 7 fold, 8 and 9 call, 1 calls.
1-3 has gotten so big. Yeah, 1-3 with a 500 max is like what I see in most places. That's still a pretty big game. King versus ace queen offsuit. Jerry just flats the king ace right in the window. Ouch. Whoa. Now Jerry's going to lead out. This is a great line from Jerry. Look at Jerry finally starting to heat up. Got 3 pumpkins in front of him now. Wow, 445 in the middle.
Ace jack.
Did Jerry just check the river? No. Pete snap checks behind him. Jerry, I was just complimenting you on your line. What are you doing? When he calls, you know he has an ace. You have basically the nuts here. Oh, man. Kevin Kinder, can you make 100 an hour at 2-5 at best bet? That's a stretch, buddy. 20 big blinds an hour? I mean, you probably can in short sample sizes, obviously, but over the long term, I don't know if that's super sustainable. Brian, what does a must-move table mean? So a must-move table is like when you have like one game going. The idea behind it is to protect the main game. So like a good example is like if you have one 5-10 pot limit Omaha game and you want to keep that game full, you want to protect the main game. So like instead of having 2 games with 6 players each where like one of them might break, what you would do is you would just fill up the main game, and then you would have like another game that's basically a feeder game into the main game. And it's mandatory. There's a lot of rules around it. Like when it's your turn to move, you have to move. You don't get an option. You have to go to the main game. It's just a way to protect some games that don't always like run a lot, that you want to be able to offer people, you know? So like if you're in the must-move game, so like say the main game's full and there's like 2 seats in the must-move game and you show up and you're like, hey, I want to play this stake, and they're like, cool, all right, you're going to be in the must-move. Well, then they write your name down, and then when it's your turn to go to the main game, you have to go. You got to keep that main game full. That way, if one of the games were to break, it would be the must-move and not the main. Dan Van Dyke says, can I make 1,000 an hour at a 1-2 game in Jacksonville? Probably. Once for 1 hour. He checked the river. I know, man. Trav G says he was about to get paid. I know, that's what I'm saying. Check the river, about to get paid. You know he's calling, man. You know he's got an ace.
Ace king is a pretty hand. I'll take it every time they deal.
Nadeem Hell, how much tips do dealers get at our place? I don't know. I mean, it varies. I don't feel super comfortable discussing it.
I'd snap all that.
Jason never says, no, check the river. What are you doing? I know. These guys make the minimum on every hand with all this checking. Oh, Kendrick says, I was saying you can do it. I did it. Yeah. Same thing like in the small sample size. Like, sure. 20 bigs an hour is sustainably over the long term is pretty crazy.
35 raise.
35 to the ass.
I mean, I've seen graphs from my friends where they're running like 25 big blinds an hour for like a month. You know what I mean? Like, that's just the upside of variance. But it's tough to sustain. You have to be an absolute crusher to sustain. Runbat says we don't use must moves at 2-5 or 2-2. Well, we don't need them, honestly. Like we spread so many games, we don't really need a must move for 2-5 or 2-2. Like there's always, the game's never going to go down. Like we're always just going to have available seating for that game for the most part. But like a game that we don't spread that much, like I said, spreading like 2 5-handed games, like we would just make a must move game. Sutter Hill, what is the bad beat? 30K. 30K right now. Discuss it over backgammon. I'm in. Dan Van Dyke, I see your email you just sent me. Check your spam folder is what Sage has been telling me to tell you guys. Check your spam folder. If you guys aren't getting responses from Sage, check the spam. Hard way to make it easy living, that's right. Kendrick says the slowest day at best bet is like 3-2-5s. I know, man, that's what I was saying. I was spoiled when I started going other places and playing, and I'd be like, man, what do you mean you guys have 2-2-5 games? What do you mean you guys don't even spread 2-5? Some places it's like 1-3 and 5-10. Nick Steven, what do I think about those poker apps like Poker Bros so like the most common response when it comes to those apps is people always say like you got to trust your agent, and like anything where you have to where that's like the go-to response and it's just like accepted in the community is like just asinine to me. Like you just, you might play and you might run it up for 1,000, but your agent just might, you might run it up to 10K, but your agent just might not pay you. Like, that's just asinine to me. Like, if you went to a car dealership and you gave a guy, like, 15K for a car, and they were like, you gotta really trust the guy you're buying the car from that he's gonna deliver the car. Like, it's just asinine to me that's the option for online poker. But I heard the tournaments and stuff are insane. Strawman sat down one Saturday at OP 2-5 with 187, racked up 3,500 in 4 hours. Run good.
I say we got to search this man's car. Break the sweaty.
Yeah, crushing it, man. Crushing it. Damien says, sounds like buying drugs. Yeah, like, kind of. Somebody else, used that analogy, if you wanted to invest money in the stock market, and so, the go-to answer was, you really got to trust your stockbroker. Like, what? What planet do we live on, So that part about the apps kind of rubs me the wrong way. That being said, I do play on them. I still play. I guess I trust my agent. I still play a little bit. But it's the same thing I was talking about ACR. I don't keep a lot of money on there, and I play small stakes. That way I just, definitely limit my exposure. Bob says, I pick my own stocks. Yeah, me too. I got a guy. I don't actually pick my own. I got a guy. Dan, reach out to Sage again and see if he can get you on those lists. He, all of the lists for November might be pretty booked up, so he might be waiting to put out that December schedule. I'm not sure. Blow, what do I consider small stakes on ACR? Small stakes, probably anything under 25.50. And then I think when you start getting to 50 a dollar, you get some real grinders. You know what I mean? Do I like keeping under 1K on the site? Yeah, absolutely. I keep $300, $400 on there. Open-ended straight flush draw for Chuck. 6 of hearts. He's at 9 or the 4 one time. Jason Emerson, I know, man. I've seen some of those guarantees. They're pretty quiet, pretty wild. Bob says plays on Poker Bros with his friends. Yeah, that's kind of the cool thing about it. You can kind of make your own club and kind of have your own fun. Those 100Ks are crazy, man. They 100K guarantee, and they end up getting 300, 400K in the prize pool. Damian Winter says insta cash out snap rack on ACR. Yeah, that's probably smart, man.
I'm not a soccer fan.
Chow had both of his outs. Is that what we said? Chuck makes the straight. Oh, Chow's got. Oh, Chow flopped it. Oh, gross. Chow flopped it. Got him some Chuck dollars. Ouch. Chuck binks the red 4. It was the wrong red 4.
And I had an 8.
Spinner.
No, hearts would have been ugly.
Flo says, I trust ACR more than I should probably, but also withdraw thousands of dollars at a time on multiple occasions has never been a problem. I mean, I respect what ACR kind of did with the whole bot thing. Like, not to go too far into it because we already talked about it. Like, I thought it was cool that they reached out to the players and were like, hey, we're doing the best we can. These guys kind of got one over on us. I thought that was cool. But that being said, it's at the end of the day, it's still an offshore, unregulated site. You know what I mean? Like, they could snap close tomorrow and, like, just be like, sorry, like, we don't care. We don't care about you. You know what I mean? 9 of hearts would have been the bad beat. Oh, Kevin, you're right. I didn't even think about that. Well, he would have had to play 2 cards. It would have been straight flush over straight flush, but he would have needed 2 cards. It would have been a bad beat for Chuck, but it wouldn't have counted towards the bad beat. Jason Emerson, that's what I've been saying, man. How many millions have the government and states themselves lost out by not regulating online poker? I mean, I totally agree. Like, it's not blackjack, you know. It's not slot machines. It's a skill game. If you kept score in chess with poker chips, like, would they make that a gambling game? Like, if you played chess in a casino, would it still be as scrutinized as poker? Poker Nemo says, we can legally be high, but we can't legally play poker. I know, right?
Yeah, that sucked, too.
Damien says, crypto is a good investment. Yeah, that's what we talked about earlier, running it up online and just cashing out in crypto. Free roll it, kind of. Corey Alexander, out in VA working. It's good to come back to the hotel and watch the stream. That's cool, man. Happy to be here for you. V, thanks. Thanks a lot. Run bad, you got it, man. I'll shoot you a text probably this weekend. Dan says, I don't play online. Too many bots, collusion, HUDs, etc. I mean, the HUDs, though, you can use in your favor. Like, the HUDs, I think, are kind of a moot point because you can use the HUDs in your favor also.
You beat us down. You win.
I mean, you can't play online poker and not have a HUD. It's just like you're just handicapping yourself. It doesn't even make sense. But it's an option. You know, you could use it. It's part of the game. G-Dice, yeah, that's what they're talking about in the YouTube chat, man. Running it up, getting those tax dollars from online poker and putting it to civil use.
Raise it, quarter. 8, 9, 4. Raise it, daisy. 2 folds.
I pulled it. Oh, yeah, I had 2 over.
Jerry with the King Jack.
I'm playing with the.
Lays it down.
I'm playing with the bad players. I got 6-3 down here. I'm trying to play with them.
Kevin says he's going to keep the mask on even when we're allowed to take it off. I guess you can never be too safe. Who knows what this thing is going to do?
What's it in? Nancy?
Nancy.
Alright, we got 10 to go.
Wow, Blow, that's a cool story, man. It's like a paragraph, so I'm not going to read it. Basically, free rolled some Bitcoin, buying some action. $55 stake on Jeff. Jeff Gross turned into 12K. That's sick. Putting it in Bitcoin, watching it grow.
Check it.
30, 30.
Back call.
I've been on that Bitcoin life for a while, man, since probably like 2015.
Unless you hate money.
Ace King, King 8, 10-5 suited, all spades. Not a super fun board for any of the hands.
Calling
Pete's going to be the first one to get after it, though. Man, Bobby Snap folds the best hand. Ooh. Not a fun turn card.
Check, check.
Just take it, Raymond. Goddamn, why you got to be like that? Dude, you don't even have to say it.
Dan says I prefer live. Yeah, I do too, but it's like 60-40. Like I could really go either way. I think you can make more money playing live. I think like to make a lot of money online, you have to be incredibly good. So like you could make a little bit of money online and put in a lot more volume and get better faster, but or you could put in less volume and make more money live. You have to be really, really good to make money online. Or just bink tourneys.
Or would have done the same thing.
No, he would not. He would have checked it down.
No.
Yeah, I know that guy. He's nice.
Live reading is underrated. Yeah, absolutely. And just the live arena is just so much softer. There's just a whole demographic of people that would never ever play online, that are never gonna watch a poker video, are never gonna read a book. Like they play in the live arena. Like you have to like go out of your way to play online. Like, you know what I mean? So like you're just gonna run into a better caliber of player.
Check. Check. Check.
Jerry's locking up the win. I mean, good for him, man. He came. He had a lot of fun. He was the action. If he wants to rack up his chips, man, I'm cool with it. He'll be. I promise you, he'll be here tomorrow night, and all that money will be live. Alex says if I play live, I'm gonna get 5 fidget spinners. What is happening, man? What's up with the fidget spinners? It's 2 nights in a row. Live tell. Steven says, is there a guarantee on that $1,500? No, there's not, man. It's tough to do any guarantee events right now. You know, we just don't know. Everything's a gamble. We don't know. So there's not a guarantee, but I will say that we ran the same event last month, and we got almost 300K in the prize pool. First place was 69K. So if you can use that as kind of a metric.
Oh, is it because you switched to one? It's because you switched to one.
You were just straddled. You were just straddled.
Yeah.
He just straddled, so yeah.
Last night we were trying to figure out if the guy with the fidget spinner, if there was a live tell. Whenever the fidget spinner was like in overdrive, it seemed like he had a monster. And then when it was like just chilling, he had like a marginal or a crap hand waiting to fold. Secret Agent says, bet it's bigger this month, man. I hope so. It's a great tournament, man. A great structure. And then we're going to live stream the final day. The final table, I mean. Dan says, I feel like online it's more about being a computer programmer and using HUDs perfect than it is about playing poker. I mean, poker's a game of information, man. The HUD, like, just categorizes that. It catalogs that information for you.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
Let's get a bigger straddle. Let's get a straddle.
I mean, it's still poker. You know what I mean? It's just a poker in a different form.
That ain't cool. The double straddle is cool.
I was a full tilt guy back in the day. I was a sit and go guy.
That's a sucker play.
Secret Agent says, I'll be there. Come on. Come get some. We'll see you on this final table.
Been getting that money away. Whack me whack.
Jason Emerson, don't tell me that, man. I don't like that. Alex says sit and goes were it back in the day. Yeah, you got to win 1 and 3 to break even. Everything else is profit, man.
The double straddle should be a thing.
Raise to 55.
Jerry bumping it up here with the King Jack offsuit one time. Secret Agent, need that Hampton info? Let me see if I can get it for you, man. 1 second.
The Joker doesn't abide.
All right, let me know if that works. Try clicking on that, secret agent. Hit that link. You got to do the legwork. You got to call them and figure out what the deal is with the players' cards and stuff like that. I'm not 100% positive, but that's the link.
Dig up, baby. Chop it up. Oh, no, not to chop it up.
I told you how to freaking.
Damien says, I remember the sit and go life.
That queen was a beautiful thing, wasn't it?
Oh, man, queen for the chop. Gross. King 4 versus King Jack. Queen for the chop. Kings and 10s with a queen. Gross. Nick says the pop-ups on ACR that ask if you want to flip for your stack. Yeah, I disabled those. They were annoying. Cool, man. No problem. Happy to help.
I did it about something, but nothing.
You don't know what you up to.
Dan says virtual bots and real-time bots are a thing now, too. Yeah, that's true, and it's unfortunate. That's why I think like playing at the highest stakes online on an offshore, unregulated site, like you're just asking for it.
And when he called again, that's when I was
Jiggy Brack, yeah, man, no problem. I'm having fun too. I like hanging out, watching poker.
Tell him, hey, listen, say, I played the hand fine.
G-Dice says, is that Thanksgiving weekend? No, it's the weekend before Thanksgiving. So it's that Saturday before, and then that Sunday will be the final day, and then the following Thursday is Thanksgiving. Madim Hell, are there any free HUDs, or is it best to buy one? Can they be used both in tourneys and cash games? The answer to all that, I use Poker Tracker 4, and I think to use it on 2 devices, I think it was like $60 or $40 or something. But it's an invaluable piece of software. Watch some YouTube videos on all the stuff that you can do with Poker Tracker 4. It's like I'm pretty good with it, and I probably still only use it to about 30% of its potential. It's such a useful tool.
So this advertising, long as people in.
The dude saying free poker database. Yeah, I don't know about that one. Like I said, I use Poker Tracker 4. I feel like it's the most versatile, and there's the most information about it out there. So that if you ever get in a spot, if there's something weird you don't know how to do, if there's something that you think it could do and you don't know, like somebody has the answer. It's been around a long time. It's really popular.
I guess that's what they want.
A lot of poker players.
Driving that train right off the track.
All the wackos
Thanks for that.
they love it.
You like that, idiot? Let's look it up.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. You're the best.
Anytime.
That's not what you said about her earlier.
That's what
Dan, yeah, like I said, shoot Sage an email. It might be a thing like him trying to just get December ready or something. I'm not sure. I'm not sure why he hasn't gotten back to you.
Can't be that Raymond.
Hot Goalie says just bought Poker Tracker 4 and couldn't be happier, but do all the trials. Oh, yeah, that's right. Madim Hell, you can get a trial of Poker Tracker. I do remember that, like a 30-day trial or something sick, 15-day trial or something.
Bitcoin. They don't have the cash back.
Yeah, Poker Tracker 4 with the free trial is the nuts. Party Poker banned HUDs.
Yeah, I got paid out on ACR Tuesday, and I got 15% return on Wednesday.
How much was it? You start out at $3. You're kidding. No, I'm not. When it first initially
Dan says you need to spend money on hand histories on people to get their stats. Not with a HUD, man. The HUD saves all the information from all the hands you've played against them. And, like, when you have a HUD, it catalogs all of your own hand histories for you.
A lot of the luckiest millionaires.
You know, you can go back through and go through your own hand histories.
Unregulated.
Look at Raymond limping the King. We've seen this so much tonight. What is happening? Limping King under the gun +1. GT Jack's going to do it for him, though. Bumping up Ace Tray suited. Bobby with Ace King on the button, just flat calling 30. Gives Burrito a price with 2-3 suited. You know Jerry's going to call with Jack 9. It's all right, though. Raymond's going to put in a big 3-bet. Try to thin the field. You might see a pot here.
South Georgia in the house. St. Augustine ain't backing down.
Oh, boy, here we go. Yeah, for sure. Get the popcorn. Hot goalie, I agree, and I think the leak finder feature in Poker Tracker is almost invaluable. But you're right; it does take a big sample size to you know, to really get a feel for an accurate measurement.
With South Georgia and St. Augustine,
Too much? 200? Too much?
too much out.
I mean, it got the call from the ace king. Wow. First time all night somebody gets it in with kings and there's not an ace in the window. 495 in the middle, coming out for 300. Nah, you can go smaller. You don't have to go that big, Raymond. You could go half of that and keep him in with his whole range. If you go half of that, he's going to call you with like nines,
Boy, you a solid
eights.
player.
Lowndes County for the win. Lowndes County for the win.
Hot goalie, yeah. Poker Tracker 4 takes a long time to, you got to put in the volume to get the hands in the database so that you can review them, or so that you can get an accurate read. But once you do, it's invaluable. Jason says I like 125, 150. I mean, I think he's going to call. Ace King might be like where he folds, but like everything else, he's going to call for one. If he's going to call 125, he's going to call 150.
I saw him beat LaGrange in the state title game, and I think it was 86 down at, damn, what's the name of that state?
Dan Van Dyke says you don't play against many people often enough to get the real stats. I mean, I do. I have a lot of hands. You know, like I said, I've probably got 250 hands on Poker Tracker, but I've got like 2, 3, 4K sample sizes on players. I mean, that's a lot of hands. That's more than you're going to get playing somebody live. Like, you know how long it take to play 4,000 hands against the same person live? People in the chat saying, why'd he bet 300? A lot of people are stuck in these, like, old school kind of static. Oh, wow, Pete gets there. Stuck in these kind of static raise sizes where they're, like, always 2/3, always 3x, you know, stuff like that. It's just kind of ingrained in their brain. And then, like, you pick up, like, a monster hand, and you're kind of robotic about it. But if you take your time and you slow down and you think through and you kind of go, you know, what's going to get called more often, a bet of 300 or a bet of 150? At what frequency?
Yeah, we got the high hand.
Rock and roll, you can track your own hands over large sample to see if you're playing too loose. Yeah, 100%. The leak finder tool.
I couldn't have done to you, Jack. You're too smart.
Jason Emerson, good point. Bumped it up too much pre.
We gotta beat this solid player.
Just don't call me that.
You are a solid player.
I know it's a sarcastic comment, so it's not a compliment.
Tell him button Jerry, you're first. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Don't even think about it. Don't even think about it.
Call through. Call for it.
Doing it is definitely out of the question.
Greedy sizing. I mean, that's a bit extreme. It's just like kind of a heat of the moment type thing, you know? He's just like, oh, man, snap bet 2/3 pot. I don't think it's a greed thing. Like I said, sometimes you see players like, even players that have been playing a long time, they get stuck in these kind of static raise sizes.
It's a sick life on a $5 bill.
You don't need to be a tracker to know I play too loose. Rock and roll. Yeah, me too. I like to play a lot of flops. I like to play a lot of hands. Poker's fun.
$5 chip.
Drop some $1 bill. I'll pick him fucker up.
Hey, it adds up.
I agree with Jason here. Yeah, you want to get it heads up for sure. You want to thin the field. I don't super hate the sizing of 200 there just because you have so many loose players in the field that you don't really want to take to a flop. Multi-way, because like once one of those guys call, they're all going to call. Even I know you made it 200, but like once one of those guys call, they're all calling, and then you're going to be in trouble. Your hand's going to lose so much value. So I don't hate the 200 pre, but I hate the 300 on the flop.
I can buy him for $5 right now.
He could go a little smaller than 200 pre, but at that point we're splitting hairs. Like, what's the difference in 175 and 200? You know.
the FSU.
Kevin Wall says some people don't like to down bet, but maybe it was a good move,
Sack outfit there.
so you don't have to see that ace.
When I was growing up, that was like they would like the nuts.
Yeah, but I feel like Ace King is going to make up such a small part of his like flatting 3-bet range. Like he's going to have a lot of pairs. He's going to have all the 9s, all the 10s, all the jacks, all the queens, and those are the hands you really want to keep in. He just happened to have that one-off hand. I mean, I guess sure, like Ace Queen suited, stuff like that, he's going to have. But I feel like in his 3-bet, like flatting a 3-bet range, it's going to be a lot of pairs that you beat. You beat all of them.
100 in the 2.
Venom Hell, yeah, you got it. Hit the like button or the subscribe button so you get a notification anytime we go live. Come back and join us. We have a lot of fun in these streams.
Calling the 6.
Tons of middling pairs and suited broadways. I think it's like almost exactly middling pairs. Like I think he even folds out like king queen, like him specifically. I think he folds out like king queens and queen jacks, like all those. I think even like ace jack. I think the worst hand he ever has is ace queen suited. So that being said, it's going to be like 9s plus.
Call from the 6.
The fidget spinner tell. That's right.
Check. 400 from the 2.
Bob says if he bets 165 and got called and the ace hits the turn, I'd be like, why didn't he bet more? No, man, that's being results oriented. All you can do is what you can do. I mean, in that spot, you got called from a worse hand. Like, that's exactly, you got value from a worse hand. Like, he just happened to get there on the river, but still. Like I said, I don't think he has. Ace King is such a small part of his range in that spot. You know, in that spot with his stack, Ace King is a small percentage of it. Because some of the time he's going to be getting it at 4-betting there. Like, does he get it in with Ace King suited in that spot and just flats Ace King offsuit?
Good hand.
Hawk goalie with a good point. That was like the dream flop with King King. Like he never has, I won't say never, but he almost never has like 7s in that spot for top set. And if he does, you just, you know, gift wrapped your stack for him.
Yeah, I ran into one hand. I can't get him off. Good hand. It happens.
How did you let that ace come on the turn? Nah, I mean, he did the right thing with the information he had at the time, man. That's all we can do.
I thought you said ace 5.
Yeah, like I said, if he's in there with pocket 7s and flops top set, you just stick a bow on your stack and mail it to him. It's whatever. That's what bankrolls are for, like we talked about last night.
Ran into the top of the guy's
Was that a $1,700 pot? I don't know.
Sometimes you just hit it. What do you do?
Heads up.
Jason Emerson says 8-9 is possible. I don't know if it's possible from Bobby. I don't know if Bobby calls that big of a 3-bet with 8-9 suited. That's the thing about him taking that big size. It's going to be like exclusive. And I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but like him taking that huge size, I feel like it's going to be exclusively value hands. Like pairs.
Wait, he's got 8 high. I'll win, right?
Yes, sir. He had 16.
Bob, yeah, that's kind of what I'm saying too. Like,
Check the tape. Reroute.
not a lot of people are going to call. I mean, Bobby specifically, I don't think he's calling 200 with 8-9 suited in that spot. I think it's going to be exclusively pairs and ace king, ace queen suited.
He'd be difficult to you. He'd be difficult. You got some chips now. Ooh, Lucy. Loosening up the shoulders. Call 9.
Brian Luke says Pete's dumped off about 1,500 in 20 minutes playing every hand. Yeah, you're right. Pete down to about 1,900.
Give me some of that money back now.
He's still in the black, you know.
Come on, C5. I need some of that chips back.
Oh, maybe not. He might be stuck a little bit. Wow, Brian, good catch. I didn't even notice that. You're right. I was up in the chat.
That's just not very nice to take all a man's money, leave him unemployment line.
Moose says if he flops a set, it's a cooler. Yeah, for sure. That's what I'm saying. You just gift wrap your stack and ship it his way, and move on.
From this many criminals that are running around now, he's loaded with business.
Jason says it was still possible. 3-way action. Sure. Yeah, there's some merit there.
Call 6. 100%.
Ray Williams watching from Dubai. Cool, man. Thanks for tuning in. Look at this monster flop from Bobby. Middle pair and a flush draw. Spikes it on the turn. Pete's got the open ender. Let him catch up one time. Ooh. Chow with the mystery hand. Gets checked all the way through. Bobby with the second nuts. I think even though the club comes, he might still be getting called from the open ender if he bets turn there.
Yeah, you had to say
Ray Williams, cool, man. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for watching.
Let's keep on going.
That's very cool. Best Bet Live going global 2021. We've got some cool stuff in the works for you. I've been meeting with the boss man like almost daily, tossing around ideas, trying to do cool stuff, trying to get some Best Bet Live swag, trying to do some cool stuff, man. 2021.
I'm thinking about sleeping right now. He's like, you should go to bed already.
Yeah, I want you to fall asleep and say, and I'll just whisper call. And all in. Say all in.
That's all I want. That's all I want.
He's lucky enough to come up with a winning hand, too.
Secret Agent says, drove 2 hours to play a 350. First hand guy raised, knew he had king, ship it with ace. The guy flops a set. Gross. Drove back 2 hours. I would have gone and hopped in the cash game, man. Actually, I would have rebought. If I bust on the first hand, we're reloading. Believe it. That's like it's almost like it didn't even happen. Yeah, we're putting another bullet in that thing if we go bust on the first hand.
Only pot all night I hadn't made a stupid bluff at.
All right, button moves. It's going to put Pete under the gun. Yeah, Pete dusted off a little bit over the past hour or so. Maybe it was the cards, Maybe he was just running good. They cooled him down a little bit. Chuck with the button straddle this hand. Bobby makes the call. Bobby calls with ace-5 offsuit out of the small blind. Ray picking up pocket eights. Going to make it 40 to go. Ooh, Chuck with a big hand on the button in the straddle. Picks up tens. I think he just decides to flat because Raymond's been so snug this game. Tens in the lead. Does this thing check through? Oh, wow. Bobby picking up a gutter ball here. Trying to spike that 3 one time and get all the money.
75.
Jason Emerson, good point. I don't, man. Secret Agent said just had a bad feeling, took it as an omen. Yeah, I get that. All right, let's take a look at the stats so far in the game. We are 172 hands in. Wow, we've been here a while. Chow up 1,400. Jerry up almost 1,400 from stuck 12-ish, possibly more. We said this earlier. GT's Jack, his stat never got updated when Burrito moved out of that seat, so that's not right. GT Jack is stuck a little bit, but it's definitely not 2K. Chuck stuck a little bit. Chuck leading the pack all night. Now he's stuck a little bit.
You probably haven't noticed.
Oh, call four.
We haven't noticed you,
I ain't
sick
been
bastard.
paying. I ain't been paying. You've been talking, I ain't been listening. No.
Jason Yuma, I'm sorry, Jason Emerson, that's a fair analogy. Never thought of it that way, but maybe that's why they call them bullets. It's a pretty fair analogy. It makes sense.
Raise 25. Keep the eyes on the table at all times.
It's either helium.
Bobby raising to 25, 10-4 of spades from the button.
Yeah, you're back.
GT Jack getting in there with the 6-3 of diamonds, and we're going 4 ways to a flop. I like it. We got a lot of a nice distribution of cards here. A little bit for everybody. Bobby gets there with the 10-4 suited, flopping top pair.
65 of them.
GT Jack should have stayed in the chat. Yeah, his stat's not totally accurate. It never got updated after Burrito moved. Look at Bobby taking one down with 10-4, suited one time. Let me show you how it's done from the button, guys.
Oh, done. That's sad. You should have learned that.
I don't go out like that. Y'all don't believe in jinxes and whatnot.
All right. Well, when I beat you, I hand here in a second. I'm playing about it. When he beats your hand and takes your money.
If anything I say can affect them shuffles, then I need to start saying some different stuff.
All right, guys, we got a little bit longer left in this 2-5 stream. It is getting late, though. I didn't realize. I've been having fun hanging out with you guys. It's getting late.
He'll call it just to keep winning it.
You guys are the real ones, though, especially in the YouTube chat. 300 deep, watching with me. That's cool. You guys are awesome.
I swear they just called my hand on
Double check it. It's like somebody falsely calling bingo.
Jason, I was mostly referring to tournaments, but yeah, same thing in cash. If I get, you know,
That is insane.
I'm gonna reload till it's time to go home, guy.
Yeah, for $400, they will say they'll screw it.
Chat pros, keeping it real, keeping the stream alive. If there was like 4 of you guys, you know, we would have ended this thing a long time ago, but you guys are here hanging out. We're gonna keep it rolling.
You barely beat you, but he beat you.
Yeah, I know we did. He thinks he ain't got the last laugh. Hey, I still got 640. I'm about to make aces full. Aces full on.
Chuck getting in there with 2 pair here.
Well, he tried beating that shit. He just annihilated you.
This one's gonna get through. Bets 45 into about 60, 65. It's good. Chuck takes that one down. Strawman says, we've been with you since you left Jacksonville, only an hour from Atlanta.
I'm going to make the 6 high straight flush on his ass. I still got 6 minutes.
You do.
Seems doable.
I know Atlanta. I used to live in Atlanta for a while. I got an Atlanta number.
We knew it. We knew it. Everybody's like, whoa, you moved. High hand, table 17. Yep.
Dealer probably was in on it. It was set up. I'm gonna do it like Trump and just say it was a steal.
Metamel says, in a game where you feel comfortable, you should always have several bullets available. Variance is a real thing, and often you lose in the start, win in the long run. Yeah, for sure. We talked about that a little bit earlier, like what's an adequate amount of buy-ins for, you know. We were kind of referencing more of like playing for a living versus playing recreationally, but yeah, it's still the same bankroll conversation. Come on, boys, get that straddle going. That's what I'm talking about. Juice it up. Last couple orbits. Let's get it. But if we're not going to have that straddle, let's get some 3-bet action. Pete 3-betting 9-9 from the button. Bobby with 1387. Getting basically 3-1 here. Oh, man, yeah, you got to call.
All right. Equals and the net. We're going 3 ways to a flop, gentlemen.
All right, now you got to fold. 9's still good somehow. Bolisk in the Twitch chat says playing for a living, bankroll advice. Without getting too deep into it, the general consensus was somewhere around 30 buy-ins for your roll and like 6 months of life expenses on the side.
They're there just for the aesthetic. Oh yeah, they're locked down for the night. Locking key.
That was kind of the that was the overall general consensus, somewhere in that neighborhood. 30 buy-ins to start. You know, ideally, the less buy-ins you have, the more risk of ruin, you know, you run. So like, if you have 15 buy-ins, your risk of going totally broke is extremely high. But when you have 50 or 100 buy-ins, you know, it's much, much, much lower.
You want to go in dark, all in, I'm ready.
But somewhere around 30 buy-ins is probably a, with 6 months of living expenses is probably a good place to start having the conversation.
Yeah, we can do the bump on 25.
But I don't know. I have a job, so I don't know. I don't play for a living.
They just want to go out with me in flames on the button.
Hey, at least you're out of the button if you're going to talk that big game.
It's too late.
Bolas says what won't get too much into it, but is the idea to remain at 6 months expenses and keep capping that rollout at 6 months? That's a good question. I don't know. I'd have to think about it for a second.
20 ball. This is back hall. Ladies and gents.
Well, I think the idea is to pay the living expenses month to month with the winnings, you know what I mean, while simultaneously growing the roll. The 6 months living expenses is like an emergency situation, you know. That's a safety valve.
Try to light money on fire.
$5K for a 1-2 bankroll is a starting place. 25 buy-ins? Yeah. I totally agree. But it's also really hard to make that, you know, to make a living at that stake. So for the most part, you could have a smaller bankroll because you should probably still be working on the side and you can replenish that roll. So you could have like as little as 15 buy-ins, I think, for 1-2 and be good. Plus, if you're a really good player, the variance isn't going to hit you that hard in 1-2 because you're going to be like leaps and bounds above the competition. 2-5 is when we flip the script. Mr. Nicky, is this live? Yeah, man, it is. Well, we're on a 15-minute delay, but I'm live with you guys in real time watching the delay.
I told you it's a 9-6.
He is the trash man.
Hey, how about this bump?
You guys, fun fact about Adonis in the Box. He'd never seen any of those movies until we were like, dude, you got to watch these. What are you doing? You never seen Casino? You never seen Goodfellas? What are you talking about? And now he's hooked. He'd never seen The Departed? None of them. Now he's hooked.
Okay. All right, I'll leave.
10-7, offsuit in the muck from Chuck. Right where it belongs. Bolas, no problem. It's a much longer conversation. You know, you could have the conversation for a really long time, but that's kind of the cliff notes, and I hope that helps.
Charles, you know how much I'm in for? How much?
2,800.
Burrito with the mystery cards here. Waiting on this flop graphic to catch up one time. Strawman says Alec Torelli has some good videos on going pro and what kind of bankroll you need. Sure.
No.
Oh, you mean the solid player beside him?
Very solid, extremely solid. King out.
Thank God I wanted the other 2 flop tables before I got over here.
Extremely
Oh,
solid.
2 9s, I think. Bolas, I've definitely read around about it, been thinking about it more recently. Yeah, you can find some stuff, like Strawman said, you can find some pretty good baseline stuff on Alec Torelli's YouTube page. He's got a couple different videos about bankroll management, where to start, how to structure. Secret Agent with a good point. You got to take some time off, man. Rest is essential to growth, no matter what it is, you know. Working out, poker, work, anything. Burnout's a real thing when you start playing poker for a living. I got a lot of friends that play poker for a living, and they burnout's a real thing.
It's been fun, though. It's been real fun. Best table I felt. Yeah, no, it's pretty solid fucking table.
Yo, Alex, in the YouTube chat, you're supposed to say spoiler alert, man. What are you doing?
player back. Body not touching it.
Why can't any of these guys get their cards in the reader? What's happening?
Oh my God! Everybody.
Oh, there we go. Pete got his Jack Deuce in there. Pete raised. Jack Deuce suited. Under the gun +2. Ooh, GT Jack got him in the reader. There we go. We're 3 for 4. I'll take it. Jerry's the one you want to see, though. Jerry's the he's the VIP. All right, Jerry's out of the way.
Oh.
Pete raises Jack Deuce suited and flops top pair.
Check.
Bobby in there with a gutter ball now. Goes check, check. Bobby might think his 7s are good. He might call a bet here. Pete's going to click it back. Got a tiny bit of showdown value. Bad kicker, but it's good. Takes down the pot.
I feel like it did.
Was a solid.
Peak Hapa Optics. This game uncapped. It's not. It's a $1,500 max, but we've had a couple of rebuys, and now we got some real stacks in the game. Look at Jerry sitting there with 3 pumpkins. Raymond with about 3K in front of him. Chow about 1,500. Chuck's got a pumpkin somewhere in that stack.
Put one of those things in place and use an air gun.
Pete's got a bunch of black chips. Almost a full stack of black there.
That sounds insane. That sounds like fun. It was. That sounds like the thing. It destroyed it. Check. Call 9, call 1, call. That bearing was cooking.
Burrito getting in there with the 5 deuce suited one time. Can't make that wheel. Raymond's got his ace of hearts. Bobby flops the best hand here. We can't see Chow's cards, but so far Bobby in the lead.
Solid lockdown.
Probably doesn't feel like it. A little bit of a sticky board. Ooh. Raymond just skyrockets into first place. Broadway, GT Jack on the wrong end of it. GT Jack's probably going to be, he's going to be able to get away from it here pretty easily.
You guys want to do the bomb pot? Yes or no? $35 or $50? How much?
Ooh, talking about a bomb pot here.
You got somebody here. Whoever don't want to do it, they can just don't play this hand.
That's the only chance I got. Maybe make some money, I guess.
Wait, are you guys doing it?
Yeah.
We're doing 50. 50?
I'm not playing
Oh, you're not going to play this hand? Okay.
Oh, you're not going to play this hand?
This is the last hand? This is the last hand. This is indeed it.
Oh, looks like we,
How does this work again?
looks like this might be the last one. They're talking about doing a bomb pot and then shutting it down. I think that's what I'm hearing.
Good luck, gentlemen, to me.
Yeah, this is fun, guys.
Good luck, C2.
Jerry, good luck, gentlemen, to me. I like that.
Ended that with a bang.
$50 bomb pot. I thought I heard him say 35, but I'm not sure. I can't see the pot.
We can take the table.
Yeah, let's take the table somewhere. Let's all keep playing together. We don't have to. Yeah, we can go over there.
They're talking about just moving this game elsewhere in the room. I think is what I heard him say.
Okay, so we're going to go straight to the
Yeah, I was about to put $2. Oh, I'm small black.
Jason, I think that's what we're doing. It looks like everybody put in, maybe they did put in 50.
That looks like the card.
57 ways is 350. Yeah, that makes sense. Look at Burrito picking up queen, queen, and an ace right on the flop. Chuck going to pick up a quick 350 here in the bomb pot. 3-5. Raymond's open-ended. 3-4-5-6. Raymond's going to get after it here. Bets 125 into 350. GT Jack. Going to need one of those remaining 2 6s. Nick from Yuma, thanks, man. We'll see you next week. We'll see you Wednesday. See you Tuesday for backgammon. Secret Agent, thank you, man. Thanks for hanging out. You guys are awesome. That's right. Dustin put in a full shift tonight trying to get that OT. Trying to leverage that OT into a vacation. You know what I'm saying? Rock says, what time did the stream start? I don't know. We probably started at like 7:30, 7:30. Wow. GT Jack gets the check mark with 7 high. Is this real life? What? What? Last hand of the night, is GT Jack going to win with 7 high? He has to bet, though. He can't check it back. There's no way 7 high is ever good. GT Jack, show him. Hit him with the 7 high. He bet the best hand. That was a value bet. That was a value bet.
Guys, it's been fun.
GT Jack wins the last hand of the night. The bomb pot with the 7 high. Betting for value. He knew it was good. Raymond's like, yo, man, that's the best hand. That was a sick value bet.
Hopefully we can get all of
All right, guys, it's been a lot of fun. We ran a little late tonight, but who cares? It's Friday, whatever. We're open 24 hours. You guys are awesome. You guys stuck it out with me. It didn't even feel like a 6-hour stream, but I guess it was. So, whatever. We'll be back next Wednesday, 2-2, no limit. I'll have my buddies from Texas here hanging out in the booth. You guys are awesome, man. Thanks for tuning in. Dustin Shacklock, Best Bet Live. We'll see you guys soon.
Do you know where they're starting that table for this?
We can go and get the 2-5 new table.
Ask him. Ask him the radio before. So they know where they're going.
How many people are playing?
Jerry's out and Chuck's out. Everybody else is still back.